È stato presentato una versione
to keep it up and running. And I will not deliver any presentations, by the way. What I want to share is like the accumulated sentiment of so many colleagues, so many people we built this year, and why it's important to be here now. Because this year we can talk a lot about the difficulties we all have, that the doubtful challenges of working from home, which basically means you work from your kitchen, you work from your kids' room, you have kids all over the place. And I'm sorry not to be so excited today because to understand the importance of this event, a colleague died yesterday. Sorry to be so sad. Another colleague died Sunday, COVID. And that's why what I want to share today is that it's super important that we keep it going, keep it running, and keep contributing to the system. Because actually, a few of the things that made me happy those days were that we keep, as a community, like a few days ago, Bobby, who presented before me, made a very powerful statement. We all were like living with this reality show between dev.bg and the Facebook group dev.bg. And I'm so happy that in those times we can open such events, that despite that all the difficulties, all the technical difficulties, we keep going. I'll be talking a little bit later today. It's very unusual for me not to have slides or whatever, but the point which I want to make is let's keep it together. As you know, this year we had 30 or more people we never see. We saw them we saw them online. So the point is that it's online now, but let's hope it will be less online maybe next year. So very happy to see all of you. Very happy to see all of you I don't see. And I hope that we will have a wonderful event today. And thank you for inviting me.
Thank you very much for the nice speech. And because we are already a little bit after the schedule, we will continue with technical presentations. We will have probably 1-2 minutes break. And after that, technical sessions will start. Here in track 1, which is also in person, you will be able to meet Naiden Gorchek at the first track. Thank you.
Hey, hello everyone. Okay, so it's time for me to start. Hello again, everyone. My name is Anton Boyko, and while I'm sharing my screen, I will kind of remind you a little bit about who am I and what we will talk about today. So let me start my presentation here. So I hope you can see my screen. Unfortunately, I cannot see the presenter's view while I'm sharing the presentation, but I hope that everything is fine. So my name is Anton Boyko. I'm a more or less regular presenter for the last few years on this conference, and I'm really excited to present nowadays as well, especially because nowadays that's not really kind of an easy to do all that kind of a stuff. So today, what I would like to talk about today, I would like to talk about static websites, and static websites in general. It's such kind of a term that it can be either some old rubbish from 90s, where when we used to create kind of an HTML pages and call them websites and stuff like that, or that can be actually a more or less new and modern way how we can do web nowadays. So you can see my email here. In case you have any questions after the presentation, feel free to drop me an email. I will try to answer those. So before we will start, let's just check. And yeah, it seems like I have an issue with the content here. So let me just scroll a bit further. So let's talk how the majority of the websites work in general. So in the middle, as you can see, we have our website content. And for that website content, we have in general again like two roles. We have a visitor basically go there and consume that content, and we have someone who edit that content. Let's call him an editor. And as you may understand, the majority of the websites nowadays, sorry, on the internet, they are kind of backup with one or another CMS system, content management system, and that content management system, it's usually consists of the following roles that you can see here on this slide. So that's usually a web server, and behind that web server, you have an application server, and behind the application server, you have the database, and then you also have your file server, basically with the set of static assets like images, maybe JavaScript, CSS files, and so on and so on and so on. So the question is, what's actually wrong with that? And there's nothing wrong with this one, and I can go even further, and I can say that technically, I was saying about creating this single HTML page at the beginning. Currently, that still may be a case. So let's say that you are creating, I don't know, like a landing page for your startup or something like that. If you need to have only one landing page, then why not just to create it with the HTML and JavaScript and CSS, and that's it. So you don't need to pull the whole big and huge CMS engine here. And in other hand, the CMS, they are still a valid solutions for a lot of different websites because currently on this diagram, I show you only the one editor. But let's say that you're running, I don't know, something like a corporate blog or something like that, or you may have like a more than one editor. So you may have like 10 different authors, for example. And for 10 different authors, it's even more complicated basically to manage that content. So that is why they need to have this huge application, which will basically help them to update the content of the website and not interfere with each other. But again, so let's say that you're running some kind of relatively small or maybe a relatively simple website. And the usual issue is that you also understand that nowadays, because I'm not sure about the exact number, but I do believe that's more than 100, if not more than 1,000, and new websites appear and or disappear each and every day. So that is why the visitors, or basically those guys or girls who consume your content, they are really picky in a way that they want your website to be, like nice, good looking, I don't know, fast, and stuff like that. So that is why one of the important stuff, how to basically make your website successful over the internet, is to make it really, really good performance. And one of the key metrics here in terms of the website performance, it's called time to first byte. So what time to first byte actually means? It means that when user, basically when the visitor will type a website name in the browser, it will send a request, and I want my response to generate as fast as possible and be transferred, basically that HTML content that was generated there be transferred to my end user as fast as possible. So let's dive a bit deeper in terms of technical details, actually what this time to first byte mean and what can affect your time to first byte. So first, as I was saying, the web server itself, I should mention that on the previous slide, but anyway, so technically there is a huge difference between the web server and the application server. And the idea is that the job of the web server for your website is to basically receive the web traffic, and the role of the application server is to dynamically use some application like Node.js, like Java, .NET, whatever, use some application platform to generate basically that HTML. So there are two different roles here, and you should never ever kind of treat them as something that is one. There are two different roles. They can be technically they can be handled by the same application, but still there are two different roles handled by the same application. So this is the regular pipeline that I showed you, basically the way how your response is generating on each and every website. And one of the most heaviest part here is actually the execute handler part. And this is why, because when your application receives that HTTP request from the web, what needs to be done there? So first, you need to map your request not to the handler, but to the specific web page now, because you need to render at the end of the day some HTML page. Then for that web page, you need to find the layout. Then for that layout, potentially you may need to find some partials, some components, load them as well. And then you may also need to retrieve some data from the database. For example, if we're talking about, I don't know, some kind of an e-commerce solution, you may want to retrieve the list of products or the details of a specific product to render, basically to fill your web page with those details. And only then you render your web page. And I was talking about, let's say, the time to first byte and the idea of the website performance in a way that you can see that all those parts basically that we have here, so all those steps, they are pretty much straightforward, but the idea is that they're really kind of heavy to execute, but the content itself may change not so fast as your user actually consume that content. What I'm trying to say here is that it can be that even in your e-commerce solution, you will update, for example, your stocks, or you will update probably the details of your products, let's say once per day. But then if you have 100 users, for example, daily on your website, which is pretty actually small amount of web users, then it will mean that for each update request, or for each request that actually change the data, you have a 100 requests that didn't change the data, which pulls the same data from the database, which loads the same partials and stuff like that. So basically what I'm saying here is that you're doing a lot of things over and over again, and you're producing the same result over and over again. And that CMS engine at the backend, it actually creates this additional and potentially unnecessary kind of an over engineering part of your solution. But anyway, we were talking about the website performance. So what can be basically the techniques how you can reduce and how you can reduce the time to first byte? And those techniques, they are pretty much again straightforward, and they are end up with either caching your database data that you receive from the database, or you can cache, for example, some components data. If you render your page based on different components and combine them together, then you can cache those parts. Or you can cache the HTML output on your web server, or you can go even further and you can cache your HTML output on the edge node. So all that stuff, it's about caching. What is also important to understand here is that the further you move up on this ladder, on this scale, the closer you will be to the data source, and the further you move down, the closer you will be to the end user. And the idea here that, for example, if I will cache the HTML output on the edge, it will be the closest possible cache location to the end user, so it will have a tremendous effect, or like the biggest possible effect on my website performance, on reducing my time to first byte. But in addition to that, what is worth mentioning is that if I will cache that data on edge, it will also mean that it will be harder for me to update that data because it will be further from the data source. So as you can see, it seems like there are no silver bullet here, but uh, let's talk a bit about the actual topic of the presentation. And by the way, this is true, there are no silver bullet, but as you understand, you can probably already see that gap between the regular static websites, which is just HTML based, and the full CMS. Because when you have, let's say, a website which consists of maybe not one, but 5 pages, you understand that if you need to update and maintain only those 5 pages, you still may don't need to have that huge application. But on the other hand, if you're working just with the HTML files, it may be really hard for you to maintain the same layout across those 5 pages. You may have some shared data, for example, your contacts across all those 5 pages, which again, you may want to push to the kind of a single data source and stuff like that. And to fill that gap, a lot of solutions actually emerge more or less out of nowhere, actually. And the fun stuff is that they were there on the market for a really, really long period of time. And probably you may even use some of those, and you may even not be aware that you were using those. So, what are the static website generators in general? So static website generators, that's basically usually the command line tools, or yeah, basically like a generators, the command line tools, which took something as an input, and from that input, they generate your website. So what the usual input components or like the input parts may be. So the first three parts that I would like to talk about, that's the layout, the templates, and the components. So the idea is that when you create your website, you want to have like a single layout or a single template or a single set of components that you will use basically to create the final design, the final UI of your website. So that's the first report that will be like a building blocks of your website. Then the static assets, that may be, of course, the JavaScript, the CSS files, maybe some images and stuff like that. In addition to that, you may have the data files. And by data files, what I mean here is, again, let's say that you have your kind of a small e-commerce solution, and for that small e-commerce solution, you may want to have like a database, let's say, of your items, of your SKUs based, basically. But again, let's say that you have only, I don't know, like 10 or 20 products. For 10 or 20 products, you may not need to have like a full database, but you can easily replace that with the single data file. That can be the JSON file, for example, or the YAML file, or the CSV file, or whatever. For your static website generator, it will still be like a data source, but it will be not the database, it will be a single data file. In this case, that's fine. And the reason for that, why it's fine, is because you may have only, let's say, one editor. In that case, that's more or less the same to maintain a database for one person, or to maintain the same data but in a text file for this one person. If you have more than one editors and you need to maintain basically that set of products in a data file, that's also fine, because you know what? You can still use a well-known solutions like Git or SVN or any other source control management system to basically store your data files together with the other files of your website. Why not? That is a perfectly perfect solution, and I know a lot of different websites with like a different scale websites which basically use that solution, and they are extremely happy with that. And one more part, basically, which can be an input for your static website generators, that's the page files. And here we're talking about web page files. And the usual scenario for this one is that, for example, let's say that, again, you're running your own blog. And in that case, you may want to use something like Markdown, basically to handle the web pages themselves. And I will show you that in more details on a demo really soon. So for those components, as you can see, those parts, the layout, the templates, the components, and static assets partially, they kind of go to the design category, and the data files, the page file, and static assets, again, partially goes to the content of your website. So why static assets are in both places? And the reason for that is, in one hand, you may have something like JavaScript or CSS, which serves more for like design and UI purposes, or you may have maybe like even a better example, you may have like an image, like an icon of your website, like the company logo or something like that, which serves more for the design purposes. But on the other hand, let's say that you're running your blog and you're writing kind of a technical article, and in that article, you may want to include a few screenshots. In that case, that will be still images, and they will be treated in the same way as a company logo image, but now they are more dedicated to the content, not to the design. But anyway, when you have both, when you have your design and when you have your content, you run them through the static site generator, SSZ for short, and at the end, you have a pre-rendered HTML content of your website. So when we're talking about static website generators here, the idea is that the website itself is kind of a static. It's kind of a static in a way that all the content is pre-rendered, but it's still dynamic because all that content is managed through the source control system, and you can always change that content, run the static site generator again, and the static site generator will basically understand what was changed, and it will pre-render a new website with a new content for you. Here, if we were kind of alive in a same room, I will run a small quiz, but I will try to do the same now, but I will also give you an answer right away. So, can you give me kind of an example of a static website generator that you may already use, but you are not really kind of aware of it? So that will be kind of a more or less the question that I would like to address to the audience. And you will be really surprised actually to know that if you were using something like GitHub Pages, for example, if you're using the GitHub, you probably use GitHub Pages because with the GitHub Pages, first of all, you can run your wiki engine on a GitHub, and second, with the GitHub Pages, you can also host the static website on a GitHub platform. So those GitHub Pages, basically platform, it's backed up by the static site generator, which called Jekyll. So if you were using GitHub for wiki or static websites, it means that you already worked with the static website generators. But if you don't, let's see a quick demo of how it actually works in real life. I will close the presentation for a moment, and let me just wait a sec. Let me just find a proper window here, and let me move it to this screen. Okay, so I hope you can see the Visual Studio Code right now. And what I will show to you right now, that will be basically a live demo of one of the static website generators. And that particular static website generator, it's an open source project, and I'm an author of this project. So yeah, this is my baby, but this is not an advertisement. I just use it for the demo here because my static website generator, as you may understand, because I did not have a lot of efforts to put into this project. It also means that it's maybe not so rich and powerful as other engines on the market, which is fine with me. But why I want to show you this one is because it may be not powerful, but it's really, really simple. And this is kind of a, good starting point for you if you never work with such kind of a tools before. So let's check what we have here. We have the src folder, basically the source folder. And here, then we need to maintain, and this is kind of a strict requirement for more or less all of those engines, we need to maintain a specific folder structure. So for example, if I will go to the layout folder, I can see that I have a default layout file, and this default layout file, as you may see here as well, it's based on the Mustache template engine. So this is the layout of my website. As you can see, I have two partials here, header and footer, and I can go to the partial folder and I can find my footer here. And stuff like that. In the data, the author's YAML file. So this one, you can consider that, as I was saying, as a kind of a light version of your database. It will look like that. And then I have my set of pages. I have my home page. I have my folder structure page and stuff like that. Let me open one of those for you. So as you can see, this is the regular Markdown page with some metadata on top, and then the regular Markdown, which easily can be translated to the HTML format. So how you usually work with that kind of a tool? So you usually run the command, and in my case, you need to run this command. You need to run the solidify sh script, and you need to add a render command. And as you can see, it will basically pull a list of all the web pages, and it will generate a website for me. Let me close this one. So here I have www folder, and as you can see now in a www folder, I basically have a bunch of HTML pages, which actually serves the content of my website. So what I can do next, I can go here and I can run a simple HTTP server in that folder. Let me just open a browser. So this is my website. This is my website, pretty simple design, pretty simple website. I can navigate my web pages, as you can see, and as you can see, it's really, really fast and it's really, really performant. And why is that? It's so fast and it's so performant because all the HTMLs are pre-rendered. So now basically I have only those static files, and I can put those static files on any host and it will work super fast. Okay, so that was that short demo, kind of a first impression on the static website generators. So let's get back to our presentation and let's see what we have next. So let's kind of recap really fast on what are the benefits of a static website generators. So the first benefit is that the static website generator, usually it's easier to master than the CMS. So if you don't have any knowledge about the CMS and you don't have any knowledge about the static website generators, the static website generators will be much more easier to learn for you. The next one is no application and database servers are needed, because now we will be more than fine with a regular web server, because all the actions that we need to basically handle now, when we get the request, we need to actually take the HTML file from the file system and return it back to the users. So now, well, we were talking about those four different servers, four different roles that we need to handle from the infrastructure point of view. When we were talking about the CMS solution, now we need to have only two. Now we need to have only web server and file server, and that's it. And because of that, the hosting will be much cheaper, much cheaper. So when I'm saying much cheaper, I'm talking about that it can be up to 100 times cheaper. Kind of a good example that I have for you guys here is that I was using the static website generators for a bunch of websites here in Ukraine. For our, let's say, local websites, mostly for small and medium businesses websites. And one of my most successful case is that I was able to reduce the infrastructure cost of hosting one website from $50 per month to less than $1 per month. And the reason was is that because we understand at some point that we had like a huge CMS, but we never ever actually used that because the content was changed maybe like once per 2 or 3 months. So that is why we migrated from that CMS solution to the static website generator. We also handled all the dynamic parts, and I will talk about that later as well. And we were able to reduce, as I was saying, the cost of hosting from $50 per month to less than $1 per month. And we were able to maintain the capacity for the same amount of users on that website. So that's really cool. I really encourage you to also take a look at static website generators from this point of view. Also, your hosting will be more secure. And why it will be more secure? This is not okay, okay. This is actually kind of an obvious, but still, no one actually think about that in the first place. So the idea is that when you had an application, that application may be vulnerable to different kinds of attacks. If you have a static hosted website, so what do you basically have? You have a bunch of HTML files which just sits there, and potentially, and this is kind of another topic for the conversation, potentially you can host them not even on your web server, you can cache them on the CDN, and you can put a CDN in front of your web hosting. And in that case, why actually you will have a more secure hosting? Because if there are no application there, it can be vulnerable to all those attacks, you know? So I mean, like, by reducing and by simplifying your underlying infrastructure, you're also improving on a security, because if there are no application components there, it means that you can't apply any attack that is applicable for the application itself. And also, as I already talked about, it will generate the HTTP response much faster. And the reason for that is because we eliminated all that heavy lifting part, which was in the middle, which was about generating that HTML page on the fly. Another important part is that you have no hosting vendor locks, because now the only requirement that you have for your web hosting is that your web hosting platform basically needs to be able to get the file from the file system and return it back to the users. So that's super simple requirement, and I will show you why it's so awesome in less than a minute in my next demo. And another point that I want to highlight briefly for now, but we'll talk about that in more details later, is that if you need to have some dynamic interaction with your end user, you can always add that with the client-side JavaScript. The only one kind of a key thing to remember here is that when we're talking about public websites, we always talk about the search engine optimization. So that is why when you're adding some JavaScript on the client side, you also need to be aware of how it will affect the search engine optimization. But nonetheless, let's talk about static website hosting, and let me show you the demo, and let me kind of explain to you why it's so cool and why it's so awesome. So what I have here, and I will probably zoom that a bit. So I have my Azure portal here, but potentially I'm using Azure for this demo, but you can actually have the same thing in other clouds as well, in AWS, in GCP cloud probably too. So what I have here, I have my empty resource group and I want to host my static website. But if I will use the regular solution like a web app, I will need to pay, if I'm not mistaken, something like $75 per month for my web app. So that is why I want to implement a bit different solution, because I don't need to have the full web app here. What I want to do, I want to create a new resource. I want to create a storage account. I will create it in the West Europe region. I will name it something like JSTalk 2020, I don't know, demo 01. That's fine, and I will say that this is the local redundant storage, and I'm doing that just because I want to pay less for the storage account, and that's actually it. So I will review and create it. It will take less than a minute to create that storage account, and if you worked with cloud providers before, with Azure, with the Azure storage, or with the AWS, you may know that there is an offering which called the static website hosting. And I will show to you actually how you can configure that in Azure. In AWS, you can configure that more or less in the same way. The idea is that you will just take your files and you will just upload them to the Azure Blob Storage, and that's it, because you can access the blob storage by the HTTP protocol. It will mean that you will be able to access your website by the same HTTP protocol as well. So the storage account was created. I actually went here, and what I want to do here on the left side, I want to scroll a bit until I found the static website folder. So I go here and I want to enable it. And now what I want to do, I want to provide a default index document name. Let's use index HTML, and the default error document. Let's say error HTML. And I want to save it. What will happen now? Now it created a special container for me called web. And now I can go and upload my files to that web container. So let me show you how you can do that. I will open another application. This is the Azure Storage Explorer free application. Let me just refresh the list of my storage accounts here. And I should have it, yeah, JSTalks 2020 demo 01. I will expand it. I will expand my blob containers. And here, as I was showing before, I have this special web container. So what I need to do now, let me just get back to my Visual Studio for a moment. What I want to do, I want to reveal that folder in a Finder. Okay, and I want basically to go to the www folder, and I want to take all these files and just drop them here. We are uploading them. It should take, again, less than a minute. As you can see, all the files are uploaded. Awesome. So what we can do now, we can go, and as you can see, we have this primary endpoint here. We can copy it to the clipboard. And you can see that this is my website. For some strange reason, it seems like I have an issue with the CSS files. Yeah, I have an issue with the CSS files. I'm not sure actually why, but okay, let's try to troubleshoot that right now really, really fast. Hmm. Oh, okay. Let me try to. No, wait a sec. I will try to empty the cache and refresh it. Okay, so I do have an issue with the CSS files, which is strange, but let's not spend more time to troubleshoot that. I do believe that the issue is more with the MIME times. But anyway, so as you can see, the HTML files are here, and I can go to the folder structure, and I can go navigate my links, and the navigation works fine. Everything works fine. Okay, so let me kind of give you another example of another website. This one. So this is the website which was created with the same static website generator for one of my clients here in Ukraine. I can even switch to the English version of this website, and as you can see, it works fine. I can do the same. I can basically browse this website. I can go to menu. I can navigate to the different web pages of this website, and read more information about those awesome chewing candies. Anyway, so this is how you can host your websites there. And now let's get actually back to the question. So, okay, what if I need to basically add some dynamics to my website? So what if I need to, I don't know, let's say, grab a contact from my user and then send an email, for example, request for a callback? Or what if I need to grab basically some information about the potential order that user wants to make on this website, and again send that as an email to my manager so the manager can then process that order. So the usual ways how I can do that is, especially in a cloud, is by using the serverless functions. And here in my case, I use Azure Functions, but again, you can do that with AWS Lambdas and Google Functions as well. So if you're not aware of what are the serverless functions in the first place, so let me just give you kind of a quick overview of that. So when we're talking about functions, we're talking about code, basically any piece of code. If we're talking about JavaScript, so let's say that you have like a JS file, and you have a function in that file. That's it. That's the minimal requirements that you need to have to make this up and running. And because the platform needs to understand when to run that function, it also means that you need to add a trigger. This is kind of a mandatory requirement to your code. You manage your code by yourself, but you need to configure a trigger for that code. And in addition to trigger, you can configure an optional input bindings. So for example, in my example, I can say that for the HTTP request function, the trigger will be the new HTTP request. And the additional input bindings may be an input binding to, I don't know, like a database or a file server or something like that. That, for example, with that request, I will also automatically bind some data that will be grabbed not from the request itself, but from the database or from a file, and then all those things will be passed to my code, to my function. And also, the function may contain some output bindings. In case of a trigger, it may be that, for example, I received my HTTP request as a trigger, and as an output binding, I may have an HTTP response, which is obvious. But also, if I need to put some data to the database, or for example, again, what I will show you in a moment, one of the output bindings can be an SMTP server binding. That, for example, I get a request to send an email, I send the response as an output binding. I said, okay, I will send your email. And as a second output binding, I may have my SMTP server, so I will send the actual email with that server. And of course, some logs. And one of the biggest questions that people usually ask to me is, what is the difference between the functions and the regular API? There are a lot of difference actually, and with the functions you can actually mimic more or less the same behavior as you may have in your API. But what I really like about those in Azure and other platforms as well is that when we're talking about serverless functions, you have the per HTTP request billing module. It means that when we're talking about the regular hosting, with the regular hosting, you're usually paying for the CPU and RAM. And if your website receives no traffic, that's your problem. You will still pay for those CPU cores and for RAM. With the functions, you pay only if you have traffic and only if your application is doing something useful. So let's show how it can be done with the demo. I also understand that I'm actually running a bit out of time, so that is why I will probably try to speed up a bit. Let me just find, okay, this one. So this is what I want to show you in terms of how you can add that extra dynamic. But actually, before that, let's actually get back to this website, because that piece of code is from this website actually. So what I want to do here, I want to go to the menu and I want to go to the contacts page. Number, the email, and but in addition to that, you have a feedback form here. So you can fill all those basically text boxes here. You can fill your name, your email, a subject, and a message, and you can click send a message. And in that way, we'll basically get all the data and send that as a feedback over email to a manager. So if we are talking about client-side JavaScript only, then it's definitely not enough basically to handle that kind of a form. So that is why we handle that by combining two parts, the client-side JavaScript and the server-side JavaScript as well. So let me show you the client-side JavaScript first. I will show it to you how it works on the production. So what do we have here? Yeah, that was actually that part that I wanted to show, but anyway, I will just open it again. So I opened the inspect console, and here in my assets, in my JavaScript folder, I have the contact form.js file. So let me just expand this guy a bit more. So this is basically that JavaScript code that handles the client-side part of it. This code is really simple, and it's based on a knockout engine. The knockout engine is something that was created like 10 or even more years ago, something like that. It's pretty old, definitely not modern, but the idea is that the knockout engine is super simple and it's more than capable of basically doing this job here. So technically, I can even implement the same form with something even more ancient, like a jQuery. But anyway, so what do we have here? As you can see, we have our view module, and we have basically a set of variables which we map directly to those fields. We have name, email, subject, and message, and we subscribe to those variables. We use them as an observable. Also, I have the pure computed observable values for my validation. And then I have a few actions basically. So the first action is called submit. And here, as you can see, what I'm basically doing, I'm switching to another tab. So I'm switching this form to a different layout, which will say something like, please stand by, we're submitting your form, something like that. And then I'm using the regular jQuery, and I'm just sending a regular post request to this API, and I just basically I just grab all the data from this form, I stringify it in a JSON format, and that's it. Here I have a few more actions. But in general, that's the whole application. So as you can see, it's less than 100 lines of code together with the formatting and all that stuff. So this client-side part is pretty much simple and straightforward. So now let's check what we have in terms of the backend. So this is what I have on my backend. As you can see on the left side, this is more or less a regular configuration that you may find in, let's say, a common JavaScript or TypeScript project. I have a bunch of folders here. So I have a shared folder with a set of my shared files. And then I basically need to, again, I need to follow a very specific pattern in the way of how I structure my code on a file system. So I have these three folders here: process call, send email, and submit call. Within each folder, I have a function JSON file, which will basically explain to the platform that I want to expose this part of my code as a function. And then I have a TypeScript file which describes actually what we will have within that function in particular. So let me just show to you how it works in terms of the Azure really fast, and then I will also provide a few more comments for the function code itself. So this is what I have for this to-go website in Azure. And as you can see, one of the resources that I have here, it's my Azure function, that's my API. We will go here. I will go to functions, and as you can see, I have those three functions here. The submit call, this is the entry point which I trigger by the HTTP, and then two other functions, process call and send email, I trigger them by a queue. I'm kind of chaining those functions one after another, and I'm doing that just because that was easier for me to implement that in this way. But as you can see, all those functions are here. I can go and I can basically check the total execution count, the success execution count, and for today, as you can see, there are not a lot of traffic on that website, which is okay because it means that the application itself is up and running, but I don't need to pay for it. Let's switch back to the Visual Studio Code. So what I have here in terms of the functions, as you can see, I'm basically defining a function here. Let me just close this guy for a moment. I'm defining my function here, and as an input parameters, what I have the context of my function, and I have, and I have the request, basically the HTTP request of my function. And then some TypeScript magic here. So what I'm doing, I'm creating a new instance of a class email process request. I'm filling some data, for example, for the ID of this request, I'm using the current time, which is probably not the best idea, but anyway, this website, it may have some traffic, but usually the amount of traffic is not so big that that will create any issue. So that's fine for now. Then within the email data, I put the data from my request body. Basically, in the request body, I have that JSON that I was showing you before, which I kind of grabbed from the form with the knockout. Then I'm basically setting the email template, and then from the request body, from the client data, I basically push to this email recipients array, I'm basically pushing the email of the user. So it means that when you fill in the submit form, I will send you the copy of that submit form as well. And then I'm using the the context, the bindings, and email recipients. And the reason for that is I also bind that function to one of my data sources, and in the data sources, I'm maintaining basically the list of all the emails for all the, let's say, managers. So that is why when a user will click a send feedback button, I will send that feedback form to the user itself. So you will have a copy of the data as well. And then I will iterate through this array, and for each and every email that I have in my configuration data source, I will basically put one more item into this array, so each and every manager will also receive the copy of that email. And then again, I go I go to my bindings, and there's another binding called email process, and email process is actually a queue. So what I'm doing here, I'm basically pushing that message to the queue, and I'm returning the HTTP 200 to the end user. So when the user filled the form, I return the HTTP 200 back to the user, and I'm kind of releasing that context. But in addition to that, I'm sending a message to the queue, and I'm saying, okay, let's queue this email so it will be sent in like a minute or two or whatever. So then I'm processing the call. What I'm doing that in process call function, here, I'm basically using the Mustache template, and I'm using that to take that feedback form and create two versions of an email from this one. So the first version is the HTML based feedback form, when I can do all the nice formatting and stuff like that. And the second one is a plain text version of the same email. So that is why I have those two templates, and that is why I have this additional interim function to basically transform my JSON data to these two versions of the template, the HTML and a text version of it. And the final function that I have here, it's the function which actually sends those emails. So this is one of the ways how you can add all that dynamic data to your form, I mean like to your website if needed. And the last but not least, what I wanted to show you next, I wanted to show you the more advanced scenario of using static website generators and hosting all that parts in Azure. So I will switch back to the wait a sec, to my Visual Studio Code, and I will switch back to this instance, to this project. So what I want to show you here, there are a lot of solutions, as I was explaining to you already on the market. And this one, which I personally discovered more or less recently, this one is called Next.js. So the idea is that this solution is something a bit more than a regular static website generator, but it can work as a static website generator as well. So let me show you basically what we have here. So this is the React-based solution. And let me just clear this guy here. And what I have here, so I have a bunch of files. I have a package JSON file, for example. So you can see that this is a kind of a regular Node.js app that you create. And I have, for example, a public folder where I have my static assets. I have a styles folder with my CSS files. I have a pages folder where I basically describe a page, like in each and every individual page with the JavaScript on my website. I have a posts where I have in a markdown format my posts. I also, for the blog, I mean, I have some library with some additional classes and methods. I have a components folder. So this is kind of a full-blown, let's say, React-based application. But what I like about that a lot is that I can go here and I actually open the package.json file for a reason because I created a command here, npm run export, and what will happen? So as I was saying, this is the regular React-based application. Okay, maybe not so regular, but anyway, so this is the React-based application. But what they allow me to do, they allow me basically to grab all the data and pre-render that as a website. And as you can see, I have an out folder here, and here I have a pre-rendered version of my website. So that is why if I will go here, and on purpose, I am not using their built-in HTTP server, I'm using the third-party HTTP server for that. As I was saying, I'm doing that on purpose. So let me just open a new tab here. And let me just go, let me just go here and let me just show you how it looks like. So as you can see, the same static website, more or less the same that I showed you before. I can navigate through different pages, through only kind of 3 pages on this website, but this is not really important. This is not the important part that I want you to show. So what I want you to show, I just want to go to the network tab. And what I want to do, I want to empty cache and hard refresh this main page. Okay, I did that. So as you can see, it was 20 requests and it was like 350 kilobytes. But anyway, the magic is not here. Let me just clear the network history for now, and let me just navigate to the other page on this website. For example, to this one. And as you can see, there were a bunch of requests, but let's just take a closer look at those requests. So first of all, if we will check the type, there were no HTML requests. So I'm seeing the new HTML page, but there were no HTML requests. But it was a request for the JSON file. And if I will open this one, and okay, so it's maybe not really kind of user-friendly to see it, but anyway, the idea here is that this JSON file, as you can see, it's SSG-SSR, the same as we have here in the URL. So this JSON file, it basically contains the content of this web page. So when I basically called, when I called the second web page on this website, I didn't kind of send an HTML page request per se. The JavaScript, it basically handles that interaction and it sends a request for the JSON file with even more minified version of this data. It pulled all the data in a JSON format, and then here on the client side, the React itself, the React itself transform it in a way that as a user, I was able to see the HTML page. And this is why I actually wanted to show you that part, that if you remember, when I cleared all the data after the main page, it was 350 kilobytes of data. And now, as you can see, it's only 50 kilobytes of data. But in the same way, if this will be the first page that I will try to access, I can empty cache. Okay, so I emptied the cache and reload the page again, and as you can see, it's 350 kilobytes again. So I can access this static page as well. And this is kind of a really cool part, because in that way I am not only increasing the performance of my website in a way that I will basically pre-render all the HTML pages, and I will send only the pre-rendered HTML pages and remove all the heavy lifting. In this case, I'm also reducing the amount of requests and the amount of traffic that I need to basically send over the internet to make this actually work. So this is really kind of a cool part. Let's try to do the following now. So let's try to host that as our static website. So I will go here. What I will do, I will clear everything up. So those things, I will delete them. And meanwhile, I will go here. I will go to my output folder. Okay. So this is the data that I need for my website, and okay, here everything was cleared. So let me just select all that data and put it here. Transfer was started. Get back to the Azure portal. This one here. Oh, sorry, no, not this one. Yeah, but okay, we can actually stay. Yeah, here. So this was that story that we created. The only one adjustment that I want to make, I want to switch for 404.html, because in case of this static website generator, the default convention is it will use 404 HTML as an error page. So we will close this guy here, and let's check for our transfer. Okay, our transfer has finished. So now what we can do, now we can copy this URL, open it here, and as you can see, we have our website, and the CSS works fine in this case, and I can go and navigate my web pages, and everything seems to be fine, except it's not. And what is the issue here? And I'm almost at the end of my presentation. So if you will check that this page, this is the default index page. If I will refresh that, it works fine. Now I will go to this page, and as you can see, the URL will be different. And the issue will be if I will refresh this web page. It will return 404 page not found. And the reason for that is it cannot map this kind of relative path. It cannot map it to the blob on a file storage, on Azure Blob Storage. It cannot map it, so that is why it assumes that there are none of those pages, and that is why it returns the 404. But that's not kind of an issue anymore, because what Microsoft created basically a solution which called a static web app. Static web app. Let's create an instance of that solution really fast. Static web app, currently it's in a preview, but the idea is that with the static web app, it's kind of a mix between a static website hosting and those dynamic capabilities that you get together with the Azure functions. So I will name it JSTalks 2020 Demo 01. I will put it to the West Europe, and this solution, it's really integrated, really tight with the GitHub. So I need to authorize on a GitHub. Yeah, and I need to do that with the correct password. Okay, so now I already have a website there. So I will use, oh, sorry, I will use this organization, and I will use this repo, and I will use the master branch. Now I need to set the build details. So for the build preset, as you can see, there are a lot of existing presets. In my case, I need to use custom, and here I need to say that uh, all my website will be located in the output folder. And that's actually it. You can read about static web apps on the Microsoft Docs website later. So what I'm doing now, I'm creating a deployment, and as a part of that deployment, it will go to the GitHub. It will basically pull all the data. It will run a GitHub action pipeline, and that GitHub action pipeline was created automatically by the Azure actually. It will run that GitHub action pipeline, and as a part of that pipeline, it will build my website and it will deploy my website here. So what I can do now, let's go and check. Okay, it's not deployed yet. So let's go and check what is happening on a GitHub. Okay, so as you can see, that workflow is running. So that is why let's do the following. So let me open the previous version of that website that I created as a backup plan, and here it is. This is the website based on the Next.js, and now as you can see, I can navigate all those different pages, and I can even refresh it. And as you can see, everything is working fine. So I'm not receiving the 404. But if I will modify this URL somehow, it's 404 not found. So everything is working as expected. And with this static web apps, what you can do, as I was saying, you can actually combine the best of all the worlds. So you can combine the serverless module in a way that you will pay only for the actual requests for your web app. You can combine it with the static website generator, so you will pre-render the content of your website, and it will work as fast as possible. And in addition to that, you can still use the Azure functions to add all the necessary dynamics that you may want to add to your web app. So I hope that I was able to make it more or less uh, in our time slot. So I'm not sure that we have any questions, but again, as I was saying, in case guys you will have any questions, so I will pull that presentation here again, and you can find my contacts here. Feel free to drop me an email. I will be happy to answer all your questions. I will be happy to answer the questions about the topic of the current session, or if you will have any questions about Azure in general, or just want to talk. I know that this is kind of sounds silly, but anyway, in this kind of hard times that we have right now, when we need to host all the events online, and the benefit of having the offline event, at least for me, was the ability to actually go and talk directly to the presenter, ask him about his experience and stuff like that. So don't hesitate. If you will have any questions, drop me an email. I will be happy to answer those. And on that, I'm at the end of my presentation. So in case we still have some organizers online, so guys, I would like to ask that question to you. Maybe we have some questions in a chat or something like that, and you want to read those to me. In that case, I will be happy to answer those. If not, then I will probably close my line and I will call it the end of my presentation. Okay. Okay, so it seems like there are no questions, but anyway, after my session will end, I will still go on a YouTube and I will still check those comments on the YouTube. Maybe we'll have some questions there. In that case, I will do my best to answer them. But anyway, thanks again, guys, to join my session, and hope to see you soon. Have a good day and have a good conference. Bye.
You.
И двамата не се. Ти си.
Искам просто с това working.
И в края на краища можем и така да го направим. Искате да изгледам. Ще се оправя. Ето ни на мой. И трябвало.
Hello?
Hello everyone.
Okay, hi.
So today we are together with Andrei Bachvarov to talk about one very interesting topic, and it is related to about exactly how to build beauty and how you can do this exactly in practical way in our region, in Bulgaria, following the best practices and learning from real life cases. So here is Andrei, and we will talk with him exactly about his experience, because he can be probably one of few successful entrepreneurs who work exactly using this approach, build, operate, transfer. So Andrei, probably it is good to start with some things about you and how you started exactly to apply this approach.
Right, okay. Happy to be here. I'm also waiting a colleague, Todor Gigilev, who is basically a very integral part of what we built in that domain. A few things about me. First, to start with the concept of the build, operate, transfer. It's not mine, it's not anyone's. It's something quite standardized. It's the concept of basically jump-starting a team and running it for a couple of years and then transferring to the client. This is basically what build, operate, transfer for. The reason we're discussing that in the tech conference is that this is the predominant wish now a lot of tech companies that now come to the market, and this has been something quite successful. We've been applying that. Oh, here's our colleague as well. Let's see. Okay.
Hello, guys.
Hi, Delor. Can you hear us?
Yes, loud and clear.
I think we kind of, it's a Corona times, but we'll kind of try to squeeze in. So, welcome. And this is something that we basically started 2 years ago with Todor Gigilev and his company Dreamix, which basically is now known as the ProSieben Sat1 in Bulgaria. It's build, operate, transfer project where we basically create a brand new research and development center. The reason we're discussing BOT as a concept is that this is what I call way more advanced than outsourcing.
Yes, exactly. This is the main point, to explain to our attendees what is the difference and why actually this approach is much more attractive for working industry, for investors, and for entrepreneurs actually use this approach to build new teams and new company offices.
Okay, what I propose we do is I'll just give a general picture, and Todor may step in with, especially in the build phase, and share what we've been doing to get in that. In a nutshell, I mean, digital is pretty much touching every domain, every industry. So companies are looking at digital not as something that's a cost center, something that's good to have. Now it's a must-have in industries we could not imagine before. Placing more importance on digital means that it's becoming part of your core business now. It's not some IT guys, it's not support infrastructure, it's not an obscure ERP system that's running in the background. It's part of your main business, which means that when you have it as a core business, you don't outsource your core things or your other business. So we've been looking at companies doing more and more insourcing of whatever is tech. So basically, when we talk about build, operate, transfer, we refer to the concept of something that you build in-house and you sustain this in-house. And but at the same time, there are a lot of companies that don't have digital in their DNA. So what is happening is, where do you stand now? I mean, do you outsource because it's cheaper, because you don't have it in-house as governance? Do you build your own team? So basically what we try to put on the table is a good sweet spot between outsourcing, which is by itself not the worst thing, especially if you don't have the governance inside the company, if you don't have this, if you don't know how to deliver that, and you basically trust somebody else to do it. But again, how do you outsource your core things and without becoming a hostage? And your own team, right? A lot of companies basically try to develop their own stuff, but then you have a lot of development risks, a lot of tech risks. So what we basically offer as a build, operate, transfer is the jumping the team with an existing team that we have in-house, with the ability to gradually build, I would call it a core, with the ability to build a new team that's dedicated to you as a client around it. And I'll pass the word to a lot of you know, to explain, why it's important in the build phase, in the starting phase, why it's important to start with outsourcing and actually not with your own team, why it's important to start with something that exists and works as a seed.
Yeah. So first of all, thank you, Misho, for organizing the conference, and Andre, thank you for inviting me in this talk. And for me, as a software engineer background that I have, the most interesting thing is what's the project that I'll be working with. So being a CEO of a service company means that in order to get really interesting projects, we need to build high trust in the client. And usually clients are reluctant to outsource the most important part. as Andre mentioned. Then when we talk about BOT, it's something completely different. It is different because we're kind of taking a new R&D center, that is internal team for the, and then the, sorry, I don't do though. Do you hear me well?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, that's good. So the client knows that they're building an internal team, they put the most for this team so they can work. And usually when a company comes to a new destination, they don't have like this right, and they're not sure that they pick the right people just in the beginning. So they really relying on people they know. So that's why together with Vita, we started this core team, which was formed by existing people from DreamX, and then we gradually added additional extra people in this team. And when you start with an that already has the trust, that already knows the internal procedures, and they know their way of doing, then it was really fast and fluid.
So what you say is that one thing is starting fast, right? Because basically the point is that I mean, we all know that the product life cycle very often is less than 6 months. I mean, if you have a great idea, if you need to implement it digitally, um, if you start with your own people, and many of us are quite familiar starting new teams, new organizations, it can take 6 months to take your first 5 people working, right? If you start from scratch. So, Todor, what you say is that we have the opportunity to start in what time? What's your best guess? I have a great idea. I want to start it, and I need the core team of 5 to 10 people to start in what time frame? What's your best pick on that?
I would say like 6 months.
6 months is start with, from scratch. In the build
Yes,
operate
exactly from
transfer,
scratch.
basically we have the people. So the point was that in such situation, theoretically, we can start in what, 2 weeks? Can we say
Sorry,
2 weeks?
my signal is not really good, so I didn't get your question. So your question is, if we have the existing core team, it's literally starting from tomorrow.
Okay, sorry, not 2 weeks. So that's a bit tomorrow. So it means that we can fly people in. We can, start talking, shaping. Start preparing. All the tooling processes, all the delivery framework that can start immediately. So that will be
Exactly. And also setting up the architecture. When you have the right people that are used to the same technology stack, then it's very easy to take the existing knowledge for the stack and just transfer it for the new projects. And you have this fine start here. And let's also not underestimate the importance of product management. I would say that it's really important that you have a common understanding of the timeline of the project, and the delivery that the people should do. And I think they can tell us more about how important management actually is by Bulgaria.
right. Okay. And what will be the things to look for? Like top three things maybe to consider in the build phase, because the main importance of this whole build operate transfer, and this totally is nothing new. It's totally nothing new. It's the point is in the context, as you said, in Bulgaria. What are the most important things, whether it be challenges or opportunities in the build phase, and how long the build phase normally goes?
So with the build phase, it starts from deciding what is the scope of the whole operation, and then it's up to the first launch of something which is already functioning, which is already live, which is already on the market. So this build phase is, as Andre mentioned, it's the core team that is formed, and once we have the core team, it's adding extra people around the core team. So usually this takes like the first 1 to 6 months, and this can be like quite a fast ramp up. So with the ProSiebenSat.1's case, for the first 1 to 6 months, we already had like 30 people that were already working like a team really. Why? Because as we said, the core, then adding extra people, and as you know, IT in Bulgaria, it's kind of community work. So it's not just adding random people from anywhere, rather than when you have the core team, these people know many other people from the ecosystem. And it's like when you have this interesting project, like for example, with ProSiebenSat.1, it's really about innovation in media. So it's live streaming, it's interaction through live stream. So it's really defining the future of TV. And many of the people are like, wow, I have this unique opportunity to work on such a project. So I'll just call my friends from some previous companies or organizations that I work with. And then these people were like highly trusted. They were selected, like people already knew each other. So it was the onboarding process was really easy. So ramping up 30 people in 6 months, somebody might say like, oh, it wouldn't work, but the experience is just the opposite. Why? Because we leverage the power of community. And I'm also very happy to see JSTalks continuing to evolve as a community conference and people that are part of it.
I have one question for both of you because what you explained looks very close to startup approach and startup culture. And exactly probably this is something which is specific, different, attractive for IT people. Could you give a little bit more insights in this direction?
Okay. I can try to add something to what Todor said, by the way, real quick. One of the things that we started in the ProSiemens project with Dreamix was, I mean, from the very, very beginning, you don't have 30 people, right? You have 5 or 10. The point is that from the very, very beginning, we had one of the best agile coaches in Bulgaria, one of the best scrum masters in Bulgaria, and maybe the best project manager in Bulgaria back in time, with experience in digital media entertainment available as part of the, of the governance and the management of this team, the small team. And maybe, what Todor said about the ecosystem, try to belong to this ecosystem, support it. Also, how about the internal resources? How about the available internal resources, like the Scrum Master and Agile coach, and having a very seasoned CTO from the very beginning to run this operation, even with a small team of 5 people? How do you manage that, Todor?
I would say it always comes down to, first of all, having the right people, and also these people having the right mindset. Because sometimes I've seen, for example, foreign companies coming to Bulgaria, and they would say like, I want to open an office just because it's cheaper than Germany, UK, you name it. And then they would all like the foreign company would always look at in the local center as something that is like like a cheaper way to deliver IT. Whereas when you have local partners, and I'm very happy that Andre actually invited us to participate in this endeavor, is actually that we were always looking on how to create an innovation center. Why? Because we're local, we know the talent of the people, and we know that here in Bulgaria we can create innovation that is world class. And we were looking in how do you, as Michael said, it's startup mentality. How do I create the best team, give it the best tools so they can deliver something that can run and create something that will define the future of media. So for example, the outcome from ProSiebenSat.1 R&D Center is something that's running and is seen by most of the Germans on national TV, for example. So it's like millions of people in Germany, Austria, Switzerland, that are using the applications that are created in Bulgaria. So actually, first of all, you need really a strong CTO. So it's somebody who is keen on, first of all, helping people grow, and second of all, defining the architecture and the scope of the project. Then you need somebody who will set the processes. So it's a process engineer, somebody who goes to Germany, sees how the local team is working, how the team in Bulgaria is working, and then bridge it. So we have a unified process. And then last but not least, it's the product management. So how do we stick to the same product agenda like the mother company in Germany? And when you have these three, so the CTO architecture layer, the process layer, and the product layer, it's pretty much everything you need in order to kickstart something good, which is like the tool set, I would say. And here comes also the question of the human side of what we're doing. And I would say that Bika, I have deep respect for Bika services, because Bika are not a company that is only finding really good talent and bridging it to the right projects in the ecosystem. It's also a company that is very good in HR practices. And when we talk about how do you have 30 people that work as a team, it's because of Bika, and because they were really good in spotting the right people that would join in a project and establish this collaboration mentality within the office of PS Interactive, so the local ProSieben office.
Right. Okay. Maybe I have a question. How long this whole build, operate, transfer thing should last? What's like an optimized time for running it before it becomes an internal function to the company? Okay, if you engage in that as a company, how long the external supplier should go with this?
I would say, for me, the most important thing is that the local team is self-sufficient to deliver everything. So it's starting from the project idea, and then going through the delivery phase, and then up to the going live and the support phase. So for me, it's really important that the team goes at least with one major product or project in the whole life cycle. So for us, it was a show that was called Quip. And then this show, as I said, it's advertised on national TV and media in Germany. So the local team, which is like an in-streaming platform through the mobile devices. And then the local team actually went through all the phases. So defining the product, creating the product, going live, supporting it after go live. And once you have this whole process, like the people in the team go through the whole process and they feel comfortable, they can reiterate and do it over and over again and do next version and next version for this product, but also do the same for other products. I would say that that's the time when you can say that the team is self-sufficient and it's working like a well-oiled machine. And then it's good for the mother company to say like, okay, now it's already proven that we have something working, something that has the capacity and the capability to actually deliver innovation for us.
Did you meet any challenges during this process with companies who actually like to build such kind of teams here in Bulgaria? Probably you have very good experience and you can share some important moments, because probably this is the most interesting for all attendees. What kind of challenges you met and how you were able to manage this?
So for me, the biggest challenge was actually this cultural thing, which is, of course, when you go to a destination which is like cheaper because of the living standard, usually people would assume that you have people that are like not so good experts. So I think every IT in Bulgaria has been in this situation where somebody, for example, from Switzerland thinks that here in Bulgaria we are not that good in IT. Everybody has been in it. But once we proved and once we showed that the level of delivery in Bulgaria is really high, then this prejudice got diminished. So I would say that first of all, it's winning the trust, which is always an issue of any local R&D team. And then it's also showing the other party that you can really innovate. So maybe Andre can share more about this innovation capacity and how you convince like the top VPs and even the board of a company that actually Bulgaria is a good destination for innovation.
Right. Well, thank you. It's interesting when we talk about innovation, because especially product innovation, maybe we need to
emphasize, remind that the whole purpose of this build, operate, transfer for product teams and why it's different from the pure outsourcing is that people are expected to have the product knowledge. People are expected to be able to create products, which means that roles like product owners should be here in Bulgaria. I mean, when it comes to innovation, this is why I think the build, operate, transfer is a good approach. Because remember, we started with an internal team of people used to build products. Here, the innovation actually depends on the capacity of us to manage this relationship, and basically whoever we hire, teach them how to do it. Because people are unfortunately in Bulgaria indeed used to outsourcing, and Todor, you're completely right. It takes an effort to convince that we can do that. That we're able to basically innovate and create this culture internally. I can say here that one of the advantages that I was observing is that by creating more and more teams, the core is quite used to this culture because it's only senior people. I mean, starting with super senior people allows people to stay innovative. And the important thing to say here is that point to create new things. So that's why when it comes to innovation, it's very important to reuse and you don't transfer to the client. They keep being part of the ecosystem, they create, they learn new things, and they're actually motivated to speak on stages, and this is how do we do innovation. What you referred to as how to convince people that we are able to do this, it's like events like this, because I need to say that our colleagues from Germany, when they came to the previous year JSTalks, which was basically not online because we had almost 2,000 people basically going through a single day, physically interacting and mingling with each other, which we're now trying to replicate. Now that they saw that people from different domains, what the tech stack, doesn't matter what community, are basically collaborating and helping each other. And this is what we're trying to recreate here. So again, in a nutshell, innovation is something that needs to be learned. And this is why the build, operate, transfer is a delivery model which allows you to bring super seniors who don't want to be an employee of just the next company and basically stick together and build something and then use the community to innovate. And this is actually also reducing the risk of just hiring somebody who may be either a good technical person, but without this combined accumulated knowledge how to create new things.
And exactly regarding to this is my next question. Do you think that we can manage here in Bulgaria the situation to actually build more expertise in the context of product management? Because product management, product ownership is something which need to be actually educated. People can have some skills by default, but they need to practice. And this is something which exactly we need to build and to grow inside our community and IT industry. Do you think that we have some challenge here? Do you think that we can do that actually to grow this expertise here?
That's actually a very, very good question. And I'll give you the example again with ProSieben, Germany and the Bulgarian office. So initially, the Bulgarian and the German office, they were like something separate. So in Germany, they would know that Bulgaria is very good in IT, but they were not that keen to kind of also send the product management functions in Bulgaria. And it took quite a while. So I've seen the same approach in like DreamX work that we're doing with foreign companies. Initially, they don't believe that here in Bulgaria, we can be good in building products, and they just see us as the place where we can implement it. But we need to climb this ladder of adding value and starting to produce the actual product and think about product features is definitely the next level. So through the work of the local office and thanks to the really skilled people, they joined the local ProSieben office in Bulgaria, and also because they were really proactive and they were really engaged with their colleagues in Germany. Actually, we saw that the people in Germany started understanding that here in Bulgaria, they're real experts and people that also think about products, about innovation, about return on investment, about how do you make the next leap in the product, not just in the code. And what happened is that actually there was an announcement within the group that even though you're in Bulgaria, you can actually work as you are a German employee. So it doesn't matter whether you're an architect in Bulgaria or in Germany. It doesn't matter whether you are a product owner in the Sofia office or in the Munich office. It doesn't matter that you're a product manager in one or the other office. And that's something radically different. And I think it's actually one of the benefits of Corona time, that people saw that there is talent everywhere around the world. And as long as you're really skillful and you're really engaged in what you're doing and you deliver great results, it doesn't matter what's your nationality, it doesn't matter where you're living and working. Everything that does matter is your productivity and your skills.
Right. Actually, interesting when you open the question on motivation and productivity, because it all boils down to why people do it. And because the topic is, again, build, operate, transfer as a delivery model. What, in your opinion, is different when it comes to motivation of people to work under that model versus the typical time and materials outsourcing model, which we're all very, quite, used to? Where do you see a difference in motivation? Because I think this would be interesting for the audience. Why it's important to, why it's, it's interesting in your opinion, and I can add on top.
I would rephrase a bit the question, and I would rephrase it to where do you have access to more interesting projects? Because for me, it really boils down to this question. And for me, this is a very direct result of the trust that you manage to establish with the other entity, with the company which is actually putting the product on the market. And then let's be honest, in Bulgaria, most of the products that we implement are not for the Bulgarian market. They're for the US market, they're for the German market, for the UK market, Swiss market. And then it's usually the people that are local, that know the market, they will do the marketing, they will connect with the clients. These are the people that are thinking about the product and actually how do you put the product in the hands of the users. And then it's not very easy to convince these people that you can have the same thinking and the same knowledge for the clients in Bulgaria. And then for me, you need this trust, and trust is won by showing results. So once you have results, once you have references, once you have success stories, for me, it's no longer that important how you work in what company. Are you a consultant? Are you a freelancer? Are you like a separate small agency? Rather than how good you are, how flexible you are, and also what are the results that you have delivered in the past and how you prove that you can deliver in the future.
Okay, because you said trust, because basically what you said is the same to outsourcing, right? I mean, my point was, the question was why it is different under the build, operate, transfer model. Because, for example, what we've seen is under the build, operate, transfer model, we're able to ask for those product innovation roles because, again, what is build, operate, transfer? Now, the company who is ordering that, which is different from outsourcing, has the option to buy the team, and it's super important for them. I mean, if you have the option to buy the team, it means that you are more willing to give roles. Do you agree with said is absolutely true. You need to show yourself, you need to be able to demonstrate to get the job at all. But the question is, where is the difference? Do you see any difference between the typical model and this what we discussed?
Yes, I definitely see the difference, because in the BOT manner, roles like architecture, like software architect, product manager, and then for example process lead, they come naturally. So the client would expect that. Whereas in outsourcing company, it's usually more about the developers, and people would say like, what kind of developers can you give me? So for example, in Dreamix, when we're just starting, for example, working with the second fastest growing hardware startup in the States. And this startup, we got linked by a reference, through a very strong reference. And their first question was, what developers can you give me? And when we continue talking, we understood they don't need only developers. They also need re-architecturing. So they need an architect. And for us, it was not as natural to convince them that actually we can help with architecture as well, because in their thinking, it's usually we'll hire the developers and we'll do the architecture with us. Whereas with the BOT, they come and say, guys, here's the whole package. We want you to create like a whole R&D team that can handle all the activities there. So that's the main difference that I see.
Interesting. So what you're saying in summary, that allows for better career growth, because the company, as in you said, unfortunately, the market is not here, but this is an option for somebody working in Bulgaria to potentially have a better career. The company who is paying the money would be more motivated to promote people internally, because they'll become an internal team to the company. Is that the logic?
This is the logic by default, that's right. But then we have the different cases. So I'll give you an example with a person that we've got in Dreamix, who is a German person. So Christian joined us before, it's more than a year already, maybe 2 years. And then Christian joined a team which is for a Dublin-based company that is growing really fast. And then initially they would see Christian as a developer. But then when they saw the level of delivery and his skill set, they are not reluctant to put him like team lead role, or assume that he can do architecture or teach other people. So as I said previously, for me, one is more natural, like BOT, you will be looking for more skill set. But even in like service business like Dreamix, if you do the job right, eventually you'll be getting this, but it's not by default. So in BOT it's by default, in outsourcing it's not by default.
Okay, I have another question, because different people understand under BOT slightly different things. What I mean, sometimes it is considered like transfer of the whole legal entity using M&A and whole this process. Other people consider transferring of the people without transferring of the legal entity. There are some small changes. Could you explain a little bit more details exactly about this? When is better to do everything in one way? When is better, for example, to transfer the legal entity? When is better to transfer just the team? These are very important things for people to understand these details.
Okay, maybe I can answer that actually, because it's a very good question, by the way, because when we say transferring people, some people indeed can confuse us for slavery owners or soccer players. And in Bulgaria, you know, there is a big joke. Why are IT people getting more than soccer players? This is not fair sometimes, you know. So the point is, it's a very good question, and actually it opens another very interesting benefit of why do we try to operate under the build, operate, transfer. Well, first, you don't transfer people. You don't move people. People need to be willing to go somewhere. But in legal terms, what we try to create separate legal entities. Like, for example, we're here as a ProSieben. but we have an entity in Bulgaria which is called PSI, which is an abbreviation, stands for ProSieben Interactive. Okay, why it's a separate entity? It's a very interesting question, because once we create a stable delivering team, we don't want people to worry about mortgages, salaries, and who they work for. This is one aspect. Basically, you create a separate company that is to be acquired by the client as part of their own. And this is a good test of intent. Will this really happens? Will we become those high profile jobs in the like ProSieben, or they're just using us because we're cheaper, right? So my point is that we create a separate entity. Also, I will not go into too many details, why it's better from tax perspective, why it's better as a practice. But at the end of the day, the company, the host company, is buying our company, which we created specifically for that team. That means that people will not have to inform their bank if you have like loans or mortgage loans, or bank your paying for your car. You don't have to worry about it. But what is more important in this setup, we can now be more flexible of how to motivate people, because the point is that within this entity we create, we call it an SPV, stands for Special Purpose Vehicle, which is to be bought by the other company. We can create vesting schemes. I have personally learned a lot from Telerik. Being friends, we've been thinking how to optimize people by giving them shares. And this is the perfect way to create incentives if there is space for that, becoming part of this company to be acquired. This is how we attract senior people. Sometimes we have flexibility between salaries. You can really, choose between salary, do what shares. When the whole thing sells, you'll be more motivated of money you make. And this is a very good question. This is how we try to apply modern practices using the build, operate, transfer to not only create teams, not only to deliver and show how to work with the innovation system, but also how to further motivate people by making them true stakeholders, right? By actually giving them the option to become shareholders if they want in an entity that is going to be acquired.
I think that this is really something very interesting for our attendees. We will have live Q&A in Teams after this meeting, but before to switch to this live Q&A, what you would like to wish to attendees here at JSTalks 2020?
I would really like to wish the attendees that they continue becoming like better and better experts in what you're doing. But also for me is really interesting when I see people that are engineers, but they're also thinking as business people. So they're not just thinking about the code that they're developing, but it's also what are the implications of the code, what are the features that I'm delivering, and how can I make them even better. So I would wish for the people that they continue growing as experts in IT, but they also continue growing as business people. So for me, IT and business is blending more and more. And anybody who is interested to learn more about business, there are many interesting books, there are many interesting resources that are about becoming, for example, a CIO or CTO or product manager. So I was reading Stack Overflow before a couple of years, and then the question was, what does a really senior developer, like what's the difference between a senior and a really senior developer? And the top answer was that the really senior developer is actually a half product manager.
Point. Andrei, what is your wish for our attendees?
Actually, my wish was that we indeed become more interested in actual use cases than, and as Todor said, I would support that. I think it's important that we educate ourselves more how to create products. My wish really is to forget about outsourcing and use examples like what we've discussed today to motivate people to think more as product creators than code creators. So what Todor said, it's on one aspect is business knowledge, how to make it happen, but on the other aspect is the real genuine desire to create things and actually give instructions to other people abroad rather than receive instructions. So my wish is to be open-minded, not shy, to participate in events, speak up, and really focus on creating products rather than code only.
Thank you very much for these good insights. Now we will switch to live Q&A, so everyone who wants can join us and we can discuss a little bit more detailed everything which is around this topic. Thank you very much.
Thank you. By the way, we have few awards for the top 3 questions. The top 3 questions will be we'll try to reward it with credit for books. So it'll be like at least $300 each Amazon vouchers for the top 3 questions, which we'll try to capture and reflect. So if I miss somebody, basically I'll leave my comments. We'll try to collect them, analyze them, and kind of vote for them. So the top 3 will get $100 voucher each for Amazon for this further development. As Todor mentioned, there are some reading materials I can share. There are some reading materials Todor can share. If we need to ask Misho, there's 10 times more reading materials he can share. But thank you.
Thank you. So we will communicate a little bit later in Teams.
Welcome to Bosch I/O in Sofia. I'm sure that many of you know the Bosch brand very well, and you have at least one Bosch home appliance or power tool at home. You're also probably driving a car with several Bosch components and have a mobile phone with several electronic sensors from Bosch. What you might not be aware, however, is that Bosch is also a leading provider of IoT solutions. We have been active in the IoT space for more than 20 years, even before the IoT term came into existence. At Bosch I/O, we have a very strong focus on delivering the core IoT technology, a horizontal platform which serves many domains and many purposes. Based on the platform, our customers can easily connect and control their devices, collect data remotely, perform firmware updates, and remote maintenance. We also offer off-the-shelf solutions for specific domains. For example, we make commercial buildings more intelligent with space occupancy tracking, daylight harvesting, lift monitoring, indoor localization, smart evacuation, just to name a few. In the mobility domain, our customers perform remote firmware updates over millions of passenger cars and commercial vehicles across the globe. We have massive experience in smart home development, and our solutions provide a foundation for tens of smart home platforms offered by our customers, such as Miele, Devolo, Buschjäger, Deutsche Telekom, Eindogs, Bosch Smart Home, and many, many more. We follow a multi-cloud strategy and we deploy our platform to all the major clouds across the globe. We started with Azure a few years ago due to increasing customer demand. Basically, our customers started migrating their enterprise IT to Azure and expected to have the IT platform deployed there as well. So we listen closely and we followed our customers. The migration trend to public clouds has definitely been strong, and we do expect it to continue. Some of our customers which have high security and confidentiality and legal requirements are opting for private cloud setups, and those who prioritize maximum flexibility and independence prefer a hybrid cloud approach. So for the foreseeable future, we will keep seeing a mixture of deployments, and there is no one-size-fits-all approach. Specifically for the Eastern and Southeastern Europe, the regional market of IoT solutions has not been really impressive. Customers have very high expectations regarding usability and function, but B2C companies have so far failed to deliver something really compelling in a consistent manner. The main obstacle, especially for traditional device manufacturers, is that they are still sticking to the sell and forget model. They do not stay in touch with their customer. They do not provide a continuous value-add service which the customer is ready to pay for. In a nutshell, they are falling behind their digital business transformation, and they have not created new revenue streams. This means that they also cannot cover the operational cost of the new IoT use cases. It is somewhat different with the B2B space, where new IoT use cases open up new revenue streams more easily. They can also optimize and reduce operational costs for business processes instantly. We see here a lot of potential in commercial and industrial buildings as well as logistics. And hope to see you soon on the next event.
I'm a freak, I'm an outcast, I'm a shadow. I stand with the lost souls, looking for a hustle. Got a pulse on the streets, I'm the one you won't look in the eye, no. Yeah, well, I could see what's headed for you down that road. And soon it's coming to take everything you know. When the monster crawls out of the sea, you're gonna need somebody like me. When your brother's got blood in the streets, you better call somebody like me. I was made in the shadows, where the light ain't allowed to go. When the line gets a little blurry, you're gonna need somebody like me. Better call somebody like me, 'cause you want somebody like me. When the line gets a little blurry, gonna need somebody like me. When the monster crawls out of the sea, you're gonna need somebody like me. When your brother's got blood in the streets, you better call somebody like me. I was made in the shadow, where the light ain't allowed to go. When the line gets a little blurry, we're gonna need somebody like me. Better call somebody like me, 'cause you want somebody like me. When the lines get a little blurry, we're gonna need somebody like me.
Most advanced financial.
What if I set the parameters to look for equities in the energy sector? Here, alert set.
William trusts DevExpert Solutions to help him with his trading decisions because they react to market movements faster than a human. He talks to smart gadgets the same way he talks to his friends.
DevExa, show me Earth Petroleum Inc.
Okay, the chart is open.
And they respond right away. Each to his gestures. Ted is an investor. The technology he uses makes him one of the most successful in his market space.
Answer the call. Hi, William.
Hey, Ted, how are you?
The innovative technology helps him visualize his idea in real time. But most importantly, expert systems help Ted act ahead of his competitors.
So, what do you think?
I think we need to react. DevExa, buy 10,000 shares of Earth Petroleum.
And make profitable decisions. Innovative trading software is about to disrupt the financial industry. DevExperts will be there.
Hold up.
Stripe Bulgaria was founded in 2008 by the Dutch entrepreneur Koen van Wijk. His vision was to create solutions that exceed customer expectations. Since 2014, Stripe is part of the ICT Group in the Netherlands. ICT Group is a stock-listed company on the Amsterdam Stock Exchange and employs more than 1,000 professionals. Since 2017, I have the privilege and honor to drive Stripes forward in the role of CEO. Together with 200 professionals, we offer solutions to our clients in digital transformation, smart applications, and infrastructure. Our mission is to build smart solutions that create business impact. We are Stripe.
Здравейте, аз съм Симеон и съм софтуерен инженер в SANAP. Тук е доста яко, можем да експериментираме с различни технологии, да пишем на различни езици, като Ruby, Erlang, Elixir, каквото намерим за добре. Работим в малки екипи, в супер готин офис и според мен правим най-добрия продукт на пазара. Винаги си даваме отворена обратна връзка и винаги можем да бъдем себе си. Искате ли да сте част от екипа ни? Присъединете се към SANAP.
С Андрей Башваров в офиса на Bika Services в Кампус X. И повода за това предаване, тази Q&A сесия е всъщност отново JSTalks. Понеже Андрей като фаундър на Bika Services всъщност помага на това събитие и като партньор, а на комюнитито съдейства и контрибютва по различен начин. Той е бил спикър на много ивенти, помагала и организационно на много ивенти и поради тази причина ми се иска сега да имаме един Q&A с Андрей, където да разберете малко повече от него. Всъщност, много от вас може би са го виждали, но не знаят някои детайли. Аз имам щастие, се познаваме от много време, всъщност, може би 19 години, но интересно ще бъде за хората от комюнитито всъщност да знаят как започна твоята кариера, свързана с информационните технологии.
Добре. Здрасти на всички. Много ми е приятно да сме с Мишо тук, наистина се познаваме от много години и в годините сме имали възможност да работим заедно. Интересът на информационните технологии не дойде от мене. То ме настигна. В наши дни, ако не се интересуваш от информационни технологии, е малко да не говориш на английски, ако трябва да работиш някакво в чужбина. Всичко започва да е диджитал. Така че в наши дни това ни настигна и в най-обикновени неща, които правим в живота. И имахме рядката възможност, благодарение на Мишо, да създаваме в България някакви неща с добавена стойност. Така че JSTalks, което е център на събитието, и беше повод, например, миналата година, да обявим раждането на нещо ново в България, примерно иновативния развоен център на ProZibel, за което сме много благодарни. И така за голямо търпение в момента се опитваме да видим какво още може да правим в тази посока.
И аз наистина благодаря за този съпорт. Всъщност, понеже хората те виждат от различна гледна точка, като човек от бизнеса, предприемач, като човек, който има и компетенция в информационните технологии, ти имаш докторска степен по Computer Science,
да.
И като спикър, който контрибют, особено в AI частта, всъщност може би е много интересно да кажеш какви са били най-големите предизвикателства в твоята кариера. Ами, аз като човек, който се занимава с какво ли не, едно от най-големите предизвикателства беше да завърши в МИ като докторска степен, което не е някакво време. И там, често казвам, ми е сърцето. Аз съм завършил Американски университет, където имахме възможност да изградим едно приятелство, да творим, както Мишо каза, ние сме в Campus X. Една от причините да сме тук е да помагаме на екосистемата от компании да се развива, като част от тази екосистема и JSTalks. Това, което беше като предизвикателство е да намериш себе си в този динамичен бизнес. Тоест, не просто да намериш себе си, не просто да намериш начин да правиш пари. Ние не се оплакваме като пари, бих казал, като група компании,
Welcome to Bosch I/O in Sofia. I'm sure that many of you know the Bosch brand very well, and you have at least one Bosch home appliance or power tool at home. You're also probably driving a car with several Bosch components and have a mobile phone with several electronic sensors from Bosch. What you might not be aware, however, is that Bosch is also a leading provider of IoT solutions. We have been active in the IoT space for more than 20 years, even before the IoT term came into existence. At Bosch I/O, we have a very strong focus on delivering the core IoT technology, a horizontal platform which serves many domains and many purposes. Based on the platform, our customers can easily connect and control their devices, collect data remotely, perform firmware updates, and remote maintenance. We also offer off-the-shelf solutions for specific domains. For example, we make commercial buildings more intelligent with space occupancy tracking, daylight harvesting, lift monitoring, indoor localization, smart evacuation, just to name a few. In the mobility domain, our customers perform remote firmware updates over millions of passenger cars and commercial vehicles across the globe. We have massive experience in smart home development, and our solutions provide a foundation for tens of smart home platforms offered by our customers, such as Miele, Devolo, Buschjäger, Deutsche Telekom, Amdocs, Bosch Smart Home, and many, many more. We follow a multi-cloud strategy and we deploy our platform to all the major clouds across the globe. We started with Azure a few years ago due to increasing customer demand. Basically, our customers started migrating their enterprise IT to Azure and expected to have the IT platform deployed there as well. So we listen closely and we followed our customers. The migration trend to public clouds has definitely been strong, and we do expect it to continue. Some of our customers which have high security and confidentiality and legal requirements are opting for private cloud setups, and those who prioritize maximum flexibility and independence prefer a hybrid cloud approach. So for the foreseeable future, we will keep seeing a mixture of deployments, and there is no one-size-fits-all approach. Specifically for the Eastern and Southeastern Europe, the regional market of IoT solutions has not been really impressive. Customers have very high expectations regarding usability and function, but B2C companies have so far failed to deliver something really compelling in a consistent manner. The main obstacle, especially for traditional device manufacturers, is that they are still sticking to the sell and forget model. They do not stay in touch with their customer. They do not provide a continuous value-add service which the customer is ready to pay for. In a nutshell, they are falling behind their digital business transformation, and they have not created new revenue streams. This means that they also cannot cover the operational cost of the new IoT use cases. It is somewhat different with the B2B space, where new IoT use cases open up new revenue streams more easily. They can also optimize and reduce operational costs for business processes instantly. We see here a lot of potential in commercial and industrial buildings as well as logistics. I hope to see you soon on the next event.
I'm a freak, I'm an outcast, I'm a shadow. I stand with the lost souls, looking for a hustle. Got a pulse on the streets, I'm the one you won't look in the eye, no. Yeah, well, I could see what's headed for you down that road. And soon it's coming to take everything you know. When the monster crawls out of the sea, you're gonna need somebody like me. When your brother's got blood in the streets, you better call somebody like me. I was made in the shadows, where the light ain't allowed to go. When the line gets a little blurry, you're gonna need somebody like me. Better call somebody like me, 'cause you want somebody like me. When the line gets a little blurry, gonna need somebody like me. When the monster crawls out of the sea, you're gonna need somebody like me. When your brother's got blood in the streets, you better call somebody like me. I was made in the shadow, where the light ain't allowed to go. When the line gets a little blurry, we're gonna need somebody like me. Better call somebody like me, 'cause you want somebody like me. When the lines get a little blurry, we're gonna need somebody like me.
He uses the most advanced financial technology.
What if I set the parameters to look for equities in the energy sector? And here, alert set.
William trusts DevExpert solutions to help him with his trading decisions because they react to market movements faster than a human. He talks to smart gadgets the same way he talks to his friends.
DevExa, show me Earth Petroleum Inc.
Okay, the chart is open.
And they respond right away, even to his gestures. Ted is an investor. The technology he uses makes him one of the most successful people in his market space.
Answer the call. Hi, William.
Hey, Ted, how are you?
The innovative technology helps him visualize his ideas in real time. But most importantly, DevExpert systems help Ted act ahead of his competitors.
So, what do you think?
I think we need to react fast. DevExa, buy 10,000 shares of Earth Patrol
and make profitable decisions. Innovative trading software is about to disrupt the financial industry. DevExperts will be there.
Hold up. Hold up.
Stripe Bulgaria was founded in 2008 by the Dutch entrepreneur Koen van Wijk. His vision was to create solutions that exceed customer expectations. Since 2014, Stripes is part of the ICT Group in the Netherlands. The ICT Group is a stock-listed company on the Amsterdam Stock Exchange and employs more than 1,000 professionals. Since 2017, I have the privilege and honor to drive Stripes forward in the role of CEO. Together with 200 professionals, we offer solutions to our clients in digital transformation, smart applications, and infrastructure. Our mission is to build smart solutions that create business impact. We are Stripe.
Здравейте! Аз съм Симеон и съм софтуерен инженер в SumUp. Тук е доста яко, можем да експериментираме с различни технологии, да пишем на различни езици, като Ruby, Erlang, Elixir, каквото намерим за добре. Работим в малки екипи, в супер готин офис и според мен правим най-добрия продукт на пазара. Винаги си даваме отворена обратна връзка и винаги можем да бъдем себе си. Искате ли да сте част от екипа ни? Присъединете се към SumUp.
Welcome to Bosch I/O in Sofia. I'm sure that many of you know the Bosch brand very well, and you have at least one Bosch home appliance or power tool at home. You're also probably driving a car with several Bosch components and have a mobile phone with several electronic sensors from Bosch. What you might not be aware, however, is that Bosch is also a leading provider of IoT solutions. We have been active in the IoT space for more than 20 years, even before the IoT term came into existence. At Bosch I/O, we have a very strong focus on delivering the core IoT technology, a horizontal platform which serves many domains and many purposes. Based on the platform, our customers can easily connect and control their devices, collect data remotely, perform firmware updates, and remote maintenance. We also offer off-the-shelf solutions for specific domains. For example, we make commercial buildings more intelligent with space occupancy tracking, daylight harvesting, lift monitoring, indoor localization, smart evacuation, just to name a few. In the mobility domain, our customers perform remote firmware updates over millions of passenger cars and commercial vehicles across the globe. We have massive experience in smart home development, and our solutions provide a foundation for tens of smart home platforms offered by our customers, such as Miele, Devolo, Buschjäger, Deutsche Telekom, Eindogs, Bosch Smart Home, and many, many more. We follow a multi-cloud strategy, and we deploy our platform to all the major clouds across the globe. We started with Azure a few years ago due to increasing customer demand. Basically, our customers started migrating their enterprise IT to Azure and expected to have the IoT platform deployed there as well. So we listen closely and we followed our customers. The migration trend to public clouds has definitely been strong, and we do expect it to continue. Some of our customers, which have high security and confidentiality and legal requirements, are opting for private cloud setups, and those who prioritize maximum flexibility and independence prefer a hybrid cloud approach. So for the foreseeable future, we will keep seeing a mixture of deployments, and there is no one-size-fits-all approach. Specifically for the Eastern and Southeastern Europe, the regional market of IoT solutions has not been really impressive. Customers have very high expectations regarding usability and function, but B2C companies have so far failed to deliver something really compelling in a consistent manner. The main obstacle, especially for traditional device manufacturers, is that they are still sticking to the sell and forget model. They do not stay in touch with their customer. They do not provide a continuous value-add service which the customer is ready to pay for. In a nutshell, they are falling behind their digital business transformation, and they have not created new revenue streams. This means that they also cannot cover the operational cost of the new IoT use cases. It is somewhat different with the B2B space, where new IoT use cases open up new revenue streams more easily. They can also optimize and reduce operational costs for business processes instantly. We see here a lot of potential in commercial and industrial buildings, as well as logistics. hope to see you soon on the next event.
I'm a freak, I'm an outcast, I'm a shadow. I stand with the lost souls, looking for a hustle. Got a pulse on the streets, I'm the one you won't look in the eye, no. Yeah, well, I could see what's headed for you down that road. And soon it's coming to take everything you know. When the monster crawls out of the sea, you're gonna need somebody like me. When your brother's got blood in the streets, you better call somebody like me. I was made in the shadows, where the light ain't allowed to go. When the line gets a little blurry, you're gonna need somebody like me. Better call somebody like me, 'cause you want somebody like me. When the line gets a little blurry, gonna need somebody like me. When the monster crawls out of the sea, you're gonna
Can you hear me okay? Oh, perfect. Okay. So, let's get started in maybe a minute. Hopefully this is okay. Oh, okay. So, what is this? Okay. Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay. Something is wrong with this. Okay. Okay. Hello? Okay, I think this froze for some reason. Okay, let me try this again. Okay. Okay. I think this froze for some reason. Yeah, this froze. Okay, give me a second. Sounds. Okay, so this actually let's try this now. Share screen. Okay, screen 2. And allow. Okay. So let's hope this is working now. Okay. So give me a second. New tests running now. Okay, so hopefully this is okay now. Is this okay now? Okay. Okay. But is this running? Okay, so let's start. I'm not touching anything anymore. Let's just start. Okay, perfect. Okay, this is ideal. Okay, so let's start. And apologies for the few minutes delay. We know that all of these things usually take a bit of time to set up, and with remote things, this is always expected. So welcome to this session about TensorFlow with the JavaScript. And let me just move this along to somewhere where you can actually see me. Hopefully this is okay. And let's get started. So I'm not sure how many people are there in person actually watching the session. I'm assuming most of you will be remotely. And I am also remotely, which of course is not a good thing because remotely is bad. There is no food. But anyway, let's get started. And this session is going to be a quick introductory session to how to do machine learning with TensorFlow.js. And I will give you some insights on how to do it and also explain a bit about how to do machine learning in general. So hopefully you will be able to see how it can be done. Okay, so first of all, welcome. My name is André Melancia. And I will try to stretch this session to the best that I can while trying to keep the time. And let's see what happens with all of this. Okay, so my name, as mentioned, is André Melancia, and you can see me online at LinkedIn, Facebook, Twitter, and all of those things, the usual stuff. And because I am from home at this moment, you already know that this is difficult. You have to cut your own hair and things like that. And of course, you use very advanced tools. But 1 month ago, I was actually there in Sofia and also in Plovdiv. When it was the SQL Saturday, and at the time I actually was able to take this photo, so this was quite good. But today I am here, sadly, still wearing the T-shirt, so I still have the JSTalks T-shirt, so this is still okay. But it is remotely, and I don't get any food, so that's bad. So maybe next time I will go there in person if it is possible. Okay, so let's say, okay. So first of all, thank you very much to all of the sponsors. This is especially important. Let me just mention that these are the people that pay for the foods that today will only exist if you are there in person, because if you are remotely like me, you don't get any food. Yeah, that's something that's going to happen. But in any case, thank you very much to all of the sponsors. I'll try to keep all of the sponsors here as best as I can. And I am here in the corner somewhere. You don't put baby in the corner, but I'm quite big, so it's not really a problem. And let's move on and have a look at some interesting content. So first of all, I'll give you a very quick introduction on how machine learning works so that you know how to actually program it. This is fairly simple. So first of all, let me just mention that some people actually confuse machine learning with artificial intelligence. And the reason they do this is that the definition is not easy to understand. So first of all, artificial intelligence is all about problem solving. If you have a car and if you want the car to drive automatically, you want to solve problems with artificial intelligence. You come up with any kind of actual algorithms that can handle things in an intelligent way. You have very simple algorithms that you probably learned in university already, such as, graph traversing algorithms. So when you have a graph, you can go from point A to point B, and then if you don't find what you want, you can come back and then go to the next one, and then go to the next one, and so on. All of these graphs that you probably learned in university are actually fairly simple to handle. And these usually have very simple algorithms. They're not intelligent. They're just very simple algorithms. But then you can add some things to those algorithms to make them a bit more intelligent. And for that, you use things like heuristics. And heuristics are basically magic. Okay, let's just name it what it is. These are basically magic. They take the information that you get from previous knowledge, and we'll get to that, and they try to adjust suggestions so that you decide in a better way. So let's say you have a rat in a maze, and that rat in a maze actually goes in and tries to find the cheese somewhere in the maze. And don't think of it as a rat, think of it as a robot trying to find something. So when you go inside, you have to find the best path. There's a few options, of course. There's the depth first search, so you go all left and then try to find it. If you can't find it, you go back one level and then you go to the right. If you can't find it, you go back one level and then one level, and then you go to the right again, and you go through all of the maze to try to find that cheese. That's not very efficient, because in the end, if the cheese is at the very end, you get something like 99% of the time wasted trying to find it. Now, on average, this will be about 50%, because statistically the cheese can be anywhere. So if you try this 1,000 times, it's about 50% of the full time to find it. However, if you go on a level such as using heuristics, that might actually have some information from previous attempts that can tell you that if you go this way, you're probably not going to find it. So start in this specific location, because there is a bigger probability of finding it. Now, all of that is machine learning. Things like driving a car automatically, that's machine learning. If you consider other things such as Cortana, Alexa, and things like that, those are not artificial intelligence, because those assistants are actually not that intelligent at all. These are programming things. These are basically bots that understand your voice. That part is fairly intelligent, but still machine learning. But the intelligence itself is actually programmed by people. So although you can advance a bit of things, these are not the best examples of artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence assumes that you have to make any kind of decisions in real time based on information that you didn't know before, but was collected after the programming was done. Okay, let's now have a look at what machine learning really is. Now, machine learning, and I keep moving myself around from one place to the other, and I don't want to collide with the sponsor's banner on top. These are good guys that give us foods. They also have remote deliveries of food if you want to. Okay, I can still accept it. I can give you my address. Okay, so machine learning, how does this work? Well, first of all, by definition, it's actually a subset or a subfield of artificial intelligence. You can consider artificial intelligence as a whole. The part that I mentioned is a specific part in terms of control and making decisions, etc. But in general, machine learning is a small part of the big picture in terms of artificial intelligence. The idea here is that this is not intelligent at all. Okay, machine learning, what it does is that it takes specifically well-defined algorithms, and some of these we'll have a look later on, and you will be able to program some of these, and takes those algorithms, and from there actually is able to read all of the data that you input into something called the training, and from that information you are actually going to fetch some knowledge. As an example of this, you can start with machine learning training for things like IoT, or any kind of metrics such as security metrics for logins. Let's say a big social network that starts with F. For some reason, they claim, this is not true, but they claim that they use it. They use machine learning to actually understand potential, do training to understand potential security breaches. So if you try to log in from IP addresses that you don't really log in, they might give you a warning, say this is unexpected and things like that. Are you sure it's you? Can you confirm your password? All of those usual things. In my case, because I usually travel all around the world, those algorithms don't even work anymore because they just assume that I can be anywhere in the world. This is actually bad for me in terms of security. Now, what actually happens is that when you have machine learning, you start with a very big set of information, and let's consider this of thousands of records, maybe 100,000 records would be a good starting point for machine learning, with information from which you're going to learn. Okay, now with all of the information that you're going to learn from this, you get information coming out, and that information is usually very small. It's usually all in the way of kilobytes. Now, what happens with this is that with those small kilobytes of information, you might just need something as simple as 2 or 3 metrics, and we'll see an example of this where basically you just need 2 variables to have your model or your result from the training, which is a linear regression, which is the simplest one. But in many cases, this will be a bit bigger, a lot of variables, which if you try to read them, you will definitely not be able to understand them. And this is perfectly expected. So this is completely normal. This is something that is actually going to exist. Now, what happens is that with all of this, you will need to set up the environment so that you can actually do the training first and then consume the information. And by consume, what I mean is to predict things. And to predict things is to actually take the results that you saw there, which were very small, and actually start to use them to predict things. The training part can take hours, weeks, days. It's going to be a long time consuming process, which can go up to petabytes of information. Final result is going to be very small, and you will use it in things like web services or just small libraries that you can create. And these can be used inside things like IoT devices, like edge devices. And these should be very simple to use. Now, let's have a look at one specific example. I will give you some examples of this in a second. By the way, this is just an example. So here you have databases. So if you are a database person, you already know that you can start here and get most of your data coming in from any kind of database or big data. Let's say this is a data warehouse or something like that. So you can get all of the information coming in from any part of that. But then you have to get the information coming in from any part into the machine learning. For that, you use any kind of ETL processes. And I do apologize, I was distracted here to trying to get something in the webcasts. I'm sadly doing this alone, so it might be a bit more complicated, but so far so good. Okay, so in any case, let's resume. And as I mentioned, artificial intelligence is here, machine learning just a subset. But as I mentioned, you will need ETL to handle any kind of sending information from databases to machine learning. Although there's a lot of technologies that already exists from different companies such as Microsoft and AWS, Google, etc. If you are using this thing in the cloud, this will make all of your job much easier. Okay, so let's have a look at some algorithms. And I keep moving myself around. This is all right. in terms of algorithms, we basically have two types, and these are the supervised and the unsupervised. How does this work? Well, with the supervised algorithms, you take a piece of initial information, which has, let's say this is a table. I'll give you an example here. Let's say that this is a table, and here I have, and this is just an example, I have a lot of data about a lot of different people. One of the things you don't see here is personal data, such as name, social security number, etc. Those are irrelevant. You don't need that kind of information there. Now, what you do is you get all of the information which can be useful, like education levels, marital status, male, female, capital gain, capital loss, how much they won, how much they didn't, where they come from. And the last column, which is this one, is actually not going to be information that you typically we'll need it for training, but in the end, this is the information that you need to predict. So what you're going to do is you're going to use this, which has about 30,000 rows, or maybe more, and you're going to take all of the fields except this field. You're going to take all of the other fields, and you're going to do the training. From there, you're going to take and including the income, of course, and this is the result that you expect from that training. And then you are going to test if this result is correct. And to do that, you're actually going to do something called scoring and take some of this information without the last value and try to compare if the results shows up as being the same as the last value. And that's the testing part. You score it, which is the technical term for doing the predictions with the information, and then you try to detect these values here in the end, and then with those values you try to compare with the original values, and you test if the result is good or not. And you typically get a percentage. There's other metrics, but you might get a percentage, and if you get something like 90% accuracy, this will be a good quality for the algorithm. Or in this case specifically, the name would be something called model. Okay, let's have a look at here. So if you have it supervised, that means you already have the results. And you can get regression, classification. We'll have a few examples of this. If it is unsupervised, that means you don't know the result yet. And one of the examples is clustering. You also have neural networks, etc. But I will show you an example of this just in a second before we actually go into the codes. Okay, so let's have a look. And this is something that I picked up somewhere else, and this is actually very important. So statistics is very important for machine learning. And if you just base yourself on statistics without reading the information, you'll find that this is true. Well, 0.9 something, okay? And the reason for this is that if you try averages of things, minimums, maximums, averages, etc., the result might not be correct. You've probably seen somewhere online, I couldn't find it, but you've probably seen somewhere online the example of the dinosaur in the graph, where you adjust all of the values, where the average, minimum, and maximum are still the same, but you can draw a dinosaur, you can draw any kind of things in a graph. Looks exactly the same, but it's not the same graph. It's different data. Okay, so let's have a look at a few of these examples. Now, the first one is linear regression. You probably learned this in school, although you didn't give it that name or anything like that. And you can predict linear things. So if you know things such as the weather, you can predict what's expected in the weather. Although the weather, of course, it floats a bit, but you have things such as economy, biology, etc., which might have some expectations of being fairly simple like this. Now, what you get is when you went to school, and this is something like high school, something like that, you might get results that look like points on a map. So let's say that the value down here is maybe a date. Okay, and that specific date here is day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4. And along the line, we're getting into the summer, so this is going to heat up. So we might have, let's say, a line. This is just an example. You might get something like a line, okay? The real life is going to be a bit different, but just take this example as a simple example. Now, this is winter, this is summer towards the end. And let's say people do weddings and parties and things like that, and they have to decide on the date to do that. Now, when you do that, you typically specify this months in advance, sometimes a year in advance. It's not just for commercial reasons, no room is available, etc., but also for the opportunities that you have for using good weather, and you don't want to have a wedding, for instance, in January. It's just very rainy, so that's not very productive. You want to have a wedding maybe in spring or in the summer where it's calm, but you also don't want it in August, because at the top of the summer it's going to be very hot. People have to wear suits, so that's not very nice. So you always pick a time which is somewhere along the middle, and you try to find it. So let's say we select May. May is a nice time. At least here in my country, it's a nice time because it's not very hot, but at the same time, it's not very cold. So you select that time, and 6 months later, when the wedding starts, you hope that it's not going to rain. You have no assurances, but you know that in the last 2,000 years, around that month, it didn't rain that much. So you take your chances. May, June, something like that. So you take your chances. Now, what machine learning does is it takes that knowledge that we know for the last 2,000, 100,000 years even, because we know that this happens every year. It's in our minds, and that actually lists this as actual numbers. So let's say that this is the temperature that you had in all of the days of the year from the winter all the way up to the summer. So you select that you want this kind of temperature here. And please notice that the numbers here don't mean anything, okay? This is just an example in terms of drawing. So you try to select something that goes along these lines. If it goes well or not, well, it depends. Life's not perfect, okay? So this is an example of linear regression. How do you do this? This is the only one I'm going to show you a formula to. And the formula is very simple. So you have something that says something like A, which is this value here, plus X times B. And the X is, of course, going to be your values down here, and the B is going to be the inclination of this line, right? This way or that way compared to you. Oh, maybe this way. Okay. So this is something that you learn in school, A plus XB, or if you want to do it the other way around, it's also fine. So basically you get those two values, A and B, and those are your model. Okay. And because these are only two values, floating points, these will be something like 16 bytes. This is more than enough to represent all of this information. But to actually read it, you might actually get something like petabytes of information of all of the dots of all of the samples that you have there. But the result is going to be 16 bytes. Simple enough, or maybe less. Okay, so a second one. And this one is also interesting. I mentioned statistics, and statistics are very important for machine learning. But if you have any issues with the statistics and not reading them correctly for what they are, most data scientists not only read the information, but they need to understand what it does. It's not just about knowing that there's going to be a bachelor or 11th grade or masters or something. You have to understand that some of these are more, some of these are less. And to do that, they actually added an extra field here for education in which the order of the numbers is sequential. So less education, smaller number. Okay, and that specifically actually helps machine learning, because that number is actually more helpful than just this text, which is generic. Okay, so let's go back here, and if you take the information that you want, same as the example before, you can turn it into anything if you don't understand how it works, if you don't understand its purpose. So you have to be careful about all of the kind of data. Okay, second example. Let me put myself in the middle of this. Okay, second example is something called logistic regression. And the logic here is very simple. You have a few samples, and these samples might be either true or false, yes or no, value A or value B, okay? And in this case, you have a few examples. So let's take a different example other than this one, and let's assume an example where all of the things down here, the blue ones, are when you take an exam And the top ones are when you take an exam and pass. The bottom ones are when you take an exam and fail. Okay, and let's say that down here instead is actually the number of hours that you have for studying. Okay, so if you study more, it's more likely that you will pass the exam. If you study less, you'll probably not pass the exam, as you see here. However, there are some people that didn't study that much and still passed, and a lot of people that studied a lot more but still didn't pass as well. So it depends. There is actually a line, a threshold line, which is somewhere in the middle. This is basically the intersection of this value here, maybe here, that actually tells you that there is a threshold that defines between what's positive or what's value blue and the other one which is value yellow or orange if you prefer. So what actually happens is you actually define that threshold. Okay, this is as simple as that. Now let's take the example we just had before. And this example is very simple. You have a lot of information. Let's say that this is for a bank loan. Okay, you go to a bank, you want to get some money to buy a house or to buy a car or something else. And then the bank loan will give you this last value here, which in this case is just the income, so how much money you make, but it can be yes or no to say, let's give the person the bank loan or not, okay? So what happens is that based on all of the information that you see here, the computer is gonna say yes or no. But the problem is that you don't just get yes or no, you get the percentage value from 0 to 100% that tells you if this is good or if this is bad. Okay, if this is good, perfect. Okay, if this is over, let's say 50% that you define as a threshold or something else, you get the loan. If it is lower, you don't get it. Okay, but let's say you are between 40 and 60%. In that small middle here, you are somewhere around the middle of this. And two people might actually have different values. One is 49%, one is 51%. But in the end, the one that has 51% will not pay the bank loan, so they will decide not to pay. And the one that has 49% is actually very honest. We don't know. So one of the things you can actually add, and this is not computer, this is not machine learning, this is just human logic, is that you, instead of reading just the yes or no results, which is blue or yellow, you can just take a percentage sign and says that up to 40% you just reject the bank loan. From 60% on, you accept the bank loan. But between 40% and 60%, you get a human to decide, because it's somewhere along the middle. So you have to spend some time actually looking at the people and deciding if this makes sense or not. Okay, so this is probably the best solution for this. It's also the most fair solution. It's also the most ethical solution to guarantee that people are treated fairly. That's a different story. I won't get into a lot of details, but remember that machine learning and even artificial intelligence need to guarantee things such as ethics and morality and things like that. Of course, we are today just talking about technology, but don't forget about that as well. And as I mentioned, results from 0% to 100% is what you get from here, and then from there you decide true or false. But by the way, 0% doesn't have to be false. It can be true. 100% can be false. You decide. Okay, it's just two labels, A and B. Okay, true, false, false, true, whatever you want. Okay, let's go to the next one. Okay, and this one is something called a decision tree, and this is fairly interesting because let's say that you take an animal. And this is usually nicer when we have people on the other side interacting. But let's take the example of having an animal. I have a cat. She's here somewhere. I have no idea. But let's take an animal and try to classify it. You know, the Darwin style of classifying the species and things like that. And you define that it is a mammal, yes or no. So yes, my cat is a mammal, drinks milk and things like that. So let's say yes. Do people commonly keep it as a pet? My cat, yes. She's actually called Linus, so she's a bit wild, but she still lives in my house, so she's a pet by definition. But she's not a hamster. According to the information that I have here on my computer, according to the knowledge that I have on my computer, she's actually a hamster. And by the way, this tree that you see here can actually be done by a very simple table in a database, okay? Because all you have to do is to relate the value of this with the previous value. So this is a very simple table in terms of creating this, in terms of structures, etc. The algorithms to create this are actually very simple. You can do this with maybe 10 lines of code. That's simple, okay? And what you and these are not these are just basic lines of code. These are not calling a library that does some crazy things. These are just simple you know, programming lines of code. Now, because according to the computer says I have a hamster. And this is, you know, same characteristics, smaller size, but this is not a hamster. Now, for this, the computer will tell me, okay, if I am wrong, because it's not a hamster, the computer will ask me, so why, what is the difference between a hamster and a cat? And I tell it, a cat meows, okay? It also scratches, but let's ignore that. Let's say it meows. So what the computer is going to do is the computer is going to add a question here that divides, will the does the pet meow? Yes or no? If it is yes, then that's a cat. If it is no, it's a hamster, okay? And this makes sense. But then let's say I have a dog. So this goes all the way. If I say no, they still tell me I have a dog. And then I divide the hamster, but lower down, I divide the hamster in, does it bark? You know, oh, 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 oh. So if it barks, you divide this into two parts. And then if it barks, it's a dog. If it doesn't, it's a hamster. And you can create this tree from this all along. Now, these trees are fairly simple. This one is just a very simple binary tree, a yes or no binary tree. But you have trees which are much more complicated than this and are actually based not on just a simple yes or no, but as a percentage value of what can be reasonable as yes or no, okay? There are many types of constructs that you can handle for this, and these are fairly interesting to look, although those increase a bit in terms of complexity. Now, those are already integrated with things such as the machine learning algorithms, etc. So you don't get to see those decision trees. But if you want to try to understand how a decision tree actually works, we won't have enough time to do this, but just go to something called 20q.net. This is a website that has existed for about 25 years. I'm not kidding. This is one of the oldest sites on the internet, and they've actually accumulated all of the knowledge that people have inserted into it. So let's say I chose, and this is an example of something that I did. I started answering questions. They asked me what kind of thing it is. I said it's an animal. They give you like 3 or 4 choices. Is it small? Yes or no? And the possible choices are somewhere along this line, okay? And yes, no, unknown, irrelevant, etc. So, is it small? Yes. Does it have teeth? Yes. Is it a wild animal? Sometimes. Now, with yes or no, we can understand it from the previous graph, right? We can understand a yes or no kind of logic, okay? But now consider unknown. So unknown is, when you try to detect this with machine learning, you're not going to use one tree. You're going to use a lot of trees. So if you say it's unknown, you just ignore the question. That's a null. You ignore the question. However, if you say it's irrelevant, that means that that tree where you are asking that specific question does not belong to this element. So you have to ignore that tree completely. You have to say that this is not part of this tree. It's part of some other tree that you can use, okay? And then you have different things. Can it growl? Can it climb? Is it brown? Is it striped, etc.? So you have all of these other questions, which are maybe not in the same tree, but different trees. And in the end, think about this as a database. This is wrong the way I'm saying this, but think about this as a database, and think about these graphs as tables. What you have to do is you have to do a join on those two graphs, like you do a join on tables. And the result that mixes all of the graphs together, so answering all of the questions in all of those graphs, or in this case trees, will actually give you a result, which can be something that they try to guess it's a kitty cat. And then you can say right, wrong, or close. So if you say something that says it's wrong, then you are completely wrong. If you say it's close, that means it's somewhere along the trees that I mean. It's close by. Maybe it's not the first option we selected because it gets a precision of maybe 90%. You try the second one, which is maybe 85%. Okay, so you get the results out in a sequential order, best result, second best result, etc., and you try to get the result out. Okay, now feel free to try this. This is actually available for multiple languages. This is spectacular. I do recommend that you try the English language, of course, because this is the most complete and the most correct one, but feel free to try it. Now, a few others, like sometimes, maybe, probably, doubtfully, etc. This is not full yes, this is not fully no. This is maybe 70% yes, or 25% on the no side, something like that. Rarely, partly are closer to 10%, maybe, those kind of logic. Okay, so this is something that you accumulate this information, you learn from this, and if you get it wrong, if you say wrong, and if you can't detect a different one, this site will actually give up and say, okay, please tell me what the correct answer is and what makes it the difference between my answer and this answer, and then you answer the distinction. This one has this one meows, this one barks, etc. Okay, so what actually happens here is that all of this information, in the beginning, the website claimed that within 20 questions, they would guess what you were thinking. But here's the problem. Over the years, they've accumulated so much information that about 5 years ago, they were up to 27 questions. They didn't change the website name, but they figured out that they needed 27 questions to answer this. I'm not sure what the current value is today, but about a year ago, the value was 32. Okay, 30, 32, something like that, because they could not guess it with so little questions because they had so much information already inside. Okay, now machine learning actually takes decision trees and tries to use those decision trees and the results to actually do not only the training, but then to try to predict the values based on this by answering some of those questions. Now here, some of those questions would be education, and if it is this way, you go this way, education, this, you go that way, etc. So it makes it very interesting for you to navigate through a tree or multiple trees. So trees have different values in each, and navigate through all of the different trees by inputting all of the information to answer those questions to decide where to go. And then at the very end, you get the result that says it's a hamster, and this would be the last column that you see here. Okay, so this is very simple to do this. And by the way, some of these algorithms can use decision trees, others use logistic regression. It's up to you. There are a lot of different algorithms. You don't need to memorize all of these. You just need to take 2 or 3 of these algorithms and try to use them. Okay, anyway, let's try. Okay, next one. Okay, this one is also especially interesting. So let's take this one, and please bear in mind that the actual text that's here is irrelevant. Let's say that this is down here is all of the people that buy, let's say, beer or wine or something like that, and then on the left is all of the people that buy. So if you buy beer, let's say you buy peanuts, for instance. If you buy wine, let's say you buy, let's say here you also buy maybe cookies or cheese or something like that, or something a bit more nice. So you try to accumulate all of the information here that matches the type of things that people buy from one and the type of things that people buy from the other, and then you get clusters like this. Now, from the start, you don't have the clusters with rounded circles saying what they are. You have to find them, and to do that, you use things like the k-means algorithm, which try to get all of the information coming in and just try to find the centers of all of those boxes. Now, I don't have a demo for this here. Feel free to look this up in things like the Wikipedia and things like this. Oh, the link's actually wrong. I've presented the slides like 20 times. This is the first time I've noticed that the link is wrong. But look for the k-means algorithm, which has a lot of variants, and that will be okay for you to figure out how it works. Okay, I just found a bug after 5 years. This is incredible. Okay, so here you have the possibility of changing where the center of these things are with iterations. So you do, let's say, 10 iterations, and every iteration, first you start with random points along the way. You say you want 5 circles, you want 5 clusters, and then you change the position of the clusters to actually get the center of all of the items which are closer to you. Okay, and this is the k-means. You get the average, the means of the distance between all of them. And after a few iterations, or after the time where the centers do not move, in that case you have the final value, and these are your clusters. And because these are your clusters, you can use this to detect that if someone buys wine, you will probably also want to get maybe something nice such as cheese. And let's say here, and I can actually tell you that I'm not sure if this is, you're able to see this, but you have port wine here. So I just bought this, €5, Portugal. You know, I come from the source, so this is very easy. But with this, you might want to buy some cheese from the Highlands, something like that, and then you eat it. Yeah, okay. I do have food at home, by the way. It's just not free. I had to pay for it. Okay, so let's have a look at this. So this is actually something that's worth mentioning. This is also another misconception of machine learning, artificial intelligence, etc. If you have artificial intelligence that inside it's just a whole bunch of ifs, it's not artificial intelligence. You have a lot of bots. So for instance, things like Microsoft and others have bots like the bot framework. There are intelligent parts to those frameworks, which are things like how you detect the language from the sentences, etc. That part has some intelligence on it. But the rest, the bot itself, when the bot reads what you want, so you say, I want to book a flight, and then you say from where to where, that part is just a whole bunch of ifs. So it's not intelligence. It's just following the instructions. So it's basically a bot, a sequential bot following instructions. That's not intelligence. Okay, so please bear in mind that intelligence depends on this. Okay, so let's actually understand how machine learning works. Okay, let's put myself here. And this is how it works. So there is some overlap here with the sponsor slides. Please don't worry. All you have here on top is a data set, like a table, similar to the one I've just shown you. Okay, and down here you will go down, and then you have to change your information. This is a graphical representation of what you see using a provider, in this case Microsoft, Azure Machine Learning. But you can do this with code, and what I'm actually going to show you is going to be in code. But let me just show you this in a graphical way because this helps a bit. So you take your data, a few thousands or millions of records. You change the data around, you normalize the data, so you clean the data up, and then you divide your data into 2 parts, left and right. So let's say it's 30% to your right and 70% to your left. So the left is going to be the training. You take most of the information, 70-80%, to do the training on the left side. Now, there's a few ways to do this, but in this case, you're actually trying multiple parameters, etc. So you will need to split this again for different reasons. But in most cases, you just get the information coming in. You train the model here. Here, you select the model. So you have to define if this is a neural network, if this is a decision tree with something, regression, etc., clustering, etc. So you have to decide which algorithm you're going to use. This is just a reference. This is not really sending any information out. This is just sending what kind of configuration you want, although it graphically looks like a data flow. But here, you get the result coming out, and the result that you come out here is usually a model. And that result is what you get when you finish this training here, which can be any of these. So you have your algorithm down here, which is the algorithm. You have something called the hyperparameters. So let's say those decision trees that I mentioned, you say, I want 100 decision trees. And then I say, I want those decision trees to have 10 levels, 100 levels, whatever, okay? Or just simply 100 items, 100 leaves, etc. Okay, so those are parameters that you can define, and the machine learning training will actually be different depending on how this works. Okay, and then you also have things like deep learning, neural networks. TensorFlow does a lot of things specifically with neural networks, so this is also very interesting. By the way, just something I should mention. This is an introduction to machine learning and TensorFlow, but you are actually going to have another session at the end of the day with the TensorFlow as well, which gives you a very practical example by building something actually interesting. So feel free to have a look after this. I want you to understand the basics, and then you can go there to that session and understand everything else. Okay. So anyway, once you have the results coming out, and if this is the linear regression, you just get those two values of A and B, as simple as that. And then you go down here with the information coming in from the other 30%, and then you score the model, which is you do the predictions. And based on the result for those 30%, you compare with the original values of those 30%, and then you get the quality of the model. Okay, so if there's like 90% matching between all of them, great quality. If there is less, you need to adjust the parameters, you need to choose a different algorithm, and sometimes choosing a different algorithm is probably the ideal one. Okay, now after that you do the scoring and testing, which is the prediction part, and then you do the evaluation, which is to find out that you have those 90% quality, etc. And then once all of this is done, you deploy this to a web service, you deploy this to your own library that you use in your code, anything. Okay, it's your problem. Usually the model is going to be a model file that you can use and deploy either to a web service or to an IoT device, something like that. Finally, because all information changes, after a while you will need to update the information. So let's say every 3 months, 6 months, whatever, you will need to update all of this information. Okay, so this is pretty much all of the slides that I have. Let's try a demo. Okay, and this is going to go terribly wrong because it always goes terribly wrong, as everyone knows. Okay, so I need to get a browser. Give me a second. I need to get a browser from here. 1 second. Okay, browser is slow to load. Give me a second. Any browser is okay. Okay, let's say here. Okay, well. So TensorFlow.org, something, etc. Okay, it's gonna take a few seconds. Now, TensorFlow itself has a lot of different functionality that you can use, networks, etc. So this is a little too detailed for me to go into specifics for the JavaScript part. But if you go here, you have learn. You can just say /JS. But you have for JavaScript. So give me a second. This seems very slow for some reason. Okay, so if you go to /JS, you already have this here. And here you have a few options. So let's try some of these options. And let me then try this. So first of all, you have your tutorials. And this is how you get started with this. And to actually get started, you have a few things here. So first of all, some of the things that I mentioned are actually available here in the ML5.js, which is actually a different library, not so much a TensorFlow, but this is an easy way to use machine learning, still based on the TensorFlow approach, but without having to worry about the whole concept of the TensorFlow, etc., which can be difficult in the beginning. Okay. So setup, we need to do a setup. So we get here and with this second part here, and this is simple. I do apologize for this because I will not be able to actually run these things in code. I will show you the code, explain the code, but to actually run it, sometimes this takes 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 1 hour to run some of these things. So it's going to take so much time that you cannot do this as a live demo. But I will explain the code and what's the result that's going to come out. So first of all, you can use TensorFlow.js directly in your browser on the client side. And to do this, you just go here to TensorFlow.js and just insert this or any other version, of course, and you are ready to use it. You can also use this in Node.js. So if you go to things like npm, you can say npm install TensorFlow /tfjs and just use it. So this is the same. Oh, you can also use Node specifically, which has a TFJS Node, which has specific C# C++ bindings, which make it much faster. These are more native bindings, taking the speed much faster. However, for Linux as well, you also have Node GPU. That means that you can use GPUs, so graphical processing units, that actually speed up the processing to a good level. However, this is only available for Linux, at least at the moment. Let me give you an example of codes. Okay, TypeScript also as well. They just give you an extra recommendation of TypeScript, skip lib check as an extra, but that's okay. Hopefully in the future they will not even need that. So this is just an example of Node.js. If you feel that this is crazy and very strange, please don't mind this. I will explain all of this. So first of all, you have the usual stuff. Oh, that's my bottle of wine. This is port wine. You have to be careful with this. In the beginning, you have a require, and the two require here, and the TF is actually going to be the object which we're going to reuse. Now you have a model, and the model is something that's going to have the magic of your information, the juice that comes out of the training. Now you can learn things from tf.layers dense and then just get content into this. I'm not going to go into a lot of detail, but you define some parameters, some things here, and then you have the actual values. So tf.random normal, and this is just generating random values. Now this feels strange to have 100,10. What is this? Okay, so in the TF, which is the TensorFlow contents, okay, they call it the tensor. Inside of this is basically a matrix, or let's call it a data set or a table. Okay, you can have just one-dimensional tables or vectors, and this is just a few lists of values, or you can actually have X and Y, and even 3 dimensions, and even more. Okay, so what you do is 100 is going to be 100 records, let's say 100 lines, and 10 is going to be 10 lines here. So it's going to be a table of 10 vertical by 100, actually the other way around. So 100 vertical, 10 horizontally. Okay, and this is very useful and is very practical. Okay, so then all you have to do is to say model.fit, and this is common with all machine learning things. You input your information into your objects, into your classes, whatever the classes are. This is generic, by the way, and then you just say .fit or .train or something similar. This will depend on the programming library, etc., the machine learning library, but the logic is always the same. Now there is a difference between X and Y. So what are each of these? X is going to be the data that you want to use for training, and for your initial data, and the Y is going to be the result that you expect. Now, in this case, here, this last one is going to be the Y. This is going to be the result that you expect. All of the remaining ones are going to be the X. So X1, 2, 3, 4, 5, etc. This is going to be your inputs, okay? And the reason for this is that, let's say you have 10 rows here. It's probably more, but you have 10 columns. And vertically you have 100 or more, and then you have one result coming out only, okay? And this is the same as what you get here. You have 100 lines with all of your data, all of your records. You have 10 different inputs, which are your fields, so all of the values that you need to use for training, but then the result is only going to be one result, okay? So please remember that all of these things like random, etc., these are usually very normal to actually see it like this. Now, there is documentation, so if you go here to API, you have documentation for TensorFlow.js. By the way, if you need more information besides the one TensorFlow.js gives you, the generic TensorFlow will give you pretty much the same information, so TensorFlow, etc., and might actually explain a few things a bit better. So take this just as the syntax part for JavaScript, but if you want to understand any concept, just go to the original one and try to understand it better in the original one, in the generic one. Okay, now this is an example. I can also take things like train models and then here make predictions from 2D data. Now, I'm not going to go into all of the code here, would spend a long time doing this, but basically what you have here is you have quite a few bits of, yeah, okay. So you have to just follow this. You have to copy paste this into your own HTML file, something like that, and then you'll see what's actually happening. So the first one is just to reference things. This is obvious. Second one is you get data coming in, so you have a function to receive data. In this case, you are actually fetching the data. Wait a minute, car data which comes from Google APIs. So this is an open source record set available. And then you have to clean the data with some way. I'm not going to go into a lot of details because you can do this in any way you want with the programming that you already know, or you can use some of the functions already made available by TensorFlow and other libraries to actually clean up your data sets so that they look nicer, okay? And then you return the value of cleaned, and then you need to run things. So you just, the run part is easy. So you get the data, which is the function above, and then you get the values, and you put the values into a variable, okay? And then the values are going to be the information, so horsepower, and this is the amount of miles per gallon, so, you know, very obsolete units of measure. We use kilometers and liters here. And everywhere in the world for that matter, but let's ignore that part for now. And then you get this and you say render.scatterplot, and then you can see the results. Okay, this is actually nice for you to be able to see the results of getting the data coming in. You get a graphic, and these graphics are usually available in many languages. Many libraries actually make doing graphics available in an easy way. Now, you define the architecture that you want. So this is, you define the model, you define the sequential model. There's a whole bunch of different models. I won't get into a lot of details because this would be a bit boring for you, but you define the model, and then you just say model.add some configuration, and then you just go and say, again, add some configuration, and then create model, and then show model summary. So you define the model. This is not doing the training, this is specifying that parts. Let's go here. You are still specifying the part that's let's say here, okay? This part here, you're specifying what kind of algorithm you want to use, etc. Afterwards, you do the training. It's prepare for the training itself. So you get all of the information in, and then you have to define the information into inputs and labels. This is the same as X and Y that we saw before. So the inputs are all the initial fields. The labels are the technical term that they use for the output fields. So the result can be A, B, C, D, etc. Okay, and then you define some values for some of this, normalized inputs, etc. So you normalize all of the inputs from this. This is optional, you can do it or not. And then shuffling the data is actually useful, so that every time you run machine learning training is not always the same thing. So you might get better results if you run it again, even with the same information. Now, train the model. Then this is easy, so you just say model.compile, you give it some parameters. Some of these parameters are okay. The metrics here are the metrics that you're going to use for qualities and things like that, for the quality of the model. And then you say batch size, so this is the amount of times that you call on the thing. Epochs are, so you have your data set. This means that you are going to read the data set from beginning to end 50 times. You're going to read it, and then you're going to read it. But the thing is, the first time you read it, your machine learning stuff is empty. From there, it becomes bigger and bigger and bigger, so you're going to read it more and more and more, and that will actually change the values, especially because it is random. Okay. Now, batch size is actually the number of times that every time that you input information into the machine learning training part. Okay, these are just details, and there are slight differences, but just in any case here. And then you do the model.fit. This is how you do the actual training. Okay, and then you have all of the parameters you had before, and then this is usually the usual stuff. Training loop, so model.fit, so all of the loop here, and it works. Now, let's say make predictions with the result of this, which is your model variable, which can be a file, but in this case, it's actually a variable. You can take this and you say model.predicts. This is also very common. Model.predicts is one of the most typical results for this. And then you say what the actual values are for those 10 fields, or the number of fields that there are, like we saw in the example. And then you get the results coming out, and then you put them into variables, show them to the user, and the usual stuff. Okay, and the rest is just an extra. Now, we don't have that much time, and I know I'm running out of time, so let me just show you one example, which is, you can see models, so there's a lot of details here. Okay, I won't go into a lot of details for this, but you have things for image classification, object detection, so to detect an object in this. And remember that TensorFlow is great with images and more complicated things as well. You also have things like simple face detection, face landmark detection, etc. So to actually detect noses and things like that, which is nice. one of the things I actually wanted to show you, and let's try to go to these demos here, see demos, and I will try to use this one, so please bear with me just for 1 more minute. I will need an extra camera to run this, so let's hope that this is okay. So yes, integrated camera is my second camera that I have here. So I'm going to load this, and this is pretty much what I want to show you. And in the session that you're going to have later on, you're going to see things similar to this. So stand by for the other session, which will be interesting for you to see. I'm not presenting it. Someone else is, but I think that will actually be interesting. So what you get here is that this is one of my cameras. This is my other camera with my kitchen in background, okay? The place where the food is, most important. Okay, so what you do is, let me say that I'm going to go left with my head and say here, okay? And this is my sample for left. Oh, it's not good. Okay, wait a minute. This is my sample for left. Okay. Now this is my sample for right. This is not going to go well. This is my sample for up. So let's say up. Okay. Okay. Let's try this. It's not going to go well. And this is my sample for down. Okay. So I'm going to say it like this. Hopefully this works. Okay, yeah, okay. So you say train. So this is the training part. This takes only a few seconds because there are only 4 images. And let's try to see the result. This is going to go terribly wrong, just in case. But you have the training. It takes a few seconds. And then you run the training. So you get the result. Let's say play. And of course, I am the Pac-Man. Let's say play whenever you have the chance. And, oh, it's actually still reading those things. Okay. It takes just a few seconds, so we still have a few minutes. I'm not sure if anyone has any questions, but I'll be in the Q&A thing just in a little bit, okay? So if you have any questions... Oh, okay. So let's go down. Let's go left. And let's go up. And then let's go right. Okay. Now the other right. The other right. Okay. The other right, yeah, it's not perfect, as you can tell, right? But you take the information from your images and you try to move things around. So this is actually very nice. The source code for this is also available. So if you go to the previous page, you can actually see the source code for this. So here, which is actually quite fun. You also have a few others. So feel free to explore some of this, okay? Also, please take into consideration that TensorFlow is actually not the easiest programming interface for machine learning. So the basics that I've shown you in the slides and before, etc., these are just your basic machine learning content, but please bear in mind that there are a few others which are a bit more complicated. So this is a remote session. It's actually a bit difficult to get questions and answers. At least I'm not seeing any questions here. I will be in the Q&A thing for track number 4. Okay, so if anyone wants to join me on Teams and ask me any questions, I will be around there. Okay, if not, well, remember that not all of the cats look like cats, same as dogs. Okay, and if you have any questions, feel free to ask me either on Teams in the Q&A track, or a bit later on if you prefer. Just use my usual contacts on LinkedIn, Facebook, etc., Twitter, etc., and feel free to ask anything you want at those times. So I really want to thank you for being here. I really wished I could be in Bulgaria to actually deliver this, because Bulgaria is probably the country where I've delivered the most sessions in conferences. This year I've actually done quite a bit of sessions for Bulgaria, but only one in person. Hopefully next year this will be a bit better. But in any case, I really want to thank you for watching my session. I think this is going to be available on YouTube directly, so you are free to come back and actually have a look at this again. And feel free to add any comments or send me any comments about this. And thank you very much, and have fun with machine learning. And please be careful, because machine learning will not take over the world, but artificial intelligence might. Okay, so thank you very much. See you next time.
Welcome to Bosch I/O in Sofia. I'm sure that many of you know the Bosch brand very well, and you have at least one Bosch home appliance or power tool at home. You're also probably driving a car with several Bosch components and have a mobile phone with several electronic sensors from Bosch. What you might not be aware, however, is that Bosch is also a leading provider of IoT solutions. We have been active in the IoT space for more than 20 years, even before the IoT term came into existence. At Bosch I/O, we have a very strong focus on delivering the core IoT technology, a horizontal platform which serves many domains and many purposes. Based on the platform, our customers can easily connect and control their devices, collect data remotely, perform firmware updates, and remote maintenance. We also offer off-the-shelf solutions for specific domains. For example, we make commercial buildings more intelligent with space occupancy tracking, daylight harvesting, lift monitoring, indoor localization, smart evacuation, just to name a few. In the mobility domain, our customers perform remote firmware updates over millions of passenger cars and commercial vehicles across the globe. We have massive experience in smart home development, and our solutions provide a foundation for tens of smart home platforms offered by our customers, such as Miele, Devolo, Buschjäger, Deutsche Telekom, IMDogs, Bosch Smart Home, and many, many more. We follow a multi-cloud strategy and we deploy our platform to all the major clouds across the globe. We started with Azure a few years ago due to increasing customer demand. Basically, our customers started migrating their enterprise IT to Azure and expected to have the IT platform deployed there as well. So we listened closely and we followed our customers. The migration trend to public clouds has definitely been strong, and we do expect it to continue. Some of our customers which have high security and confidentiality and legal requirements are opting for private cloud setups, and those who prioritize maximum flexibility and independence prefer a hybrid cloud approach. So for the foreseeable future, we will keep seeing a mixture of deployments, and there is no one-size-fits-all approach. Specifically for the Eastern and Southeastern Europe, the regional market of IoT solutions has not been really impressive. Customers have very high expectations regarding usability and function, but B2C companies have so far failed to deliver something really compelling in a consistent manner. The main obstacle, especially for traditional device manufacturers, is that they are still sticking to the sell and forget model. They do not stay in touch with their customer. They do not provide a continuous value-add service which the customer is ready to pay for. In a nutshell, they are falling behind their digital business transformation, and they have not created new revenue streams. This means that they also cannot cover the operational cost of the new IoT use cases. It is somewhat different with the B2B space, where new IoT use cases open up new revenue streams more easily. They can also optimize and reduce operational costs for business processes instantly. We see here a lot of potential in commercial and industrial buildings as well as logistics. I hope to see you soon on the next event.
Бихте ли се представила и също така да ни кажете няколко думи за компанията?
Да. Аз съм Изабела Данилова и съм тим лид на фронтенд екипа в Anacatech. Нашата компания е международна продуктова компания, която се занимава с разработката на гейминг платформи и свързаните с тях игри. Като игрите, които правим, това са Scratch карти и слот машини. Офисът в България се намира в центъра на София и там е разположен Research and Development екипа, като ние разработваме бек-офис платформа, която позволява администрирането на игри, играчи и свързаните с тях множество процеси.
Какво искате да пожелаете на участниците в тази годишната конференция?
Пожелавам на първо място здраве, пожелавам да си повишат професионалните знания и умения и винаги да обичат професията си.
Какви са най-честите предизвикателства в работата и в частност по проекта, по който работите?
Разработвайки едно голямо приложение, което е Single Page Web Application, предизвикателствата, с които се срещаме и за които трябва да намерим решение, това е факта, че получаваме огромно количество данни, които...
Здравейте! Днес сме с Найден Гочев, един от най-известните комюнити лидери.
Бихте ли се представила и също така да ни кажете няколко думи за компанията?
Да. Аз съм Изабела Данилова и съм тим лид на фронтенд екипа в Anacatech. Нашата компания е международна продуктова компания, която се занимава с разработката на гейминг платформи и свързаните с тях игри. Като игрите, които правим, това са Scratch карти и слот машини. Офисът в България се намира в центъра на София и там е разположен Research and Development екипа, като ние разработваме бек-офис платформа, която позволява администрирането на игри, играчи и свързаните с тях множество процеси.
Какво искате да пожелаете на участниците в тази годишната конференция?
Пожелавам на първо място здраве, пожелавам да си повишат професионалните знания и умения и винаги да обичат професията си.
Какви са най-честите предизвикателства в работата и в частност по проекта, по който работите?
Разработвайки едно голямо приложение, което е Single Page Web Application, предизвикателствата, с които се срещаме и за които трябва да намерим решение, това е факта, че получаваме огромно количество данни, които трябва да запазим, обработим и покажем и същевременно да поддържаме високо качество на перформанс. Друго интересно предизвикателство е, че части от бек-офиса работят с live, real-time данни, т.е. ние апдейтваме голямо количество данни на живо и тук отново предизвикателството е търсенето и намирането на най-добрите архитектурни и технологични решения, за да може отново да поддържаме висок перформанс. Най-интересното предизвикателство, за което искам да разкажа, е това, че тази година пренаписахме клиента. Старият клиент беше написан на AngularJS, но с времето кода беше станал доста труден за разбиране, нечетим, отнемаше доста време за да се въведе нова функционалност или пък да се оправи даден проблем. Също и перформансът беше стигнал една критична точка. Затова компанията взе решение да пренапишем платформата, използвайки най-новите технологии. Ние се спряхме на Angular и NGRX. Това, което постигнахме и това, което се гордеем се като екип е, че за по-малко от година ние пренаписахме целия клиент и заменихме старата платформа с новата, без да правим никакви компромиси в качеството, в четимостта на кода, поддържайки също и висок код coverage на целия ни код. И тук трябва да кажа, че защо харесвам работата си в Anacatech. Това е защото фирмата вярва на своите служители и инвестира в качеството на своя продукт.
Какво е общото между JavaScript технологиите и вашите компетенции?
За бек-офис платформата се грижи екип от фронтенд девелопери. Интерфейса, който правим и поддържаме, е базиран основно на JavaScript и модерните JavaScript решения. Технологиите, които ползваме за разработката му и за поддържането на високото качество, това са Angular, TypeScript NGRX, Narvel и Jest за писане на юнит тестове.
Защо вярвате, че е важно да се подкрепя JavaScript общността и в частност JSTalks конференцията?
Компанията и в частност нашия екип подкрепяме споделянето на знания и опит, а и се интересуваме от всякакви нови интересни решения. Фронтенд екипа ни постоянно следи за новостите около JavaScript и JavaScript решенията и ги прилага при първа възможност. Освен това, компанията вярва и инвестира в професионалното развитие на своите служители, както и в тяхната удовлетвореност.
Какво да очакват участниците в тази годишната конференция от вашата компания?
Това, което могат да очакват, е виртуален щанд. Ще имаме логическа задача с томбола, като наградата ще е нутрибулет.
Тук сме с Сабина Панайотова, която е Employer Branding Manager на DraftKings. DraftKings е ново име. Много от нас знаят Сабина и много от нейните колеги от един друг бранд, всъщност добре познат SBTech. И под бранда SBTech ние много се радваме, че компанията подкрепеше нашите събития още от начало. Аз имам щастието да работя с тях от 2012 година, а от 2015, когато всъщност направихме първия JSTalks, SBTech е основен партньор на нашите събития. Здравей, Сабина!
Здрасти!
Много ще е интересно, може би на всички наши участници, да разберат малко повече за DraftKings и как SBTech сега е DraftKings и какво всъщност е общото между тези компании и какво е всъщност общото между DraftKings и JSTalks.
Тъй като предполагам, че всички познават SBTech, поне всички, които са ходили някога на JSTalks, са имали възможност да се видят с нас. SBTech тази година направихме 10 години на пазара в България и малко след това беше през март месец, малко след това през април предприехме една доста голяма и важна крачка и всъщност се обединихме с DraftKings, които са най-големия щатски доставчик на спортни залагания и фентази спортс, като в момента сме най-голямата интегрирана компания за залагания и регулирани залагания и фентази футбол в света. Това, което се промени след април месец, е всъщност, че вече сме двойно по-големи. Имаме над 2300 човека имаме офиси на 3 континента и в 5 държави, като всъщност DraftKings EMEA представлява офисите на това, което всички тук познаваме като SBTech. В България продължаваме да сме в София и Пловдив, да сме около 1000 човека и да правим всъщност същите неща, които правихме и преди. И едно от тях е да подкрепяме JSTalks за вече 7 година.
Да, съм много благодарен за това и целият екип и цялото комюнити. Освен това, в DraftKings сега има и много добри специалисти, които са и основни лектори и са организатори, ентусиасти, като Мартин Чалов, който помага много за самото събитие и е лектор.
Ние винаги сме се старали много да помагаме на локалните комюнитите и в България, и в Украйна. И нашите нови колеги от DraftKings споделят тази политика и правят същото в щатите. И за нас е много важно на места да помагаме да се изграждат комюнитите и да се споделя знание, защото колкото и да е динамичен пазара, всички имаме общите цели да ставаме по-добри и да предлагаме на хората достъп до нови знания. Така че това са нещата, които ни обединяват всички.
Можем ли да очакваме да се промени нещо, когато сега сте DraftKings, в отношението в комюнитито и изобщо в нашата екосистема?
За сега не можем да поемем такива, не мога да отговоря на този въпрос, не могат, но сме същите хора, имаме същите цели, като единствената разлика е, че сме доста по-големи и сме доста по-амбициозни вече.
Това всъщност мисля, че е само хубаво нещо за нашата екосистема, защото колкото по-големи и по-силни компании има в България и в региона, толкова е по-хубаво и за специалистите, и изобщо за IT бизнеса. Така че предполагам всички се радват за едно подобно.
Така е. На нас в региона ни предстои много работа по това да наложим бранда, но всъщност DraftKings на Запад е много основен играч и технологичен лидер в това, което прави. И всъщност това, че те избраха България и SBTech е много добър знак за това, което ние правим, това, което ние сме постигнали и това накъде отиваме и ние и целият пазар.
Може би е интересно също така за нашите участници, от кога започнахте да подкрепяте събития и изобщо комюнитито като SBTech? Аз мисля, че от преди още да се познаваме покрай JSTalks и другите.
Така е. Аз работим с теб от 3 години. Аз, когато започнах във фирмата, вече имаше много стабилни изградени отношения с JS комюнитито в България, така че аз, доколкото знам от 2013, може би ти трябва да ти знаеш по-добре от мен, но в интерес на истината малко ми липсва това, че няма да сме на живо тази година, но ние имаме доста сериозна политика по това да сме само онлайн и да не излагаме екипа на опасност, но ние имаме само хубави спомени от всичко, което сме правили на JSTalks и от това да си наживо с 1000 човека адреналин и е супер интересно. Тази година ще бъдем онлайн. Ще можете да се чуете, хората ще могат да се чуят да се видят с нас благодарение на Zoom, както винаги ще даваме награди. Така че заповядайте в нашия виртуален щанд, който е всъщност линк към моя Zoom, където ще можете да се видите с екипа, да си поговорим, предполагам, че хората имат доста въпроси около нещата, които се случват около нас през последната година, така че ще бъдем на линия.
Да, това е едно от най-важните и интересни неща, че нашите партньори имат така наречените виртуални щандове, които обикновено са митинг-румове, които са интегрирани в нашия сайт. Ние ще промотираме това нещо и вие ще можете съответно да влезнете в митинг-румовете на DraftKings и другите партньори, където да питате каквото е като интересни теми и те ще отговорят. Аз съм убеден, че ви имате много интересна комуникация с DraftKings. Мисля, че леко смущение във връзка.
Да, нещо не е много наред с връзката.
Аз ще се опитам да оправя нещата, но те не са изобщо от наши системи. Те са, сега се опре, просто понеже имаме глобална система за стриминг, може да получат някакви моменти подобни.
Май ни изхвърля.
Отново си тук и отново си онлайн. Така, имахме малко смущение точно в момента, в който говорихме за виртуалните стаи и аз се опитах да обясня, че всъщност това е един много интересен начин да си поговорите с нашите партньори. Ние ще се постараем това събитие и тази комуникация да се доближат максимално до това, което имаме на конференциите, които са на място. Сабина, можеш ли да подскажеш на нашите участници какво да очакват? Какви награди или какво е интересно? Или това ще остане тайна?
Не, защо? За хората, които ще са на място, сме изпратили подаръци, които те ще могат да вземат от вашия екип. И наистина призовавам да не ни връщате нищо. Вземете, надявам се хората за поредна година да се радват на нещата, които сме изпратили. За хората, които се включат виртуално при нас, накрая ще направим една томбола и ще подарим едно колело брандирано. Велосипед.
Това звучи много интересно. Наистина много интересно и аз се надявам, че ще има наистина заслужил щастливец за тази награда.
Нищо няма да ги караме да правят хората, нямаме задачи, нямаме нищо, просто се надяваме да са активни, да дойдат да се видим. Знам, че онлайн формата хората са малко по-пасивни, отколкото на живо, но надявам се да променим това и да можем да се видим с колкото се може повече хора.
Ние също ще се радваме, ако има тази възможност. То за организаторите най-хубавото нещо е, ако може събитието да е добре посетено и участниците, партньорите и лекторите да са доволни. Допълнително ние имаме едни live Q&A, които не се стримват в социалните мрежи, те са само за регистрираните участници и партньорите, където нашите лектори всъщност ще имат лайв дискусия с хората, които се интересуват. Така че, ако искате да чуете Мартин Чалов и да го питате някакви неща, както и другите ни лектори, можете да се включите просто в тези live Q&A сесии и да говорите за каквото ви е интересно. По принцип, Сабина, аз не те питах нещо, което обикновено е интересно от гледна точка на нас като организатори. Какви са впечатленията ти за JSTalks и какво мислиш, да подкрепяте това събитие от толкова много време?
Подкрепяме събитието, защото самите ние използваме JS технологии много стабилно. Иначе наистина това е най-голямото, мисля, че единственото събитие за JS технологии в България и винаги отиваме и се връщаме целия екип и техническите ни лица и колегите ни с изключително приятеления и понеже аз не съм техническо лице, за нас всъщност събитения сезон навсякъде приключва с JSTalks и това е момент, в който си правим една равносметка на всичко, което се е случило и на мен ми е любимите моменти от годината да отидем на живо и да се видим с хората, с всички хора, с които сме работили цяла година и да прекараме един ден заедно.
Аз мисля, че това е наистина нещо много хубаво и аз мисля, че ще имаме едно чудесно събитие, особено с DraftKings сега. И аз мисля, че това събитие всъщност ще е начало на много нови събития през следващата година, в която се надявам, че ще имаме също възможността да организираме и събития на място, но това, което ние научихме, че винаги, дори да имаме събития на място, е хубаво да има и силно онлайн присъствие.
Така е, да.
Сабина, какво за финал би пожелала на участниците на JSTalks тази година?
На лекторите им пожелавам късмет, защото знам колко е трудно да се прави. Много е различно и е много трудно да се прави лекция онлайн, когато не виждаш лицата на хората. Много по-различно е и по-приятно е, има много повече адреналин да виждаш хората на живо. На всички, които ще слушат, им пожелавам да им е интересно, на вас ви пожелавам успех и се надявам да се видим с повече хора.
Благодаря ти много за времето и тази чудесна сесия и ще се видим най-късно на JSTalks след 2 дни.
Още в петък ще се видим.
Здравейте! Днес сме с Найден Гочев, един от най-известните комюнити лидери в България. Повечето хора го свързват с Java, но всъщност това е един човек, който наистина разбира от различни технологии и има много интересна история. И днес ще се опитаме да направим така, че всъщност да разберете малко повече за някои от нещата около Найден. Здравей, Найдене!
Здрасти, само за съжаление вратата тък му звънна.
Една минутка изчакваме и ще продължим.
Така, здравейте. Като цяло, да, казвам се Найден Гочев, може би много от вас ме познават. Аз съм един от 6-мата лидери на българската Java потребителска група и както Мишо каза, съм писал доста неща. До някъде заради неволя, по принцип, ако трябва да избирам, бих писал само Java. Точка. Но, за съжаление, света, в който живеем, не е такъв и понякога се налага да ползваме и нещо друго. JavaScript, четеш, не щеш, всеки го ползва. Мишо сподели, че съм ползвал различни технологии. Това е, може би, защото за разлика от повечето джавари и повечето .NET-джи, всъщност аз съм писал година и половина на .NET в Тедерик. Така че мога да хейтя колкото искам, колко е тъп .NET, защото наистина съм го ползвал професионално. Така че всички други .NET-джи, които хейтят Java, ползвайте 2 години. Тогава мога да я хейтите. Или там година и половина. Като цяло организирам доста конференции и евенти и заедно с другите 6 или 5 от Java User групата. Някои сполучливи, някои не толкова сполучливи, но като цяло се стремим да популяризираме едва ли не колко е готино си програмист, не специално само с Java, но колко е готино си програмист в България. И аз вярвам, че е супер готино си програмист в България.
Мисля, че няма две мнения за това. Найдене, не се чуваш обаче.
Секунда само. Извинявайте. Съжалявам, за съжаление, сестра ми имаше супер добрия тайминг да дойде точно когато започнахме с въпросния Q&A. И като цяло, общо взето, много често помагам и на други комюнитита, които правят интересни неща. Реално Мишо организира супер много интересни евенти. Някои, за съжаление, са прекалено Microsoft ориентирани и ги пропускам с кеф, но други са по, така да ги наречем, company independent или по-скоро не промотират точно определен стек, както е всъщност JSTalks. И според мен JSTalks е едно от яките български събития, защото това е до някъде единственото събитие, което съществува в България, което наистина събира комюнитито заедно. И то цялото JavaScript комюнити. Първо, че защото идват над 1000 човека, има супер много тракове обикновено, преди, разбира се, тази 2020 година, преди COVID. И съответно много от лекциите са на абсолютно всякакви нива. В смисъл има лекции, които са супер advanced, има и лекции, които са супер basic и като цяло е един евент, който според мен няма друг такъв. Дори да споменем някой готин евент като J-Prime, който е нашата конференция, например, повечето ни лекции не са много basic. В смисъл, ние даже се стремим да няма много basic лекции. Но ние не получаваме много basic submission и повечето ни лекции са на небългарски лектори. Просто защото не получаваме български такива. Съответно, JSTalks обаче е такова събитие, което се умява хем да бъде супер забавно и accessible за посетители от всякакви нива, така и да бъде супер забавно и accessible и за лектори от всякакви нива. Било то, защото има много стримове, било то, защото е безплатно, било то, защото Мишо го прави и познава повечето хора, но няма значение каква е причината. Факта е, че според мен JSTalks е най-готиният евент в България, ако трябва да съм честен, като конференция.
Да, благодаря ти за добрите думи за JSTalks, а за Microsoft ще си говорим друг път.
Microsoft ме изненадват напоследък, ако трябва да съм честен, тъй като може би повечето от вас знаят, но те са главният контрибютор на ARM, JDK-то за ARM, което върви на новите Apple-ски процесори, които анонснаха, защото въпреки че първоначално идеята беше въпросното JDK да бъде базирано на Linux порта на ARM, по някаква причина май то е базирано на Windows порта за ARM и в крайна сметка Microsoft са главни контрибютори и даже пуснаха някаква бета-алфа, там билд преди няколко дни, което е на Microsoft-ския GitHub, нали, което беше супер. Та всъщност Microsoft разбраха, макар и късно, че целият свят така или иначе ползва Java и почнаха и те да контрибютват с Java. Очаквам някой след 1-2 години Windows да идва с JDK, ако трябва да съм честен. Кое че е Microsoft JDK, кое че за втори път, когато Microsoft биха се опитали да сложат JDK в Windows, но да видим колко ще е успешен този път.
Да, това е интересна дискусия, която може би можем да направим отделно и сигурно ще е интересна за много хора, но сега повече бих искал да поговорим за теб и за JSTalks. Много хора те знаят от Java бирата и от JPrime, но всъщност не знаят много детайли около теб. А ние искаме за лекторите, които ще бъдат на JSTalks тази година, да разкажем малко повече. Това е идеята на този Q&A и може би съвсем логично, първият въпрос е как започна да се занимаваш с информационни технологии? Кое те грамна? Кога беше първият момент?
Някой като каже информационни технологии, сещам за Word, не знам защо. Както и да е. Всъщност първият момент беше, средното ми е икономика. И още докато учих икономика средно, разбрах, че аз счетоводител за нищо на света няма да бъда. Даже бях казал на майка ми, по-скоро ще стана геймър, безработен и ти ще ми плащаш интернет. Точка. Но като цяло главната причина беше StarCraft, ако трябва да съм честен. Просто ми беше интересно как се правят игри. И съответно по това време трябваше да уча нещо, тъй като трябваше да кандидатствам някъде. И информатиката беше едва ли не единствената правилна посока. И компютърни системи и технологии в техническите. Това бяха двата единствени варианта за мен. Първо, защото се кандидатствах с математика, аз друго не знаех. Може би повечето от вас знаят, аз на българска тръгна да пиша, на 2 изречения имам 6 грешки. Всъщност математиката беше единствения вариант и всъщност не исках да уча икономика. За нищо на света. Така че ако се върнем назад, това е било 2002, точно така 2001. На практика, ако искаш да кандидатстваш математика, или ще станеш инженер, ама истински инженер, или ще станеш програмист, или ще станеш нещо свързано с строителството, като за повечето от тях е нужно да се рисува, което аз не можех. Така че до някъде станах информатик, първо, защото исках да знам как е направен StarCraft и въобще как се правят игри, и второ, тъй като нямаше друг вариант. В смисъл, даже тогава, на повечето от вас може да ви е интересно, Мишо знае, но 2001 нямаше работа за програмисти. В смисъл, повечето работа за програмисти представляваше малки фирмички от 3-4 човека, които пишат хотелски софтуер. Или които пишат софтуер за касови апарат. Или не за касови апарати, ами въобще програма за поръчки в някакво заведение. Даже когато започнах аз да уча, 2002 година реално бях първи курс, с мои приятели се чудихме да направим фирма и идеята ни беше, освен да правим някакви просто сайтчета на хотели, беше да направим точно софтуер за заведения, за поръчките за заведения. Тъй като това беше единственото нещо, което можеше да продадем до някъде и можеше да направим. Нямаше работа, буквално нямаше работа. Всъщност, според мен, 2005 избухна информатиката. Или там към 2004.
2004-2005, точно така.
Поне в България, да. Може би на Запад със сигурност е било 10 години преди това, но в България така се случи и всъщност аз не съм започнал да се занимавам с програмиране заради пари, тъй като, както казах, на мен ми трябваха 20 лева да си плащам интернета, that's it. И всъщност даже първата ми работа беше за невероятната заплата от 300 лева, нали, в една фирма, където си спомням, че майка ми каза, ако ти предложат под 200, не дей да приемаш. И аз си казах, и 150 ми предложат, пак ще приема. Нали, те ми предложиха 300 за 6 часа работен ден и аз бях, да.
Да, звучи наистина много ентусиазирано и това е едно от нещата, които и аз харесвам в теб, че наистина ти се занимаваш с тези неща не заради добрите възможности като кариера и финансови възможности, а защото наистина харесваш тези неща.
Да, даже бих добавил нещо свързано с това. Първо, тъй като повечето от вас може би не знаят, българската Java потребителска група, в която съм един от петимата, шестимата. Всъщност, като казвам петима-шестима, беше, защото бяхме петима и миналата година добавихме 6 човек. Та беше и то има регистрирано НПО, но реално не го ползваме вече, тъй като няма смисъл от него, но никакви пари не сме взимали в това НПО. Всъщност всички пари, които сме взели в това НПО, са изхарчени за евенти. JPrime, което е конференцията, която организираме, въпреки че имаме ООД регистрирано, тъй като сумата е доста над 50 000 лева и може би някои от вас знаят, но да имаш НПО по ДДС е супер оверкил. Та въпросното ООД ние също нито един цент от всички пари, всъщност даже сме 2000 лева вътре, от първия JPrime, тъй като първия JPrime бяхме 2000 лева на загуба, всеки от нас тогава даде по 400 лева. Но нито един лев от парите, които са в JPrime, не са били изкарани за нас или изкарани без фактура. Тоест, абсолютно всички пари, покрай Help Karma го казвам до някъде, но абсолютно всички пари, които са били събрани от спонсори, обикновено са били инвестирани за следващата година или са били общо взето просто стоейки в фирмата за евентуално някоя година, ако нещата са зле. И отделно джалбирите, които организирам, като цяло всичките пари директно минават между спонсори и въпросното заведение. Тоест никакви пари никога не са минали през мен. И като цяло единствената, естествено съм пил безплатни бири, но единствената печалба е просто фъна. И като цяло аз го правя най-вече заради фъна. И лично аз, и много от вас може би ще ми стори странно, но лично аз виждам, че фъна виждам фъна дори в някакъв if statement, примерно. Виждам, до някъде ми е забавно да виждам красотата в кода. Може да звучи супер странно, но аз не съм арт, както казах, не мога да рисувам. И много от програмистите не са арт хора, но до някъде програмирането е вид арт, тъй като кода, който пишем, може да бъде написан по красив начин. И всъщност това на мен ми доставя безкрайното удоволствие и достатъчното количество допамин, за да продължавам да го правя.
Понеже си такъв ентусиаст, всъщност интересно е също хората да научат малко повече, кои са били най-интересните неща, върху които си работил, защото колкото по-голям ентусиаст си, толкова повече търсиш интересни предизвикателства.
Тук това е малко странен отговор ще дам. Значи по принцип, като цяло, може би най-интересните неща, върху които съм работил, поне за мен, бяха в Nemesis, всъщност правихме e-commerce платформа from scratch, така да се каже. И сме работили на абсолютно всяко нещо, което трябва да има e-commerce платформа. Например, трябва да има бъндъл продукти. Как ще направим бъндъл продукти? Трябва да има промоция, трябва да има някакви каталози, синхронизации. И това беше много интересно, тъй като беше много комплексно и общо взето абсолютно всяко решение ние го решавахме как да бъде. Тоест нямаше клиент, нямаше някакъв product owner, който да ни казва какво да правим. Буквално ние казахме, това е готин фичър, който трябва да направим, как ще го направим? Можем ли да го направим? CMS и всичко беше билднато от нас и като цяло беше според мен най-интересният продукт, за който съм работил, тъй като втория плюс беше, че продуктът стъпваше само на open source неща, в смисъл на много Spring проекти, на Hibernate и така нататък. И като цяло беше първо, че беше с технологиите, които всеки би ползвал, и второ, че беше всяко решение си беше наше решение и всеки фичър също си беше наш фичър. И всеки дедлайн беше без дедлайн на практика. Но като второ бих казал, в Telerik за мен беше много интересно също, като чалендж, там бях в Sitefinity екипа, тъй като това първо, че беше .NET, второ, че аз нямах никаква идея от .NET. Аз като отидах казах, аз не знам въобще за какво става въпрос. Общо прочетах един пост, буквално C# for Java Developers и ми беше ясно, но даже си бях направил Visual Studio да ми използва същите цветове като Eclipse и общо всички неща, които ги няма в Java, като примерно делегати и така нататък, ги бях направил оранжеви. В смисъл warning, това е такова друго нещо. Първоначално, но там беше много интересно, тъй като първо, че не знаех самия домейн и всички технологии бяха напълно различни. Второ, че и самия SiteFinity беше билднат по много различен начин спрямо всички Java проекти, в които съм бил. Най-вече защото в Java проекти винаги имаш Dependency Injection, още от 2006 на всичко. В Java проекти никога почти нямаш статичен инстанс метод. И някакви други неща, които аз не бях виждал по друг начин да спиш софтуер. Докато в там се пише по доста различен начин, отново беше много готино, беше голяма компания, дедлайните пак бяха, ако нещо не е готово, няма да бъде редизен до тази версия. Беше много, много яко. Но ако ме питаш кои са най-интересните неща, лично за мен много странно бих казал, че това са най-старите неща, по които съм работил. И те са ми най-интересни сега, защото това са legacy технологии и проекти, които никога няма да видя пак, защото може утре да тръгне да прави e-commerce платформа някъде. Може утре не знам, да пиша на .NET 5, не знам, няма да пиша, но ако ми плащат 40k на месец, може би ще почна, но anyway, но мисълта ми е, че онези технологии няма къде да ги видя и те бяха супер интересни. Бяха интересни от моя гледна точка сега, защото нещото, нали, имам някакво чувство на не знаете как нашите родители се спомнят миналото с някакво умиление. Не заради умилението ми е интересно как са всъщност стигали до тези решения и всъщност тези решения са били хепи с тях. Говорим за PrivilegeBet 2 и 2.1, нали, миналите deployment XML, дескриптори и всички други XML, които се пишем. Говорим за първия стръц, примерно. Всеки проект, който съм правил с първия стръц, ми беше интересен, ако трябва да съм честен. Въпреки и дори за AGB мога да кажа, че един от интересните проекти беше за T-Mobile или T-Online, малко бъркам кое беше за смяна на номерата в Германия. Нали. Това беше проект, който писахме 2005, примерно. Но като цяло не ми бяха интересни домейните за тези неща, а ми беше интересно, че технологиите, които се използвах, са технологии, които никога повече няма използвам. И бяха забавни по странен начин. Swing проект. В момента никой не би писал, може би, desktop Java application на Swing, но тогава ние пишехме доста голям desktop Java application на Swing и беше забавен и беше готино и беше готино да пишеш desktop всъщност. Бих казал, че най-интересните за мен са нещата, които съм писал до 2009 и 2010, да кажем.
А има ли нещо още, което искаш да пишеш? Тоест нещо, което би те предизвикало и би искал да направиш и все още не си правил?
Аз в принцип много се кефя за първо, че аз имам вече 14-15 години опит, не знам, аз почнах 2005, 15 години опит, но по тези 15 години бяха web. В смисъл, или някакъв enterprise, който пак беше с web frontend. И като цяло винаги съм се, освен въпросния Swing проект, който беше проект за 4-5 месеца. Но той не беше само той. В смисъл, тогава пишехме няколко неща по най-чето време. Но това, което бих искал е да пиша някакви десктоп неща, ако трябва да съм честен. И примерно аз даже видях, че Радо ще прави лекция за електрон.
Точно така.
И всъщност ще гледам, защото до някъде това е готин. Аз не се кефа на електрон като цяло, защото играя игри и ако пусна два електрон апликейшна и FPS в играта ми отива на кино и трябва да ги спра, но като цяло ми харесва това да мога да използваш веб технологията, за да пишеш нещо десктоп. И като цяло факт е, че аз, въпреки че сега съм на 36 вече, 7, нямам идея колко съм, на 37 мисля, реално все още играя компютърни игри. Даже вероятно след като затворим, ще отида да играя на Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Мисълта ми е, че бих искал да пиша, да участвам всъщност в написването на игра. Не да пиша игра, но да работя в компания, която прави било то бекенд на игра, било то онлайн магазина в някаква игра, което е, ето аз имам колко там години e-commerce. Бих участвал в нещо такова, тъй като е по-близо до някакво друго мое хоби. това е. Но в същото време пък повечето хора казват, като почнеш да пишеш игри, спираш да играеш игри, така че се радвам, че пиша web. Защото така мога да две хобита.
А всъщност, кога започна да се занимаваш с комюнити? Конференции, юзер групи, презентации?
Ами аз всъщност започнах да се занимавам още с комюнити неща, още като студент, тъй като дори още преди да стана студент, аз бях много голям фен на Linux и всъщност имаше един клуб в Пловдив, наречен Open Club Пловдив, който беше клуб за отворени технологии, където още си правихме сбирки, пихме бира и си говорихме за Linux и FreeBSD по това време. След което, като станах студент, първият ми комьюнити евент беше Боян, едно момче, което в момента работи в Accenture, беше говорил с декана, тъй като имаше дни на Microsoft и нещо подобно, и беше казал, що няма дни на Open Source. И декана по това време, Мирчо, повечето от вас може би знаят Мекеров, който тогава беше декан, каза, няма проблем, намираш хора и правим евент. И всъщност той, било то през Google или не знам през какво, беше намерил Open Club Пловдив и му беше намерил мен. И беше казал, дай да правим дни на Linux и отворения софтуер. Аз бях, супер, няма проблем, дай да правим. Поканихме Йовко Ламбрев тогава, прави лекция, някакви други хора правиха лекция. И всъщност аз правих лекция тогава. Аз преди това бях правил лекции пред студенти по 10-20 човека, но това беше първата ми лекция пред над 100 човека. И всъщност лекцията, колкото е смешно, беше колко е тъп C# и .NET и колко е яка Java и колко е як Eclipse в сравнение с Visual Studio. И беше по-скоро хумористична лекция, показвайки тъпоти и съответно как са решени в нещо друго, отколкото да бъде, нали, нещо друго. Но и всъщност оттам той Open Club Пловдив после се замря, но оттам почнах да... Мисля, че бях правил някаква лекция пред Java User групата, вече не си спомням за какво, мисля, че беше за Stripe, който е няма нищо още плащанията, който беше един фреймворк подобен на Strut, само че с анотации, малка Spring MVC, няма значение. И съответно по-нататък вече с Петър Техчиев, който беше направил българска Java потребителска група официално в Sun Microsystems. Той нямаше време да се занимава, съответно аз, Иван и другите, които организираме, Михаил, Марто и Митя, които организирахме и правихме някакви Java лекции по това време, решихме да възродим българската Java потребителска група, почнахме да правим евенти по-често, решихме, че трябва да събираме някакъв спонсоршип, после решихме, че трябва да направим конференция и още така се случиха всичките неща. Но реално, да, първия ми комьюнити евент беше благодарение на Боян, който беше говорил с Мекеров и направихме дни на Linux, първия ми въобще, първото ми джойнване в какъвто и да е клуб беше благодарение на Red Hat, тъй като Red Hat 6.2 беше доста готин Linux за това време.
А какво хубаво намираш ти в комюнитито? В смисъл, защо контрибютваш, защо му помагаш?
Значи нямам добър отговор, ако трябва да съм честен, обаче много пъти се е случвало някакви хора да ми кажат аз станах програмист благодарение на едиква лекция. И това е много готино и зареждащо. Също така ми се е случвало да отида на интервю и човека, който ме интервюира, да е някой, който аз съм обучавал. Също така ми се е случвал проект, в който аз работих в една компания, не е толкова важно, всъщност то не е тайна, но Новарто, и всъщност един проект, който беше който беше взет от Новарто, предишните девелопери, главният им девелопер, след като се чухме, ми беше казал, аз всъщност съм учил Spring от една твоя лекция в SoftUni. Нали? Съответно, беше и като цяло това е за мен някакси ползата и до голяма степен ползата я видях от един човек, който се казва Николай Манчев, някой може би го познава. Той ми беше всъщност първия човек, който ме учи на Java. По-общото правеше факултативна дисциплина в Пловдивския университет, аз тогава видях Java за първи път. И това, което до някъде много ме на кефи, беше, че той беше студент, обаче също време правеше някакви лекции, които реално почти никакви пари не взимаше. В смисъл, заплащане тогава беше 1,40 на час, нещо подобно. Да, заплата беше 300 лева, както казах, но за сегашни пари е едно ти плащат 2 лева на час. И всъщност видях, че това нещо от другата гледна точка, аз съм някой, който посещава такъв предмет, видях колко е полезно за мен и всъщност неговия предмет беше най-полезното нещо за 4 години следване в Пловдивския университет. И съответно това беше нещо, което той просто правиш така. И реших, че е много, много готино и аз да го правя за други хора. Затова и всъщност в софтуер не съм правил някакви лекции, никога не е било заради пари или нещо друго. Някои от вас не знаят, но на практика аз работих в Нарс за година и половина, където беше всъщност една стара фирма на Светлинаков, където пак правих лекции първоначално, после джойнах към девелопмент екипа при него, преди той да отиде в Телерик. В Прагматик, което според мен е най-готината платена академия в София, всъщност съм правил няколко курса и на доста хора съм предавал там и там е интересно, че всъщност двамата човека, които направиха Прагматик, са 1 година по-малки от мен и всъщност аз съм им преподавал Java в Пловдивския университет. И даже се шегуваме, че не можах да ги направя програмисти, нали? Станаха QA, ама това е положението. Те направиха академия Прагматик, но това е, че всъщност нещата се завъртат и всъщност това, че ти си някъде, днес си преподавател, утре може би ти ще си подчинен на някой, който всъщност ти си му водил курс, други ден може би ти ще правиш интервю. На мен ми се беше наложило да изпитвам на изпит човек, който на мен ми е показвал нещо за първи път, като бях студент. Бях квестор и общо взето въпросният човек знаеше повече от мен за друго нещо и аз трябваше да правя както и да е. Но това е, че това завъртане е нещо, което мен ми е много забавно. Нали? Затова е много важно да не си някакъв супер олстър или супер груп или не знам какъв дори с някой, който е джуниор, защото утре този джуниор ще е някъде другаде. Аз имам малко проблем с това, тъй като съм доста директен и казвам неща като това е най-лошия код, който съм виждал през живота си, но слава Богу обикновено го казвам на хора, които го приемат позитивно, а не негативно. Но да, най-вече го правя, тъй като видях от другата страна колко е полезно, не коства нищо и като цяло в един момент това ти носи нещо, което е, нали, дори в момента на преподаване да се чувстваш уморен и да не се занимава, не знаеш това докъде ще доведе и в един момент всъщност ще доведе други усмивки напред в бъдещето. Било то заради някаква признателност, било то заради просто случайност, било то дори заради някакъв забавен момент.
Така, абсолютно съм съгласен с теб. И сега на въпроса, за какво ще говориш на JSTalks?
на JSTalks, тъй като не искам да говоря с JavaScript, и Мишо ме принуди да направя лекция, каза, направи лекция.
Сега съм виновен.
Реших да направя супер кратка, да кажем, по-скоро практическа лекция на това как можем да станем по-добри програмисти, не точно с програмиране. Какво искам да кажа с това? Всеки от нас може да програмира на някакво ниво, знае някакви неща, знае някакви патърни, знае някакъв език, знае някаква технология. Супер! Естествено, всеки от нас дава най-доброто от себе си, когато пише код. Проблема обаче е, че писането на код, не знам за вас, но за мен е нещо трудно на 40% от времето. За Мишо може би е 10% от времето. За някой може би е 80% от времето. И проблема е, че те останали 20% или колкото са 60%, не е нужно да бъдат 60% и всъщност можем да оптимизираме това време и всъщност за да пишем по-добър код, но не съответно с писането на код. Тоест говорим за как мога да оптимизираме някакви задачи от рода да отговорим на имейл по-късно. Или как можем дори да навигираме файлова система по-бързо. Дори да си намерим правилния ноут, ако ще, който сме си записали нещо. Или bookmark, или всичко останало. Тоест, като цяло е по-скоро как можем ние да запомняме или да намираме неща, които не са точно свързани с конкретната ни задача, които всъщност да ни пестят време и да намалят тези хикс проценти, за да имаме по-голям процент от време да се занимаваме с забавното нещо. А забавното нещо за повечето от нас е писане на код. Тоест, как да оптимизираме времето си така, че да имаме максимално много време за писане на код и максимално малко за писане на мейли. И не само за мейли, но за мейли имам интересен такова съвет, който 2 пъти вече съм правил и работи безотказно. Може би сега като го кажеш спре да работи. Но мен много често ме кара да пиша мейли и аз утра много мразя да пиша мейли. И особено много мразя да трябва да пиша мейли на български, тъй като правя супер много правописни грешки, а както знаем на macOS няма spell checker за български. Затова много често, когато някой ме накара да му напиша мейл на български, особено на клиент, просто енкодвам мейла грешно. Тоест, вземам си мейла, енкодвам го грешно и му го пращам. Казвам, пич, проблема е при тебе. И като цяло в един момент просто спира да ме карат да пиша мейли, защото са енкоднати грешно. Съответно, аз им казвам как могат да се го декоднат по някакъв начин, но на втория, третия път спират да ми пишат мейли, защото не искат да си копират мейла и да го декоднат. Така че това е супер готин фичър да ни пишете мейли. Но няма да говорим за такива неща на толкова. По-скоро ще говорим за неща, които според мен биха подобрили, биха намалили раздразнението на всеки един с занимаването на някакви таскове, които не са реално целта, заради която те са програмисти. Това е като цяло. Надявам се да е полезно, ще видим как ще се получи. Тъй като
мисля, че ще е полезно.
Да, тъй като по принцип подобен толк може би е по-добре за пред хора, но ще видим. Да.
Ще се получи интересно и при всички случаи и на мен ще ми е интересно да видим фидбека от хората. Сега накрая може би едно друго нещо само искам да те помоля, да кажеш няколко думи като съвет, какво искаш да пожелаеш на участниците в JSTalks тази година.
Под участниците, лекторите или всички имаш предвид? Или
всички.
Аз бих искал да пожелая да им е фън евент, защото адски много конференции минаха онлайн и всички са толкова скучни, че аз не мога да изгледам нито една. В смисъл, мога да изгледам една лекция. Бих пожелал на всички участници всъщност особено за тези, които изгледат цялата конференция, да им е било фън и всъщност да е една по-различна конференция. Вярвам, че за всеки ще има по нещо полезно. Аз, както казах, 100% ще гледам на радо лекцията, например. Но като цяло просто се надявам и пожелавам да бъде евента и лекциите да бъдат нещо по-добро и по-различно от рандом конференцията или рандом лекцията, която може да намерите в Udemy или Skillshare или някъде друга.
Това беше повече като пожелание към организаторите, май.
Не бих казал, че като цяло, като организатор, това бих искал да го споделя. До голяма степен ти си много лимитиран. Тоест, да, може да уредиш веню или въпросния софтуер, или може да пратиш слайдове на лекциите, или може да опиташ да избереш най-добрите лектори, като тайтали или като хора. Но това не гарантира успеха по никакъв начин на конференцията. Нито е маркетинга. Общо взето успеха на конференцията идва заради хората, които гледат конференцията и заради това доколко те раздуват сред своите приятели, че има някаква готина лекция. Така че по-скоро пожеланието ми е накрая, след като всеки е дал най-доброто от себе си, всъщност резултата да е че е бил един готин и фън евент. Не мисля, че Мишо или който и да е може да направи... Има лимит като организатор. Аз няма да забравя, само ще споделя, има примерно много готини конференции от един JokerConf, който се провежда в Русия. Те правят супер сериозния чек. Значи, първо, че имат call for papers. После кара да им пратиш слайдовете, които ще говориш. Карате да им пратиш дема, всичко, които ще говориш. Може да си направят скрин преди това, където ти да покажеш неща, за които ще говориш, макар и не цялата лекция. И чак тогава, евентуално, бихте допуснали до това да те изберат. И въпреки това не гарантира, че хората, които ще посетят, ще appreciate и всъщност ще се зарадват от този евент. Това зависи от всички други неща. Може да зависи от... Понякога дори не зависи от самите лекции. На J Prime ние винаги имаме бира. Може би зависи от това, че хората са напили и пият много бира. Миналата година след евента имахме уиски. Тоест, като цяло, понякога даже се оказва, че нещо, което не не е успешно, е причината за успех. Тук бих споделил нещо, което може да е интересно. Първата лекция, която някога правих за какво е тъпо в Java, какво е тъпо в C-Sharp и какво е яко в Java, тъй като ми беше първа лекция и ставам аз, виждам, че има 100 човека, аз бях седнал на първия ред, не бях поглеждал назад, видях, че залата е пълна с хора отстрани прави седящи, при което буквално колената ми се подкосиха за малко, при което почвам аз да говоря и аз бях супер отворен. Ще карам без слайдове, аз не вярвам в слайдовете, няма да имам слайдове на JSTalks. И като цяло ще показвам някакви неща. И съответно, когато го правих, много често бях започнал да казвам, това няма значение. Тъй като мисълта ми скачаше и не беше много подредена и казвам, това няма значение. И показвам нещо друго, отплесвам се, това няма значение. И показвам най-важното ми демо. И то не тръгва. И някой от лекцията, от аудиторията казва, това няма значение. И моята реакция беше, как ще няма значение, това не е важното демо. Но мисълта ми е, че дори някакъв фейл в случая всъщност създаде по-голям смях, защото това беше горе към 15 минута. И всъщност това ме накара да продължа нататък без да бъда супер спокоен и всъщност лекцията беше супер смешна и успешна. И всъщност това беше благодарение на фейл даже. Та понякога дори като организираш конференция, може да се окаже, че дадена конференция е успешна дори заради фейл. Или дадена лекция е успешна заради фейл. Важното е накрая да е фън, поне според мен. Особено много от нас, така да се каже, така и ден, че се занимават с програмиране по 8 часа на ден и за да се занимават и с нещо свързано с програмиране извън работния им ден, трябва да е нещо, което е малко по-фън. Било то конференция, било то Java бира, било то каквото и да е, но трябва да е по-фън. Така че за мен това е моето пожелание. Просто всички участници, било то лектори или посетители, или организатори, всъщност да имат фън от тези 2 дни.
Аз съм съгласен с теб. Ние се опитваме това да се получи, но наистина това зависи от всички и от много случайни фактори понякога, за съжаление. Така че ще се постараем, хората ще кажат, както се казва, колко е било интересно и колко са доволни. Благодаря ти много за това време. Наистина беше много интересен Q&A и се надявам да се видим скоро, най-късно на JSTalks.
Надявам се и аз, да. Ако не се разберем за бира през седмицата.
Welcome to Bosch I/O in Sofia. I'm sure that many of you know the Bosch brand very well, and you have at least one Bosch home appliance or power tool at home. You're also probably driving a car with several Bosch components and have a mobile phone with several electronic sensors from Bosch. What you might not be aware, however, is that Bosch is also a leading provider of IoT solutions. We have been active in the IoT space for more than 20 years, even before the IoT term came into existence. At Bosch I/O, we have a very strong focus on delivering the core IoT technology, a horizontal platform which serves many domains and many purposes. Based on the platform, our customers can easily connect and control their devices, collect data remotely, perform firmware updates, and remote maintenance. We also offer off-the-shelf solutions for specific domains. For example, we make commercial buildings more intelligent with space occupancy tracking, daylight harvesting, lift monitoring, indoor localization, smart evacuation, just to name a few. In the mobility domain, our customers perform remote firmware updates over millions of passenger cars and commercial vehicles across the globe. We have massive experience in smart home development, and our solutions provide a foundation for tens of smart home platforms offered by our customers, such as Miele, Devolo, Buschjäger, Deutsche Telekom, IMDogs, Bosch Smart Home, and many, many more. We follow a multi-cloud strategy and we deploy our platform to all the major clouds across the globe. We started with Azure a few years ago due to increasing customer demand. Basically, our customers started migrating their enterprise IT to Azure and expected to have the IoT platform deployed there as well. So we listen closely and we followed our customers. The migration trend to public clouds has definitely been strong, and we do expect it to continue. Some of our customers which have high security and confidentiality and legal requirements are opting for private cloud setups, and those who prioritize maximum flexibility and independence prefer a hybrid cloud approach. So for the foreseeable future, we will keep seeing a mixture of deployments, and there is no one-size-fits-all approach. Specifically for the Eastern and Southeastern Europe, the regional market of IoT solutions has not been really impressive. Customers have very high expectations regarding usability and function, but B2C companies have so far failed to deliver something really compelling in a consistent manner. The main obstacle, especially for traditional device manufacturers, is that they are still sticking to the sell and forget model. They do not stay in touch with their customer. They do not provide a continuous value-add service which the customer is ready to pay for. In a nutshell, they are falling behind their digital business transformation, and they have not created new revenue streams. This means that they also cannot cover the operational cost of the new IoT use cases. It is somewhat different with the B2B space, where new IoT use cases open up new revenue streams more easily. They can also optimize and reduce operational costs for business processes instantly. We see here a lot of potential in commercial and industrial buildings as well as logistics. I hope to see you soon on the next event.
I'm a freak, I'm an outcast, I'm a shadow. I stand with the lost souls, looking for a hustle. Got a pulse on the streets, I'm the one you won't look in the eye, no. Yeah, well, I could see what's headed for you down that road. And soon it's coming to take everything you know. When the monster crawls out of the sea, you're gonna need somebody like me. When your brother's got blood in the streets, you better call somebody like me. I was made in the shadows, where the light ain't allowed to go. When the line gets a little blurry, you're gonna need somebody like me. Better call somebody like me, 'cause you want somebody like me. When the line gets a little blurry, gonna need somebody like me. When the monster crawls out of the sea, you're gonna need somebody like me. When your brother's got blood in the streets, you better call somebody like me. I was made in the shadows, where the light ain't allowed to go. When the line gets a little blurry, we're gonna need somebody like me. Better call somebody like me, 'cause you want somebody like me. When the lines get a little blurry, we're gonna need somebody like me.
Because they react to market movements faster than a human. He talks to smart gadgets the same way he talks to his friends.
Devexa, show me Earth Petroleum Inc.
Okay, the chart is open.
And they respond right away, even to his gestures. Ted is an investor. The technology he uses makes him one of the most successful people.
Hi, William.
Hey, Ted, how are you?
The innovative technology helps him visualize his ideas in real time. But most importantly, Dev Expert Systems help Ted act ahead of his competitors.
So, what do you think?
I think we need to react fast. To buy 10,000 shares of Earth Petroleum.
And make profitable decisions.
Здравейте отново от JSTalks.
Здравейте, днес вече на живо съм, не като вчера онлайн. От Бургас до София се придвижихме екстрено, за да продължим играта на въпроси и отговори от студиото на JSTalks.
Благодаря ти, Валю, за това посещение. Наистина това е много интересно и много приятно, когато единия ден си на някакво друго място и на следващия ден вече си на самото събитие. И ние почти не сме имали такъв случай, както с теб до сега.
Ами, аз съм, така, ако трябва да ползваме съвременната терминология, съм изключително зарибен по комюнитетата. Вчера ви казах, че истината е, че аз съм израснал в комюнити, още от дете, от ученик. Тогава върха на технологиите бяха електрониките, 60-те години, 70-те години. И това беше върха на технологиите и се занимавах с тях. Докато днес океана е огромен, комюнитетата са много, разнообразието е голямо, но аз имам навиците и се опитвам да поддържам в максимален брой, колкото ми е възможно, връзки в различни комюнитета.
Това е така и наистина съм съгласен с теб. Сега ние живеем в едно малко по-различно време, където имаме известно ограничение поради това, че ситуацията е свързана с вирус, пандемия. Ние комуникираме повече онлайн. Как виждаш ти комюнитито точно в тази ситуация сега?
Айде да говорим за настоящото събитие, примерно, за да сме конкретни. Аз мисля, че комюнититата не са се адаптирали все още напълно към новата ситуация, а никой до момента не знае. Надеждите са много, до пролетта ваксините ще решат въпроса и така нататък, но това са надежди за сега. А какво прави впечатление в момента? Ние при няколко стотин регистрирани и реално участвали в тези събития, вчера днешните данни още ги нямаме, но за вчера разбрах, че е така. Струва ми се, че твърде малко е общуването на въпроси и отговори, което имаме с лекторите. Ние имаме изключително интересни лектори. В момента в другата зала върви Светло Наков. Сутринта беше Найден Гочев. Аз да не обида някой от другите, защото не познавам всички, но изключително интересен екип от лектори. И малко въпроси към тях. А общуването в комюнитетата с въпроси и отговори е начина в тая среда да поддържаме усещането за комюнити.
Напълно съм съгласен с теб, че всъщност комуникацията, специално Q&A сесиите, може би трябва да са по-популярни. В смисъл, хората все още малко може би не чувстват това естествено и присъщо, да се включат в един митинг и да си поговорят с лекторите по същия начин, както говорят извън сесиите, след сесиите по-точно. Ние сме се опитали да направим това по относително естествен начин, т.е. сесиите се стримват, съответно Q&A сесиите са в Teams, но не се стримват в социалните мрежи, просто само тези, които искат, могат да се включат, не ги записваме, за да могат хората да се чувстват свободни, т.е. точно след сесия на живо, когато хората питат, да имат подобно чувство и на тази конференция. Може би това е наистина нещо, което е добре да се помисли.
Да, усещането за общност е едно от нещата, които ни държи в комюнитета, и усещането как ти от комюнитето получаваш фидбека, който ти върши на теб много, той е страшно полезен. Тези въпроси и отговори също са страшно полезни, защото неща, с които си се бутал, Stack Overflow го няма, тук-там. Едно въпросче към приятел ти решава въпрос, над който си губил дни, а той вече ги е загубил много преди тебе и е напред с този материал. Ти като първа си стигнал до него, ти пък имаш за него неща, които той не е опрял. Това е най-ценното в комюнитито.
Точно така. Поради тази причина и ние се опитваме повече да акцентираме на Q&A сесии, както и в формата на студио, както се свалил и някои от другите известни хора от нашето комюнити, не само от нашето, лектори, но също така и да създадеме канали за комуникация, където хората да не се притесняват, че са снимани, записвани, просто да се чувстват по един подобен начин, както при нормални обстоятелства.
Абсолютно вярно. Това е, което ни липсва в момента и можем да се надяваме, че общностите ще се адаптират към този режим. Дай Боже, той да не е твърде дълъг, но дълъг или къс, периода на адаптация, колко по-бързо се случи, толкова по-добре за всички ни.
Абсолютно съм съгласен и с това твое твърдение и мисля, че това е двустранен процес. От една страна, когато организираме конференция, ние се опитваме да помислим за това, опитваме се да го промотираме, но от друга страна и хората трябва да свикнат с тези неща.
Трябва да има и отношение от общността. Трябва да свикнем с мисълта. Общността трябва да свикне с мисълта, че това ограничение в общуването не е за твърде малко и новите форми могат да заместят в известна степен това, което имахме преди да започне пандемията.
А ти мислиш ли, че в бъдеще нещата ще се върнат точно както бяха или ще бъде някакъв смесен формат, защото ние вече свикваме повече и с дигиталната комуникация. Ние вече имаме много повече контент, който се стримва, записва, обработва. От друга страна, може би ще можем да общуваме и по стария начин след време. Мислиш ли, че ще се върнем към стария начин само или ще бъде микс? Хем ще го правим по стария начин, хем ще имаме тази дигитална комуникация.
Мъдрият български народ е казал всяко зло за добро. Може би, ако дай Боже с пандемията нещата отзвучат, това ще бъде само обогатяване на опита, който ще натрупаме през времето на активната зона на пандемията в дигиталната комуникация, в нейното обогатяване и развитие, защото вече има изказани от експерти немалко мнения, че дори когато свърши пандемията, пътуванията, особено трансконтиненталните, тук те засяга, защото ти прескачаш от континент на континент от време на време за събития, но те ще се намалят едва ли не наполовина. Така че дигиталната комуникация ще си заеме едно място, което си е нейно, и аз лично се надявам, че тя ще остане в комбинация с другите обаче начини на комуникация, особено на живо. Това много ни липсва в момента.
Да, аз мисля също като теб, че всички събития от тук нататък ще имат много по-силен дигитален контент и, когато е възможно, естествено, ние ще имаме също организация, която ще е максимално близка до това, което беше, когато обстоятелствата позволят. Но ние никога няма да се върнем към основно и единствено събитие на място.
Онова, което беше на 100%, няма да се върне за дълго време.
Аз мисля, че събитията ще бъдат завинаги променени, но бих казал, ако се нормализира ситуацията, по-скоро съвременени. Да имаме и едно
обогатени.
Да, обогатени. Точно така. И наистина ние ще се стараем и през това време, и след това да имаме много повече общуване и предавания тип студио, както с теб, за да можем всъщност да дискутираме различни неща.
И слава Богу, че технологиите мръднаха да наваксат, защото до преди година това беше малко по-проблемно, отколкото днес по отношение на технологиите. Днес разполагаме с повече инструменти и може би за в бъдеще ще бъде още по-добре.
Напълно съм съгласен и с това. Технологиите се развиват, но и организацията на едни такива събития всъщност се променя се по много по-различен начин. Сега ние правим всичко. Ние имаме нужда от по-голям и по-добре обучен екип за една голяма конференция с много тракове, която се стримва. Имаме допълнително реклами, имаме Q&A, микс с технически сесии и друг контент. Така че всъщност ние трябва да имаме много повече обучени хора и също така повече хора към момента.
Искаш да кажеш, че трябва да имаме комюнити от обучени хора, което да прави събитията. Има такива групи, които правят някакви събития, но те също минаха, и при това с опит в големи събития, но те също минаха в новата форма. И също по нов начин движат нещата и просто комюнитито около организирането на събития се променя също. И неговия скил се променя.
Напълно съм съгласен с това, което казваш. Ние се учим с всяко следващо събитие. Първото събитие, което се опитахме да организираме в подобен формат през август месец, имаше известни недостатъци. И мисля, че сме извървяли един много дълъг път и голям прогрес имаме за тези няколко месеца. И се надяваме естествено това нещо и да се промени допълнително в положителна посока с всяко следващо събитие, все повече да имаме на по-добро ниво и да имаме такива хубави гости като Валя. И да стримваме, да правим събития, където да включваме всъщност хора от различни локации, които да общуват по максимално близък начин. Понеже има места с малък брой специалисти в определена област, не като цяло в определена област, примерно, Обикновено във всяка държава, всеки регион има по няколко хъба, но останалите места може да са по-специализирани в определена област, но да нямат във всички подгрупи развити комюнити. Ние може да привлечем тези хора първоначално по този начин, докато развият съответното комюнити в другите локации.
И да, това е начин да се стимулира развитието на комюнитите. Слава Богу, технологиите наистина с много бърза крачка вървят. В скоро време 5G-то може би ще улесни още повече с комуникациите и да, там ще възникнат други проблеми, когато то дойде, защото видеостримовете ще могат да бъдат по-ефективни, но пък ще искат инфраструктура, може би комуникаторите ни, телекоми ще трябва да... Само да вкараш 5G-то не е достатъчно.
Ние вече се сблъскаме с тези проблеми, защото комуникацията по отношение на интернет свързаност е, може би, най-малкият проблем. Той е важен, но е само един от всичките. Ние трябва да използваме много други услуги, за да осигуряваме стриминг. Стриминг, който да е за хиляди души. В момента ние използваме платформа, която може да осъществи стриминг до 5000 души на трак. Все още ние нямаме чак толкова много хора, но вчера по едно време имахме 600 участници на място, 900 регистрации.
И те на място регистрирани участници.
Точно.
Ще затворят до секунди.
Ти си прав, 600 участници в онлайн събитието.
Едновременно.
Не бяха едновременно, но за някакъв период от време втората част на събитието, понеже ние имаме метрики за тези неща. И всъщност ние можем да правим събития с все по-голям и по-голям капацитет. Аз съм убеден, че съвсем скоро ние ще имаме за всяко от събитията хиляди хора онлайн, надявам се и по едно време. Ние сме вече подготвени за това технически и се надявам просто да можем да направим достатъчно интересен и атрактивен контент за хората и да успеем да поддържаме и развием още това комюнити.
Контентът ще ни движи.
Точно така, контентът ще ни движи. Така че благодарение на всички вас, които участвате и като зрители, и като лектори, и като доброволци, това може да се случи. Много от нашите лектори първоначално са дошли на събитията като участници и там те са се запалили. Това мисля, че Вали също може да
доброволци.
Да, като доброволци. Така че всички вие можете, ако искате, да почнете да подготвяте контент. Не е необходимо да сте най-добрите специалисти. Необходимо е да имате желание да се фокусирате върху определен проблем и да направите съответно някакво обобщение, някакво предложение за решение на този проблем. И ако имате нещо такова, предполагам, че всички организатори на събития и комюнитита биха се радвали да ви приемат, но определено при нас вие ще получите подкрепа, защото ние искаме да имаме нови лица. Ние искаме да имаме повече хора, които наистина да помагат, да контрибютват и с контент за нашите събития. Така че много се радвам, че сега можем да кажем тези неща. Това е нещо, което е доста важно. И Валя, още един път, този път вече на място, бих искал, благодарение на всичко, което видя и тук, как ние правим събитието, да направиш още един път пожелание, може би вече малко пречупено през твоите впечатления към участниците, които имаме днес.
Към участниците, които са зад екраните. Пожеланието ми е да участват по-активно с въпроси и с контакти с лекторите. Към участниците, които са на място, мога да им пожелая по-малко да им завиждат другите, които не са на място, защото си е за завист, бяла, разбира се. А към организаторите мога да им пожелая да са все толкова ентусиазирани, за да стават все по-хубави тези мероприятия, защото не дай Боже, но си мисля, че много месеци наред още ще сме в този формат, чистия му вид, чисто онлайн.
Надявам се да не са много месеци, но наистина ще мине време, докато се възстанови ситуацията. Така че и от моя страна препоръката е да се включвате в линковете за Q&A сесии. Ние пускаме тези линкове на регистрираните участници, за да можем да предвидим общо взето какъв е броя на хората, които се включват. Всеки, който иска да гледа тези предавания, може просто да използва социалните мрежи, като YouTube и Facebook, а който иска да има съответно комуникация, live Q&A с нашите лектори, просто трябва да направи безплатна регистрация, защото ние съответно искаме да предвидим лода за определените митинги. Това е единствената причина.
Защото тук е важно да подчертаеш, че за разлика от сесиите, както го казахте преди малко, Q&A не се записва. Така че да няма притеснение в хората, ама аз тук дали този въпрос няма да е достатъчно, дали ще изглеждам некомпетентен или пък нещо друго. Не, хора, идеята е да общуваме. Да общуваме идеята. И затова Q&A сесиите не се записват и са свободни по този начин, само с гостова регистрация. Това е най-хубавото нещо в лекциите.
Ние също така мислим потвърждение на това, което Валю каза. Аз лично видях подобен подход на няколко конференции, на които бях лектор, организирани в Щатите, и ние мислим, че това е едно относително добро решение. Така че пожелаваме ви, ако имате желание и интерес, да не се притеснявате. Ние сме се постарали да имате максимално близка комуникация до всичко това, което и ние имаме в реалния живот, или поне имахме доскоро. Благодаря ти много, Валю, за тази сесия. Благодаря на всички участници и се надявам да се видим скоро отново.
Stripe Bulgaria was founded in 2008 by the Dutch entrepreneur Koen van Wijk. His vision was to create solutions that exceed customer expectations. Since 2014, Stripe is part of the ICT Group in the Netherlands. ICT Group is a stock-listed company on the Amsterdam Stock Exchange and employs more than 1,000 professionals. Since 2017, I have the privilege and honor to drive Stripes forward in the role of CEO. Together with 200 professionals, we offer solutions to our clients in digital transformation, smart applications, and infrastructure. Our mission is to build smart solutions that create business impact. We are Stripe.
Здравейте! Аз съм Симеон и съм софтуерен инженер в SumUp. Тук е доста яко, можем да експериментираме с различни технологии, да пишем на различни езици, като Ruby, Erlang, Elixir, каквото намерим за добре. Работим в малки екипи, в супер готин офис и според мен правим най-добрия продукт на пазара. Винаги си даваме отворена обратна връзка и винаги можем да бъдем себе си. Искате ли да сте част от екипа ни? Присъединете се към SumUp.
Видим, че е тръгнал. Добре, супер. Здравейте отново. Продължаваме с серията Q&A сесии с наши лектори, партньори на събитието на JSTalks, като в момента с мен са Юлиан Иванов и Андрей Атанасов от SumUp. Юлиан е инженеринг менеджер, а Андрей Атанасов е Employer Branding експерт в компанията. Първо, здравейте!
Привет! Привет и на всички, които ни гледат.
Здравейте на всички, здравейте!
Здравейте! Започвам с първия въпрос да разкажете няколко думи за вашата компания и черти, които я характеризират най-добре.
Първо, много се радваме, че отново сме тук. Това, което продължаваме да правим и да развиваме е нашата основна дейност, финансово-технологична компания, която помага на малките бизнеси да приемат картови плащания навсякъде. Като в последните месеци и година развиваме и повече продукти. Към момента дейността ни е в около 32 страни, включително Германия, САЩ, Бразилия, като България е втория по големина офис в Европа. Тук има над 300 души, повечето от които инженери, финансови специалисти, специалисти по работа с клиенти, като ние сме от малкото продуктови компании в сектора в България.
Супер. А какво е общото между JavaScript технологиите и вашите решения, които прилагате и използвате?
Бързо развиваща се финтех индустрия, в която се намираме, както сподели Андрей, искаме да можем да създаваме иновативни решения ежедневно и на всички нива. Компанията постоянно се развива и растем стремглаво. В текущите ни пазари увеличаваме и броя на клиентите, които ползват услугите на SumUp, което ни кара да сме постоянно търсене на правилния подход и инструменти, които да ни помагат в това развитие. JavaScript технологиите в частност са един от основните и незаменими инструменти в това ни старание. Много важни процеси за компанията и за нашите клиенти се управляват от решения, които стъпват на тези технологии. И без тях няма да сме толкова гъвкави и успешни, колкото сме днес. Като по-конкретни примери бих могъл да споделя, че процесите ни по набиране на нови клиенти, активирането на профилите в платформите ни, последвалите възможности, които им предоставяме за управление на акаунта и в частност на бизнеса им. Всичко това е в растежа на компанията ни и се подкрепя изцяло от JavaScript технологии.
Има ли предизвикателства, които сте срещали и искате да споделите с нашите участници? Технологични по принцип, но не само, разбира се.
Разбира се. Не оставяме без предизвикателства в ежедневната си работа и дори бих казал, че много от тях все още са нерешени и първа трябва да ги решаваме. Искаме да продължим да подкрепяме милиони хора по света да започнат своя бизнес, както и да се разширим в нови пазари. През тази и следващата година искаме да увеличим броя клиентите, с които да приемат картови плащания, както и да им помогнем да управляват бизнеса си по-добре, използвайки текущи и нови продукти. Някои от основните предизвикателства, свързани с това, са как всички екипи могат да работят и допринасят за развитието на приложенията ни и платформите ни. Използването, примерно, на микрофронтенд, микросайт е популярна тема в тази посока. Други предизвикателства са броят на услугите ни расте на дневна база. Примерно имаме над 100 и няколко сервиса, които работят в продъкшн. Това поставя интересни предизвикателства и въпрос пред колегите ни по какъв начин е най-добре да се осъществява комуникация между клиентите и сървърите. Предоставянето на иновативни решения, които да помагат и на колегите ни вътре в компанията да обслужват клиентите ни, също е едно голямо предизвикателство пред нас. И не на последно място, очакванията на клиентите ни се покачват също ежедневно от гледна точка на бързодействие, леснота на употреба на приложението и съвместимост между различни устройства. Създаването на една екосистема от продукти и услуги, които работят безпроблемно, както за крайните ни клиенти, така и за екипите в компанията, като вътрешни клиенти, е само по себе си предизвикателство за нас. Развитието на вътрешна платформа от платформи е път, който все още вървим и търсим подкрепа хора като участниците в това събитие да ни помогнат да осъществим.
От гледна точка на технологичния стек, който използвате, да разкажете малко повече.
Главно в контекста на JavaScript технологии използваме React.js почти във всичките ни продукти. Не знам дали нещо по-интересно искате да споделя и за бекенд технологиите, но главно използваме последните версии на технологиите около React.js.
Защо подкрепяте комюнитито и JSTalks?
Ние за втора година сме подкрепящи, много се радваме да сме тук и да сме част на цялото събитие. Като цяло философията на самото е, че това, което правим е да подкрепяме общностите с много голямо желание и създаването на автентични такива общности. Като всъщност, както ние, така и JSTalks продължаваме и в тази предизвикателна година да опитваме да го правим и така лично бих искал да поздравя организаторите, вас, за това, че се адаптираме заедно към предизвикателствата сега и че можем и да работим онлайн от домовете си, пак да успяваме да предадем знания и вдъхновение на хората, които имат нужда от тях. А и честно казано и самите ние се вдъхновяваме от срещите си с хора, които имат желание да учат, да споделят и да се развиват.
Благодаря ти. Вие ще имате виртуален щанд, който ще е на нашия сайт по време на конференцията. Какво да очакват участниците в JSTalks на вашия щанд и като цяло от участието на компанията ви като партньор на събитието?
Ние нямаме търпение да посрещнем хора в нашия виртуален щанд. Споделяме един Zoom линк, в който хората могат да се присъединят в него във всяка почивка. Ще бъдем там и в петък. Във всяка почивка ще има някой от нас в нашата виртуална стая, в която всички са добре дошли. Това, което ще могат да правят с нас по време на цялата конференция е да участват в нашата игра с един кратък JavaScript код, така леко закачка, в която отговорът на която като ни дадат, могат да спечелят ваучер за Amazon за $50. Това е нещо, което ние даваме с голямо желание и удоволствие. Отделно от това, което могат да видят всички участници, и лекцията в 1:30 на Михаил Миков, който Мишо Миков е много добре познат в цялото комюнити. Той всъщност отскоро е и част от SumUp, така че за мен лично ще е изключително интересно да чуя какво ще каже. Съм сигурен, че така ще бъде и за всички участници. Той ще говори за технически интервюта с JavaScript. Една безкрайно интересна и може би безкрайна като тема, като обхват. След това и самият той може да се присъедини, надяваме се, към нашата виртуална стая, така че да можем да продължим разговорите по тези теми с него.
Супер! Какво искате да пожелаете на всички участници в JSTalks на самото издание през тази година?
Юляне?
Искам да ги поздравя, че вземат участие в събитието и да им пожелаят да се насладят пълноценно на прекараното време на събитието и да не спират да се развиват и интересуват от нови неща. Инвестицията в себе си е най-доброто нещо, което могат да направят.
Андрей, ти да допълниш?
И аз да допълня с много голямо нетърпение, очаквам да срещам и пожелавам много наистина вдъхновение и полезни неща, които да обменят по време на конференцията, а след нея една може би предвидима и по-така приятелски настроена 2021 година.
Абсолютно.
Надяваме се живот и здраве до година вече да сме и повече на живо и по-малко. Благодаря ви за отделеното време. Напомням, ще имате игра, само не разбрах този код, който трябва да решат. Трябва първо да дойдат до щанда ви, за да го разберат откъде да го вземат или... Добре. И вече като имат решението, отиват на щанда ви отново, за да го предадат.
Нашата игра е линкната в нашата стая. Тя ще бъде едно от местата и другото на постовете в Facebook, които вие споделите за нея, също ще може да бъде достъпна и ще може, избирайки я и кликвайки на линка за нея, да се реши краткия код, който се вижда там и съответно след това да участвате за томболата.
Супер! Благодаря ви за отделеното време. Ще се видим макар и онлайн в петък и в събота. И надявам се на живо съвсем скоро.
И ние благодарим.
Благодаря и аз и до скоро.
Чао, хубав ден!
Чао, чао!
Welcome to Bosch.io in Sofia. I'm sure that many of you know the Bosch brand very well, and you have at least one Bosch home appliance or power tool at home. You're also probably driving a car with several Bosch components and have a mobile phone with several electronic sensors from Bosch. What you might not be aware, however, is that Bosch is also a leading provider of IoT solutions. We have been active in the IoT space for more than 20 years, even before the IoT term came into existence. At Bosch.io, we have a very strong focus on delivering the core IoT technology, a horizontal platform which serves many domains and many purposes. Based on the platform, our customers can easily connect and control their devices, collect data remotely, perform firmware updates, and remote maintenance. We also offer off-the-shelf solutions for specific domains. For example, we make commercial buildings more intelligent with space occupancy tracking, daylight harvesting, lift monitoring, indoor localization, smart evacuation, just to name a few. In the mobility domain, our customers perform remote firmware updates over millions of passenger cars and commercial vehicles across the globe. We have massive experience in smart home development, and our solutions provide a foundation for tens of smart home platforms offered by our customers, such as Miele, Devolo, Buschjäger, Deutsche Telekom, Eindogs, Bosch Smart Home, and many, many more. We follow a multi-cloud strategy and we deploy our platform to all the major clouds across the globe. We started with Azure a few years ago due to increasing customer demand. Basically, our customers started migrating their enterprise IT to Azure and expected to have the IT platform deployed there as well. So we listen closely and we followed our customers. The migration trend to public clouds has definitely been strong, and we do expect it to continue. Some of our customers which have high security and confidentiality and legal requirements are opting for private cloud setups, and those who prioritize maximum flexibility and independence prefer a hybrid cloud approach. So for the foreseeable future, we will keep seeing a mixture of deployments, and there is no one-size-fits-all approach. Specifically for the Eastern and Southeastern Europe, the regional market of IoT solutions has not been really impressive. Customers have very high expectations regarding usability and function, but B2C companies have so far failed to deliver something really compelling in a consistent manner. The main obstacle, especially for traditional device manufacturers, is that they are still sticking to the sell and forget model. They do not stay in touch with their customer. They do not provide a continuous value-add service which the customer is ready to pay for. In a nutshell, they are falling behind their digital business transformation, and they have not created new revenue streams. This means that they also cannot cover the operational cost of the new IoT use cases. It is somewhat different with the B2B space, where new IoT use cases open up new revenue streams more easily. They can also optimize and reduce operational costs for business processes instantly. We see here a lot of potential in commercial and industrial buildings as well as logistics. And hope to see you soon on the next event.
I'm a freak, I'm an outcast, I'm a shadow. I stand with the lost souls, looking for a hustle. Got a pulse on the streets, I'm the one you won't look in the eye, no. Yeah, well, I could see what's headed for you down that road. And soon it's coming to take everything you know. When the monster crawls out of the sea, you're gonna need somebody like me. When your brother's got blood in the streets, you better call somebody like me. I was made in the shadows, where the light ain't allowed to go. When the line gets a little blurry, you're gonna need somebody like me. Better call somebody like me, 'cause you want somebody like me. When the line gets a little blurry, gonna need somebody like me. When the monster crawls out of the sea, you're gonna need somebody like me. When your brother's got blood in the streets, you better call somebody like me. I was made in the shadows, where the light ain't allowed to go. When the line gets a little blurry, we're gonna need somebody like me. Better call somebody like me, 'cause you want somebody like me. When the lines get a little blurry, we're gonna need somebody like me.
Би трябвало вече да сме лайв.
Дано. Теб зависи.
Нали? Първо, здравейте. Продължаваме с представянето на лекторите на JSTalks, който ще се проведе този петък и събота. До мен е Иван Йонков, който е изпълнителен директор на Кодексио и съответно сме в неговия офис. Представи накратко себе си, като това как започна да се занимаваш с разработка на софтуер, откъде тръгна всичко?
Чух, че има много пари. Шегувам се. Започнах да играя доста онлайн игри в така ранна тинейджерска възраст. И оттам ми става супер интересно как се направи тия неща, как работят отдолу. Особено как успяват да... То вече не е точно така, но как успяват да влязат в 100 мегабайта или 10 мегабайта или 5 мегабайта, вече не е така, защото последните игри не могат да ми тръгнат на скромното лаптопче. Но това ми беше интересно. Става ми интересно как са направени тия преди да работят в браузъра, защото това е как стават нещата в браузърите. И оттам ме поканиха на работа, още бях ученик, бях такъв, кой искате от мен, бях хора, не мога просто да стоя да си играя игрите, защото трябва да работя. Не, шегувам се, беше ми чакаме този момент да се вика, така се случиха нещата. Примерно, че аз започнах като QA инженер, всъщност моята първа работа не е програмист, но това беше така целта, т.е. нещо като трамплин към това да стана програмист. После това да съм програмист беше към трамплин, това да помогна на останалите хора да стават програмисти и кариерата ми оттам нататък е била доста цветна.
Това според мен е хубаво, че си минал през мъките на QA инженерите, за да
знам кое е,
Абсолютно. Как някакви решения, върху които си работил? Знам, че има немалко предизвикателства. Ти си участвал и преди с лекции, които си представят такива предизвикателства, с които си се справил. Разкажи за някои от тях.
Най-големите предизвикателства са хората, с които работиш. Особено тия, които имат желанието да им направиш съответното решение или услуги, така. Извън кръга на шегата, с доста неща съм се занимавал. Аз гледам с безинтересни неща да не се занимавам, поне така за себе си смятам, че че така че всяко нещо, което съм се захващал, съм виждал някакъв чалендж в него и заради това съм се захващал с него. Преди няколко години започнах да се занимавам с блокчейн, това имаше доста големи чаленджи в проекта, с който се занимавахме. В момента за няколко клиентите, които консултираме, имаме доста интересни чаленджи от това как се управлява дистрибутирана инфраструктура по цял свят. И просто не мога да давам имена. В момента първата ми работа в Access Software с онлайн игри, където не знам, може би ще имаме този зрител Стилгар, сигурно ще е тук или е тук вече. Той едно време още казваше, това са просто вебсайтове, които ги наричат игри, тези браузър базираните игри, което е така, но пък тези вебсайтове имат възможността да хендълват милиони потребители, защото все пак са игри, доста хора ги играят. Това беше едно от първите неща, които се сблъсках като чалендж в началото на кариерата ми, че това, което правя, не е просто вебсайт, както много ми се искаше да бъде. Просто селектира там от някакъв MySQL, изкаря го и нека всичко да е точно. Колко в заблуда съм живял. С първите таскове, които получих на работа, видях, че ще се занимавам с страшни предизвикателства.
А какви са следващите предизвикателства пред теб?
Какви са следващите предизвикателства пред мен е много така баба Ванга въпрос, честно казано.
Като интервютите, какъв се представяте след 5 години?
Търся ги, какви са все още пивотвам в тази посока, какво ще е следващото предизвикателство и следващите предизвикателства. Не мога да отговоря на този въпрос. Когато станат факт, когато ги осъзная, че са предизвикателства, може би ще ме видите на някаква конференция да разказвам за тях. Но в момента не мога. Обикновено така в перспектива е много трудно да кажеш, това ще бъде следващото предизвикателство. Само в ретроспектив може да вече олегнало, да го видиш това нещо, че е било нещо, което те изградило и да кажеш, това беше, нека сега да ви разкажа, за да може вие да получите от този опит. Но не мога в перспектива да кажа какво ще е това.
Добре. Как започна да се занимаваш с комюнити? Говорим за самите конференции и презентации. Не малко пъти сме се срещали по различни бир събития, било бир JS.
Това си отговори. Как започнах? Знам, че има бира, знам, че има хора, които пият бира. Това е достатъчно. Търся си общност.
Както каза и Найден в неговата сесия, има и безплатна бира, т.е. всичко.
Да, понякога дори има и безплатна бира, което си е още по-голям плюс. Не, че търсим само това нещо, ама видиш, и като е безплатна бирата, знаеш, че има още повече да хора, защото половина от тази страна, дори някой да не тук дали е безплатна или не е безплатна, има много хора, които пък това е deal breaker и с такива аз съм дошъл да изпия 50 двига. Ако ще трябва да ги плащам, нали? Не стигаш после мога да повърна, не знам дали къде ще в ефир да се казвам. За какво да плащаш нещо, което ще го изкараш после, като не е била форма. Като има такива хора, ти си такъв, супер, значи ще има още повече хора, ще има безплатна бирата, ще има с кой да се пиеш бирата. Не, ако изключим бирата като факт, е много трудно да направим. И трябва да влезем в сериозен спектър, който е още по-трудно за мен да направя, като лигнята ми е така първи език. Това, което ме кара да съм по такива места, са обикновено хората и то под много аспекти. Един аспект е, че има хора, с които ще мога, освен да кажа аз нещо и да чуя нещо от тях. И другото е, че има хора, които са там, за да бъдат запалени с нещо. Защото те не се лъжат. Конференциите не са учебни заведения, не можеш да научиш някога на нещо по такива събития. Там обикновено може да запалиш иската в някой, да чуе, че има примерно оптимизация, да чуе, че има друга технология, да чуе, че има четвърти или пети език или нещо такова, да си каже, ето го трябва да дълбая. Това, което ми се иска да правя, е да запалвам хората в нещата, които смятам, че са смислени. Там нататък те са на код.
Реши, какво полезно виждаш в развитието на IT community?
Повече хора с които емигрират. Що за въпрос? Сериозно ли трябваше да говоря на този въпрос?
Нямам идея. Можеш да се прецениш.
Да пробвам дали мога да отговоря сериозно на подобен въпрос. Чакай, никога не съм мислил в тази посеки. Не, ще май съм мислил преди. Какво полезно има в развитието на IT community?
Да, се лъжим. Почти всичко става дигитализирано, дори в България. Пренаписаха търговски регистр. Не, че е по-добра посока, но го пренаписаха. Трябва да върви, да се вика. Така че всичко започва да се дигитализира. И трябва да има хора, които да се справят с това нещо. Трябва да има хора, които искат да го правят. Така че трябва да развиваме това комьюнити, защото с тия хора заедно ще живеем в една по-голяма дигитална среда.
Абсолютно. Какви сте впечатленията от JSTalks, доколкото изпълним миналата година също имаше презентация?
Да, и миналата година присъствах като лектор, преди това съм присъствал така, само за да слушам и да пия бира с хората. Какви са ми впечатленията? Едно от малкото събитие, което събира толкова много хора, които са около JavaScript комьюнитито и дори и такива хора, които не са директно в JavaScript комьюнитито и които по други евенти може да ги чуеш да хейтят JavaScript и изведнъж се появяват там. Така че това, че се събират всички такива хора там и се движи такъв тип общност е чудесно, защото трябва да се движат различни общности, да няма някакъв монопол. Иначе, ако има монопол, става малко като байта, ще говорим едната партия, вземи това БКП на програмирането и така нататък.
Ти тази година също имаш презентация, за какво ще говориш на тази годишния
ще обучвам хората за Nest.js, един фреймворк, който е сравнително нов, въпреки че в JavaScript сравнително нов фреймворк е това, който е излязъл след малко. Но ако говорим за нещо, което се опитва да е там, за да остане, би го нарекал от mature нещата, едно от новите и не толкова разпознаваеми неща. Въпреки че, както казах, в този свят специално, нещата, които са нови, са тия, които излизат след малко, защото излизат почти всяка секунда неща, всякакви там Baghdad.js и други, нали, споменавам, че може би сме в ефир. .js неща, заместирам нещо т.е. добавимо JS и така. Но да, ще говоря за Nest.js, ще говоря за това как, че в JavaScript света нещата не са просто ad-hoc програмиране, а можем да бъдем в този спектър на Enterprise програмирането, което е сравнително много доминирано в момента от Java и .NET екосистемата. Това, което искам да дам е нов approach, т.е. че и това комьюнити може да доминира част от сектора Enterprise средите.
Благодаря ти. И разбрах, че ти ще бъдеш на място на събитието, т.е. ще се видим на живо.
Да, ще се видим на живо, поне с тебе. Не знам кой друг ще дойде. Последното такова събитие, на което бях, където имаше на място и онлайн, доста от хората бяха повече онлайн, но се надявам този път да има по-голям процент.
За съжаление, също поради ограниченията няма да са толкова хора на място, но също много хора ще поне надявам се да гледат.
Бирата ще е там, не?
Ще има бира.
Който не е на място да знае до тогава, че гови много бира да е за другото.
Благодаря ти и ще се видим в събота.
До тогава, чао.
Financial technology.
All right. What if I set the parameters to look for equities in the energy sector? And here. Alert set.
William trusts DevExpert Solutions to help him with his trading decisions because they react to market movements faster than a human. He talks to smart gadgets the same way he talks to his friends.
DevExa, show me Earth Petroleum Inc.
Okay, the chart is open.
And they respond right away, even to his gestures. Ted is an investor. The technology he uses makes him one of the most successful people in his market space.
Answer the call. Hi, William.
Hey, Ted, how are you?
The innovative technology helps him visualize his ideas in real time. But most importantly, DevExpert systems help Ted act ahead of his competitors.
So, what do you think?
I think we need to react fast. DevExa, buy 10,000 shares of Earth Petroleum
and make profitable decisions. Innovative trading software is about to disrupt the financial industry. Dev experts will be there.
Hold up.
Stripe Bulgaria was founded in 2008 by the Dutch entrepreneur Koen van Wijk. His vision was to create solutions that exceed customer expectations. Since 2014, Stripes is part of the ICT Group in the Netherlands. ICT Group is a stock-listed company on the Amsterdam Stock Exchange and employs more than 1,000 professionals. Since 2017, I have the privilege and honor to drive Stripes forward in the role of CEO. Together with 200 professionals, we offer solutions to our clients in digital transformation, smart applications, and infrastructure. Our mission is to build smart solutions that create business impact. We are Stripe.
Здравейте! Аз съм Симеон и съм софтуерен инженер в SumUp. Тук е доста яко, можем да експериментираме с различни технологии, да пишем на различни езици, като Ruby, Erlang, Elixir, каквото намерим за добре. Работим в малки екипи, в супер готин офис и според мен правим най-добрия продукт на пазара. Винаги си даваме отворена обратна връзка и винаги можем да бъдем себе си. Искате ли да сте част от екипа ни? Присъединете се към SumUp.
Видим, че е тръгнал. Добре, супер. проверявам дали сме. Да, супер, вече сме онлайн. Здравейте! Продължаваме от серията с Q&A сесии, в които да ви запознаваме с нашите лектори и партньори, като в момента ще проведем такава сесия с Михаил Сергеев, който е директор в инжиниринг на Chaos Group. Михаил има повече от 17 години опит в разработването на софтуерни продукти, като последните години фокусът е върху ръководене на екипи. По информацията, която имам последните 7 години си част от Chaos Group, като първоначално си стартирал като член на Node.js екипа, повече от 4 години си ръководил бизнес сервис екипа, отскоро, последната 1 година си част и ръководител от създаването на проект на компанията за онлайн платформа за 3D съдържание, доколкото разбрах. Здравей първо!
Здрасти, приятно ми е. Много.
И на мен ми е приятно. Да разкажеш няколко думи, макар и Chaos Group да е достатъчно популярна като име на българския пазар, но да разкажеш все пак за вашата компания и черти, които я характеризират най-добре.
С удоволствие. Значи, ако човек трябва да знае едно нещо за Хаус, то е, че е изцяло българска продуктова компания, която се занимава с компютърна графика и основно в областта на 3D визуализацията, където в много сфери сме световен лидер. Както виждате, зад мен има плакати от филми, които са правени с участието на нашия софтуер B-Ray. Използва се много в архитектура, продуктов дизайн, реклами, всички водещи компании на практика всички сфери от всичко, което може да видим около себе си, под една или друга форма използват V-Ray. Друг интересен факт е, може би си спомняте преди няколко години по медиите имаше истории по въпроса. Нашите основатели Петър Митев и Владо Койлазов бяха наградени от Американската асоциация, която присъжда Оскарите, с награда за цялостен технически принос за софтуера, който разработваме. Но друго важно нещо е, че Хаус не е само V-Ray и през последните години инвестираме много в разработката и на много други продукти и услуги в една екосистема, която предлагаме на нашите потребители и ще разкажа повече и за тях.
Добре, какво е общото между JavaScript технологиите, предвид, че сме JavaScript конференция, и това, което използвате вие като технологии?
На практика всичко, което е под някаква форма web, cloud услуга в Хаус, използва изключително много JavaScript технологии. Ти каза, моята лична причина да се присъединя към Хаус преди повече от 7 години беше, че ми даде възможност да работя с Node.js по времето, когато това беше изключителна рядкост. И то да прави нещо много интересно, което по-късно се превърна в нашия Chaos Cloud продукт, система за дистрибутирано рендене на фотореалистични картинки, която е много интересна като архитектура. По-късно развихме още много технологии, като например нашата система за онлайн лицензиране, която обслужва всичките ни потребители от целия свят, с много голямо натоварване върху нея, хиляди заявки в секунда и тя скалира много добре. Също тя започна живота си като JavaScript изцяло. Впоследствие за части от системите се ориентирахме към Golang, но там, където има смисъл, фронтенда за щастие продължава да бъде изцяло на JavaScript на всичките ни услуги. Дори в интерес на истината го използваме и за десктоп приложения, за което също мога да ви разкажа по-подробно.
По-скоро за някакви предизвикателства, които сте срещали и искате да споделите по-конкретни някакви казуси.
Интересен Всъщност, нека започна с това, че тази година, нали, има едно доминиращо предизвикателство пред всички нас и това е COVID. Така че в някакъв смисъл ни повлия и на нас. Ние сме хора, които сме свикнали да обсъждаме много, да коментираме, да рисуваме по стените идеите си и беше предизвикателство да се адаптираме към новия начин на работа. Смятам, че се справяме. Но като оставим това на страна, един характерен проблем, който често срещаме, е връзката между двата свята. V-Ray е софтуер, който е ориентиран към десктоп потребители и ние се опитваме да изградим около него екосистема от други услуги, които са web и cloud базирани. И точно в тази пресечна точка се случват интересни неща. Използваме електрон, много част от юзер интерфейса на самия V-Ray в определени интеграции, в SketchUp, Rhino, Revit. Той е изграден върху електрон. Правим и други десктоп приложения на JavaScript. Например, наскоро пуснахме нова версия на своя бенчмарк инструмент, който пък интересното за него е, че фронтенда му е направен на Elm, но това е отново нещо, което работи върху JavaScript платформата. Проекта, в който се занимавам в момента с него, Космос, той също предоставя десктоп приложение, което също е изградено на JavaScript и дори използва абсолютно същия код като уебсайта, който върви към него.
Можеш ли да разкажеш малко повече конкретно за проекта, по който работите в момента?
Това е една платформа, която целта е да предостави достъп на нашите потребители до качествено 3D съдържание. Преизползваемо 3D съдържание, което те директно да използват в проектите си, вместо да го създават от нулата. Интересното там е, че използваме доста актуални технологии и моят колега Христо ще разкаже в рамките на конференцията за една от тях. Но интересно друго нещо е, че сме буквално на дни от релиз. Така че стискайте ни палци.
Стискаме. Все пак разкажи накратко какви са технологиите, които използвате, какъв е тек стака в този проект?
Фронтенда е на React, като части от него използват React Admin. Цялото нещо, бекенда се хоства в GCP, в Kubernetes клъстъри, десктоп компонентите са базирани на Golang, който от своя страна пък има Web Frontend, който споделя голяма част от компонентите с бекенда.
Добре, преминавам към следващия въпрос. Защо подкрепяте комюнитито и JSTalks?
За нас винаги е било изключително важно и ако не ме лъжи паметта, сме участвали във всичките издания до момента под една или друга форма и смятаме да продължаваме да го правим. Също така ние развиваме и собствени инициативи под шапката на Total Chaos, което е нашето голямо годишно събитие, но и серия от митъпи. Просто смятаме, че комюнитито, изобщо девелопер комюнитито, но и специално JavaScript комюнитито в България е много силно и го е доказало нееднократно през годините. И ние искаме да разкажем своята история и да научим много от хората там. И да се запознаем и да се опознаем и да си помагаме във всичко, което правим. Историята, която смятам, че си струва да се разказва, е, че за мен поне хаос е един инкубатор за таланти. Факт е, че много хора, които са преминали през хаос, след това продължават развитието си на много високи позиции, отговорни или основават успешни компании, ръководят важни проекти. Пример е за хората, които може би вчера са пропуснали, моят приятел и бивш колега Боби Симандов, който разказа също доста за спомените си от хаос. Смятам, че това е история, която е много интересна и ние трябва да я споделяме с комюнитито.
Абсолютно. Най-общо казано, вие като партньор ще имате в нашия сайт виртуален щанд, който ще могат посетителите на конференцията онлайн да могат да влезнат и да разгледат. Какво да очакват участниците на JSTalks от вашата компания на събитието, най-общо казано?
Освен на нашия виртуален щанд, където хората могат да се запознаят по-подробно с компанията, сме подготвили и презентация, за която споменах по-рано, която ще навлезе в подробности за това как ние използваме gRPC в web контекст и защо е хубава и полезна технология, която смятаме, че има огромно бъдеще, как ние сме решили проблеми с нея. Освен това сме подготвили една игра, която надявам се, че ще бъде забавна за участниците, която е една класическа multi-agent арена, където човек може да напише своя бот и да го изправи срещу останалите.
Супер!
Тази игра ще продължи дори и след конференцията, като до 24-ти ще приемаме подадени решения, а на 25-ти ще определим победители, като смятаме победител да бъде не само този, който е изкарал най-много точки, а да присъдим и една специална награда на програмистите за тези, които са предоставили най-интересно, оригинално, елегантно решение, дори то да не е постигнало най-високия резултат.
И като за финал, какво искате да пожелаете на всички, които ще се включат в изданието на JSTalks през тази година, макар и повечето да са онлайн и по-малко на място?
Най-важното е здравето. Всичко друго идва на второ място, така че пожелавам на всички да са здрави, да се пазят и да преминат успешно през тази криза. Но въпреки това да не забравят защо са били привлечени първоначално изобщо към цялата екосистема на JavaScript, какво ги е пленило там, какво искат да научат, с какви хора искат да се.
Hello everyone. Thank you, Mikhail. I just received notification that I'm ready to go. Okay. Thanks for staying this late. I know this has been a long day and there have been a lot of presentations, interesting. Thank you for everybody that's live now, and thanks for everybody that's watching us later. My name is Georgi Parlakov. And today I want to talk about this, I want to try and answer this question here. When does my promise callback run? And in order to do that, let's start with actually defining that question. What's this promise thing? And what's this callback thing? Well, I guess if we simplify it as much as possible, in this here example, we see an immediately resolved promise. And the callback of that promise is this here part. So today we'll try to break down and answer the question, when does this callback actually run? And we'll also talk about where it runs and some other things. In order to do that, we'll focus on a very specific corner case. And, this is the immediately resolved promise. What happens with its callback? Where does it get stored? When does it get called? Is it called immediately or is it called a bit later? We'll see what happens when multiple promises are scheduled in the same JavaScript application tick, and see how does that actually happen. if we take a look at the agenda, we'll start with talking about microtasks, how they're connected to promises. And we'll also talk a bit about promises and their testing, because I found that it's much easier to understand something when I need to go ahead and test it and write some tests for it. Hopefully that will make it much clearer. All right. So when we're talking about microtasks, I like to think about them as things that are executed asynchronously, or even I like it even better when I call it. I want to think about it as stuff that's executed not immediately, but it's executed before the next redraw. And we show some examples, and we'll try to break this down so we can get a grasp on understanding of what actually happens. Let's start with this example. We have a timeout here, we have a promise, and they both have callbacks, which just log out to the console. And finally, we have a single console log, which logs out after all. But if we actually go ahead and run this code, what happens is we log out after all first, then we log out the promise, and finally we log out the timeout, even though the timeout was the first thing that was actually scheduled. So why is that? In order to answer that, I've tried to break down what happens in three kind of columns. On the left, I want to represent the call stack. In the middle, I want to represent the microtask queue. This thing that we started talking about, the microtasks, those asynchronous things. And there's also an event queue, which is also asynchronous, and we'll kind of gloss over it here. It's asynchronous in a similar fashion, but there are also differences. For this talk, we'll only mention it in these few slides, and then we'll kind of concentrate on the microtask queue. But let's break down our example. The first line of our example is the set timeout call. It takes a callback. It takes length of time that we want to wait before we actually go ahead and execute that call. And that callback is placed in the event queue. And then the call stack moves to the next line of code, which is instantiating a new promise. It gives it a callback in its then method. That callback is placed inside of the microtask queue. Then we have the console after all. Sorry. This is something that gets executed immediately, and we see the log in the console. And then the call stack is empty. So at this point, the browser goes ahead and says, hey, microtask queue, do you have any tasks that are ready to be executed? And the microtask queue says, there you go, I have one task. Browser takes that, places it in the call stack, and what we do here is just log out the immediate promise. So this is the second thing we saw actually logged out to the console. Then the browser says, hey, microtask queue, do you have any more tasks? Microtask queue says, no more tasks. Note here that the browser starts with the microtask queue every time that the call stack is empty. In this case, we don't have any tasks that are waiting. So the browser can then ask the event queue, do you have any tasks? It says, yeah, I do have. And then finally, we see the immediate timeout, which was the last thing that was actually logged out. The promises, they use the microtask queue. This is basically what I wanted to show with these few slides. And let's start demonstrating some stuff. Let's see some code. We'll get to the bow in a minute. First of all, I want to show that this is actually the log that we expect. This is the code that that was in the slides. We start with the set timeout, then the promise, and finally console log after all. And this is basically the result, as we said. Moving on, this bow that you see on the left side of the screen, this is something that's moving, that's calculating its position on the main thread, which basically is there to say that if the main thread is blocked, the ball will stop moving. And I want to demonstrate that when we schedule, a lot of promises, like in this case, we'll schedule 1,000 or more, all the callbacks will be executed in the main thread before the browser can use that main thread to calculate the new DOM, and then render it out. So in this example, if we go ahead and say, hey, execute 1,000 promises, you see that for a second, the main thread is blocked, the ball has stopped. If we say go ahead and do 10,000 promises in a row, then we see that the main thread gets blocked for quite a while. There's noticeable delay. And just a side note, at present my laptop is pretty high, is using CPU pretty high. So maybe if you're testing this out, you'll need to bump up this number quite a lot more, maybe 100,000. See the main thread get blocked this long. But what we see here is that this is what actually happens. The main thread is blocked because it executes all those promise callbacks that are scheduled. We schedule 10,000 promises. Each of them, let me show you the code. Each of those 10,000 promises. This is just a while cycle, and then it takes the number of promises that we want to schedule, and on every 1,000 promises scheduled, it logs out. How many promises have been scheduled and resolved. And this console log is executed on the main thread. For those that want to see how the ball gets animated, it's part of this animate ball.js. I won't go into much more detail. Suffice it to say that the ball gets its next position calculated on the main thread, which is to say, if the ball is not moving, this means that the main thread is doing something else. So let's try and let's try and break down what's actually happening here. If you go back to our slides, we are queuing promises. This is something that we saw in the code. And what happens is that let's say we have 1,000 promises, and again, using our representation, as I said, we'll concentrate on the call stack and the microtask queue only in this presentation. There are other queues, like the event queue, request animation frame queue, and stuff like that, which kind of make it a bit more convoluted. It won't be part of this presentation, but we want to concentrate on the microtask queue to make to drive the point home, to convey the point. So we have 1,000 promises. These are instantiated in a loop. 1,000 promises. Each of them sends something to the microtask queue: the first, the second, the third, and also all those until 1,000. Then the call stack is empty. This is the point right here. When the counter hits 1,000, the while will stop. No more new instances of promises will get created, and they will get no more new instances of this callback. Okay, so what happens then? Now the call stack is empty, and as we said, the browser will query for microtasks that are ready to be executed, and they are executed in the order that they are actually provided. So we flip the order here and start from number 1 on top. The first callback gets placed on the call stack, gets executed, then the call stack is empty. And then again, browser asks the microtask queue, hey, do you have any tasks? The microtask queue says, yes, I do. There you go. This is the one that I have ready. And then again, and so on and so forth, until we get to the 1,000 microtask queue. And keep in mind, all this time the ball is not moving. The ball is the ball is not moving because the main thread is actually executing these callbacks here on the left. And then when it's done, the browser can then again ask the microtask queue. It says no more stuff that I have. So at this point, the browser can continue on and actually redraw. So it can do the stuff it needs to do in order to move the ball or change the style of the button, or so on and so forth. So what we saw is that the microtasks, these are a microtask queue is something that we are using for asynchronous things, for things that are executed before the next redraw. And something else which is very important is that it is drained until it's empty. So if you have 1,000 promises scheduled in the same callback, in the same tick, they will all need to be executed. As long as they're resolved, they will all need to be executed in the next tick. And this is kind of an exaggeration. We won't be scheduling 1,000 promises in the same tick. All I wanted to make sure is that we understand the queue is drained until completion. If there are 1, 2, 3, 5 promises, they will all be executed before the browser can have a chance to actually go ahead and see, hey, what are the changes that were made to style, to DOM, and then I can go ahead and render the actual pixels to the screen, calculate and render them. Okay. I want to talk a bit about testing microtasks and testing promises, we can also say. As I said, when I had to test stuff in the past, it's always made me kind of realize what they actually do better than when I'm just using those. Again, I have a link here for the actual demo. I'll just jump straight to it. It's using Stack Blitz. Let me just close this one out because it's kind of draining CPU. This is a simplish Angular application. The first part of this testing, that we're going to do is kind of pure JavaScript. So it's not Angular specific. And then we'll talk a bit about stuff that we can do specific for Angular and specific for cases that we don't have direct control inside of this unit that we're testing over the promise. But when we do have direct control over the promise, we can just use async await. If we open our authentication service, it's kind of a mock implementation. It's just a service that exposes one method which returns a promise of user, and in this case we just return the empty user. This is kind of a mock implementation for the purposes. If we go ahead and test that, we can tell Jasmine, hey Jasmine, I'm telling you that this is an asynchronous method, so I want to try and use await inside of it. Jasmine will say, okay, when I see await, I'll just wait for the result. Well, this is not exactly correct because in this case, TypeScript also plays a function, plays a role, but suffice it to say that Jasmine is clever enough to know that when it runs tests that are asynchronous, it needs to wait for promises to get resolved. And we'll see in a second why that's important. But again, when we have a simple case, when we kind of get the promise inside of our test case, what we can do is just say, hey, get the user, await the result, and then we can just check if that's what we expect. And as you can see, we are just running the authentication service mock test, and it's basically passing. The result is what we expect, the empty user. There's another case when we test logic which basically gets called inside of a promise that we don't control and inside of its callback. So in order to demonstrate that, let me close this out and now exclude this test right here. We don't want to look at it anymore. Let's open the hello component and hello spec. So the hello component actually depends on the authentication service. It exposes a login method which allows anonymous users, because this is an example of a place where allows anonymous users, and the login. And what we have here is logic that says, hey, if the current user is the empty user, go ahead and navigate them to the login route. This is kind of Angular specific, but don't worry about the implementation details. It's just basically implementing. Hey, if the user is not, if the user is not logged in, take them to the login page. And in this case, we see that we have a spec failure. Let's see what the spec actually does. There is one test that passes. It's the first one, which says this hello component, it should call the getUser method when login method is called. And this is the test that actually passes. If we give it just a second here. Going over the implementation, we get the component and the authentication dependency on that component using kind of a custom setup method. And we say we want the setup to have, we want the authentication service to turn the empty user here. We specifically provide that. And then we actually invoke the login and check that the getUser method has been called. And indeed it has. But the next test case, we want to check that when we get the empty user, we want to check that the router navigate has been called with the login parameter. Basically saying, hey, if the user is empty, go ahead and check if we are navigating them to the login page. Let's say to the login route. But what happens here? We say, okay, the component login gets called, and then the SPI says, but router navigate was expected to be called with login, but it was never called. Why is that? And what's more, we get this redirecting log here, which means that this line gets actually called, and it gets called in our test. Let's make sure that's the case. Let's just run this one test. Using focused fit of Jasmine. And the test, after it loads, we know that this will make it run faster. Come on. Moving the mouse in this circular pattern makes stuff run faster, if you didn't know. We all know that, right? Yeah, sorry, my laptop is kind of overloaded. But we see that again, this is the function that this is the spec test case that gets called. We see the console getting called, so we are getting to here. And consecutively, we should have been called. The navigate should have been called from the router method, and it gets called. But why is it that our test fails? So let's get back to our slides and the representation of the call stack and microtask queue that we started with. I want to try and break down what happens so we can get a better understanding. And the call stack on the left begins with Jasmine, and Jasmine has quite a complex call stack, and I don't want to represent all of it. I've just given it a single call stack representation, What's important is that Jasmine calls the it function or the it callback, and then the setup gets called, then the login gets called, this line that says component.login, and then the next thing that happens is we go in the hello component and we invoke the getUser method. The getUser places its callback on the microtask queue and says, "Hey, queue, when this promise gets resolved, call this callback." And then the next thing that happens, we go to the next line of our microtask queue test. Of our test case. The next line that gets executed synchronously, that's the expectation. And the expectation fails because at this point, the microtask queue has not had a chance to give this callback to the call stack, and the router has not been called. The test fails because the next thing that happens is it gets removed from the call stack. Then the Jasmine goes ahead and gets removed from the it doesn't get removed from the call stack, but it gives a chance to all the microtasks to get executed, and that's why we actually see this console log, but our test case has already failed. So what can we do here? And there are a few things. That can be done. In Angular, we have this thing that's called flush microtasks. It relies on the zone implementation of Angular, which basically keeps count of all the promises that have been scheduled, all the microtasks that have been scheduled, and we can force it to flush those microtasks. And I'm expecting here, after we move the mouse, there you go. Now we have a green test case. It should redirect to login if the getUser returns the empty user. So now our logic has been called, and the test passes. And let's try and break down what actually happens. We use the flush microtasks. Well, again, we start with Jasmine. Jasmine calls the it callback. Again, we get the setup. Then we call the login method. It again places something on the microtask queue. This is the same. But the next thing that happens is we call flush microtasks. And as you can see up here, we need to do that in kind of a fake async callback. This is something, again, that's connected to the zone. And having this allows us, having a test fake zone allows us to call flush microtask because that zone keeps track of all the microtasks in it. And then when the flush microtasks gets invoked, it says, "Hey, microtask queue, go ahead and give me all those microtasks that are ready to be to have their callbacks executed." So we place that in the call stack. It gets executed, which in turn says, "Hey, router, navigate to login because this is the empty user." And this is our logic. This is the thing that we want to test, but we rely on actually something that's the get user promise resolution, which is kind of outside of our control. At this point, at this point, we get to the expectation, and at this point again, the router navigate has already been called, so we can make sure and our expectation passes. In Angular, we can use the fake async. We can use the test zone to drain the microtasks. I want to take just a second because I think we have time. I want to take just a second to show that if we don't run in the fake async zone and just use the async callback, the async keyword, we can, sorry, this is quite long. We can say, hey, I want you to await promise that's resolved and then continue. Let's turn off this test here and see, make sure that this is actually what happens. Let's restart it because I think it broke. So what I'm trying to say here is that, if this is something that you need to do and you are outside of the Angular application, you can use this kind of, hey, go ahead and schedule a second promise, because at this point we've scheduled one promise when the login method was called. So basically, after this get user gets called, and on next line we say, hey, go ahead and schedule one more promise, which is immediately invoked, and this goes back to our list on top that we had, multiple promises waiting in the call stack, waiting in the microtask queue. So we have basically a second one up here, and we are instructing Jasmine to wait for that second one. So it will do its thing. It will wait. I think it has 15 or 30 seconds of timeout. So until that time is up, it will continue on waiting for this promise to get resolved before it moves to this line where the expectation actually happens. All right. So I think we're ready to answer this question. So when does this promise callback run? When does it get executed? We saw that the promises use the microtask queue. That queue it holds tasks that are executed before next redraw. So this is when our promise callback gets run. It gets run after the current tick has exhausted its call stack. So basically after all the synchronous things have happened. And if there are any promises that have been scheduled before this one, it gets executed after that. Or if this is the only promise that has been resolved, it gets executed first in line, but before the next redraw. I'll be sharing those slides that we saw here. These are a few of the resources that really helped me understand what happens in the event loop, by Jake Archibald and Philip Roberts. And I would highly, highly encourage you, if you if you want to know more, go ahead and look at those articles and videos. These are very, very good. And I've also provided links to the actual demonstration here. And with that, I want to say thanks. Thank you, guys and girls. Thanks for staying so late. Thanks for being with us on JSTalks, and I hope we get a chance to see each other very soon. And that's it from me. That's it from my side. I think there'll be a questions Q&A session on Teams, if I'm not mistaken. So I guess I'll see you there. Bye-bye.
Stripe Bulgaria was founded in 2008 by the Dutch entrepreneur Koen van Wijk. His vision was to create solutions that exceed customer expectations. Since 2014, Stripe is part of the ICT Group in the Netherlands. ICT Group is a stock-listed company on the Amsterdam Stock Exchange and employs more than 1,000 professionals. Since 2017, I have the privilege and honor to drive Stripes forward in the role of CEO. Together with 200 professionals, we offer solutions to our clients in digital transformation, smart applications, and infrastructure. Our mission is to build smart solutions that create business impact. We are Stripe.
Здравейте! Аз съм Симеон и съм софтуерен инженер в SunUp. Тук е доста яко, можем да експериментираме с различни технологии, да пишем на различни езици, като Ruby, Erlang, Elixir, каквото намерим за добре. Работим в малки екипи, в супер готин офис и според мен правим най-добрия продукт на пазара. Винаги си даваме отворена обратна връзка и винаги можем да бъдем себе си. Искате ли да сте част от екипа ни? Присъединете се към SunUp.
С Андрей Башваров в офиса на Bika Services в кампус X. И повода за това предаване, тази Q&A сесия е всъщност отново JSTalks. Понеже Андрей като фаундър на Bika Services всъщност помага на това събитие и като партньор, а на комюнитито съдейства и контрибютва по различен начин. Той е бил спикър на много ивенти, помагала е и организационно на много ивенти и поради тази причина ми се иска сега да имаме един Q&A с Андрей, където да разберете малко повече от него. Всъщност, много от вас може би са го виждали, но не знаят някои детайли. Аз имам щастие, се познаваме от много време, всъщност, може би 19 години, Но интересно ще бъде за хората от комюнитито всъщност да знаят как започна твоята кариера, свързана с информационните технологии.
Добре. Здрасти на всички. Много ми е приятно да сме с Мишо тук, наистина се познаваме от много години и в годините сме имали възможност да работим заедно. Интересът на информационните технологии не дойде от мене, то ме настигна. В наши дни, ако не се интересуваш от информационни технологии, е малко да не говориш на английски, ако трябва да работиш някакво в чужбина. Всичко започва да е диджитал. Така че в наши дни това ни настигна и в най-обикновени неща, които правим в живота. И имахме рядката възможност, благодарение на Мишо, да създаваме в България някакви неща с добавена стойност. Така че JSTalks, което е център на събитието, беше повод, например, миналата година да обявим раждането на нещо ново в България, иновативния развоен център на ProZibel, за което сме много благодарни. И така с голямо търпение в момента се опитваме да видим какво още може да правим в тази посока.
И аз наистина благодаря за този съпорт. Всъщност, понеже хората те виждат от различна гледна точка, като човек от бизнеса, предприемач, като човек, който има и компетенция в информационните технологии, ти имаш докторска степен по Computer Science, и като спикър, който контрибютва особено в AI частта, всъщност може би е много интересно да кажеш какви са били най-големите предизвикателства в твоята кариера.
Аз като човек, който се занимава с какво ли не, едно от най-големите предизвикателства беше да завърши в МИ като докторска степен, което отне някакво време. И там, често казвам, ми е сърцето. Аз съм завършил Американски университет, където имахме възможност да изградим едно приятелство, да творим, както Мишо каза, ние сме в Campus X. Една от причините да сме тук е да помагаме на екосистемата от компании да се развива, като част от тази екосистема и JSTalks. Това, което беше като предизвикателство е да намериш себе си в този динамичен бизнес. Тоест, не просто да намериш себе си, не просто да намериш начин да правиш пари. Ние не се оплакваме като пари, бих казал, като група компании, а да намериш хора, които са like-minded, с които можеш да твориш нещо, което да предизвиква други хора, което е идеята на JSTalks. Хора да умеят млади хора, които да развиват дигитални умения. Тук аз бих казал, че едно от нещата, които беше предизвикателство, е да разбереш къде е границата, да инвестираш в екосистемата. Не само в JSTalks, не само в хора, които са синьори, не само в хора, които са джуниори, които искат да се учат от синьори, но и деца. Аз тук даже бих ти казал, че едно от нещата, с които наистина се гордея напоследък, което няма никакъв бизнес смисъл, е примерно детската академия Телерик. Тук бих споменал инициативи като заедно в час. Ето това, което правим, което сме научили, това, което се стреми да прави JSTalks, например, да го покажем някакви деца в 30 града в България. Така че по-скоро ние сме се събрали да сътворим някакъв пример, който други хора да следват.
Да, това е наистина една чудесна инициатива и наистина е много хубаво хората да знаят малко повече за това. Какви предизвикателства би искал да имаш? Защото ти си минал през много неща, видял си най-различни челенджи, както се казва, но какво още би искал да видиш?
Аз честно казвам, моят предизвикателство не искам да имам, аз като налични. Ако говорим за IT средата в България, много ми се иска да може да намеря, с който да говорим на нещо конкретно като предизвикателство. Как хора да не се занимаваме с аутсорсинг? Идеята е, ако ни тикат в ръцете да сме product owners, да създаваме неща, да покажем на света, че ние сме в състояние да ги създаваме. Елементарно с добър пример. Тоест, такива форуми като JSTalks да се превърнат в showcase example на нещо, което ние сме сътворили. И това ни е мисията в момента. Както ти правилно каза, аз съм някаква странна комбинация между IT, финансист, инвеститор в стартъпи. Мен идеята ми е да се съберем достатъчно брой хора, да покажем други хора, че може. Може да скараме пари, може да посветим, може да създаваме реални продукти. Така че наистина с удоволствие участвам в тази инициатива и с удоволствие така, гледам какво ще се получи с онлайн инициативата на JSTalks.
Ами, надяваме се, че ще се получи нещо интересно. За първи път се опитваме да направим по-интерактивно събитие и съответно и компании, които ни подкрепят, са много важни за това, както и Бика. Съответно.
Да, ние Бика, нашата инициатива с ProSieben, партньорите от DreamX. Това, между другото, понеже пита за предизвикателство, едно от предизвикателствата, които се научи в последните 2 години да отговаряме, е как да работим заедно. Тоест, хората в България разбраха, че ако искаме да правим нещо яко, ние не можем да се конкурираме да се ритаме кокълчета в България. Ние трябва да се хванем и да се опитаме да намерим тая формула, която да сме интересни в България. Така че това, което ти пишеш, е достатъчно грандиозно, нали, за да ни позиционира в някакъв глобален аспект.
Ние го правим заедно, реално с помощта на комюнитито, с помощта на партньорите, които също са част от комюнитито. Това е идеята, всъщност, че ние имаме общи интереси, общи цели и аз много се радвам, че можем, както се казва, заедно да направим нещо по-хубаво. А мен ми се иска също така нашите участници да разберат малко повече всъщност как се случи така, че ти почна да контрибютваш в комюнити. Кога беше първият път?
Не мога да кажа, че ми е ударил мълния от небето и че съм го прогледнал. Значи, твой пример на много други приятели, пример на Телерик, пример на много продуктови компании, които създават нещо. Нали, аз мога да ги изреждам безкрайно. Идеята е, в момента, в който на мен ми е трябвало, когато се съберат 10-15 CEO-та на компании, и ние дружно показваме как може да работим заедно. Това беше преди, може би, 3-4 години и от така сериозните wake-up points, които ни карат да се замислим, че всъщност ние може да правим, дори за пари говорим. Ако ние по-отделно може да правим някакви пари, ние заедно може да правим много пари, защото в някакъв момент ние се конкурираме не с Полша, не с Беларус, не с Украина, ние се конкурираме с целия свят. И едно от нещата, които ме направи впечатление, в някакъв момент преди точно 3-4 години, аз много интензивно пътувах до Бей, до Силикон Вали, до Сан Франциско, до Пало Алто. Ти започваш да завиждаш на тези хора, положително. Когато ти, примерно, инвестираш някакъв стартъп, ти отиваш със своя стартъп и някакви хора започват да се занимават с теб. Някакви хора, които са резани по 100-200 милиона. И ти виждаш как може това нещо да се случи. И готвеното в България е благодарение на такива събирателни ивенти, които хора, има много българи в чужбина, има много българи, които ти по-скоро може да разкажеш за тях, които идват от чужбина, които физически пътуват от Сан Франциско. Преди предишната година беше много впечатляващо, които пътуват откъде не да участват физически на този ивент. Ние имаме много хора, с които има какво да се гордеем. Това, което ме мотивира преди 3-4 години най-силно, аз винаги съм имал някакъв такъв драйв, нали, кармически, трябва да даваш нещо обратно, да виж как това се получава, нали, как това нещо се цени. Преди 2 години, когато започваме да правим research и development, реални центрове, което означава, че product ownership е тук. Това означава, че ти си рейзваш кинти и предлагаш някакви неща. Ти правиш хакатони, на които измислиш нови фичери, нови продукти. Не просто нали, ти спускаш спецификации и нали, ходи от тук до другото дърво. Ти виждаш как това нещо работи в България и как има хора, които ги пали и искат да правят. Така че не общо мотивацията е много прозрачна. Видях, че пачка.
Това наистина е нещо, което е добър пример. Какво мислиш за JSTalks всъщност като конференция? Защото ти не за първи път си част от тази конференция.
Да. JSTalks, как да кажа, звучи нахално, но аз, когато трябва да пътувам по света, си го броя за мое оръжие. Въпреки че ти си нали, зад този JSTalks.
Общо в края на краищата.
Общо, реално погледнато, е priceless, абсолютно безценно изражението на лицата на хората, които видят community event, на който миналата година дойдоха над 1600 души.
Около 1600.
Преди 2000 колко записани, значи това е абсолютно невероятно. Значи човекът се потопи в този вайб. Дойдоха някакви американци, дойдоха някакви германци наши. Германците казаха, че това нещо няма в Мюнхен, това не са го виждали в Берлин, това не са го виждали в Варшава, това не са го виждали в Минск, това не са го виждали в Киев. И реално погледнато хора, които не просто идват, а реално хора, които задават въпроси, които ги чезват, добавят ги на LinkedIn, започват да се занимават с тях. И това беше така пристъп на гордост. Тази гордост, като нашите станаха четвърти на футболното първенство и запиеш гол, и се чувстваш някакъв, нали, не съм там някакъв петно на картата. Ти се кефиш как някакви хора имат това да аха момент. Окей, wish we knew it before. Така че JSTalks по-скоро беше пример и много харесваме да използваме JSTalks като пример за екземпляр ивент. Даже познавам да кажа, той има и още такива. Така че JSTalks обаче ние си знаем, че малко по-уникален ивент, много насочен, който има възможност хора да минят както технически идеи, така и някакви бизнес use cases и как да стават.
Ако трябва нещо да посъветваш хората, които ще участват тази година на JSTalks, който основно ще бъде виртуален, ние се опитваме също да се трансформираме и да предлагаме съответно стриминг, интересни Q&A сесии, да направим едно приятно събитие и може би следващите години ще имаме комбинацията от двете. Много участници на място, но отново онлайн присъствието ще продължи да съществува, т.е. ние също се променяме. Какво би искал да пожелаеш на всички тези хора, които мислят да се включат тази събота и още в петък даже?
Освен да пожелая всички да са здрави, което става много актуално напоследък, това, което мога да препоръчам, което за нас проработи много яко предишния JSTalks, е контент. Особено ако е виртуален. Това е невероятен контент, който е реюзен. Вече аз бих посъветвал контентът си на английски, тези, които искат да reach out с този ивент, по-скоро да шоукейснем, да го използвам като нещо, което да се използва за фирмени презентации. Бих посъветвал всички, които се занимават с HR. Това е най-добрият начин за employer branding в някакъв комьюнити. Това е нещо, което бих посъветвал хората внимателно да си направят връзки, което ти правиш доста време, с други комьюнити лидери. Това беше за нас абсолютно безценно. Тоест, това, че се събират много комьюнити лидери на едно място и започваме да творим нещо, което най-малкото бъдете внимателни кой участва вътре и бъдете активни, защото има кой да ви забележи вътре.
Благодаря ти много за тези пожелания. Много се радвам, че задели време за този Q&A и се надяваме да те видим, ако имаш възможност отново покрай събитието и съответно в следващите събития, които организирам. Много благодаря.
Проверявам дали сме. Да.
Hold up.
Stripe Bulgaria was founded in 2008 by the Dutch entrepreneur Koen van Wijk. His vision was to create solutions that exceed customer expectations. Since 2014, Stripes is part of the ICT Group in the Netherlands. The ICT Group is a stock-listed company on the Amsterdam Stock Exchange and employs more than 1,000 professionals. Since 2017, I have the privilege and honor to drive Stripes forward in the role of CEO. Together with 200 professionals, we offer solutions to our clients in digital transformation, smart applications, and infrastructure. Our mission is to build smart solutions that create business impact. We are Stripe.
Здравейте! Аз съм Симеон и съм софтуерен инженер в SunUp. Тук е доста яко, можем да експериментираме с различни технологии, да пишем на различни езици, като Ruby, Erlang, Elixir, каквото намерим за добре. Работим в малки екипи, в супер готин офис и според мен правим най-добрия продукт на пазара. Винаги си даваме отворена обратна връзка и винаги можем да бъдем себе си. Искате ли да сте част от екипа ни? Присъединете се към SunUp.
С Андрей Бачваров в офиса на Bika Services в кампус X.
Да влизаме някъде другаде да си разкарвам нещата.
Добре. Okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining JSTalks 2020. Our conference is going to its end. Thank you very much for the whole commitment. Thank you again to all our attendees, but especially thanks again to our community team, because without volunteers, without our team, it will be not possible to have this awesome conference. And thanks again to our speakers and our partners. I hope that you will have a good impression from this conference. We will ask you for feedback. We will send you feedback forms. And also with some of our partners, we will have again raffle next week with attendees registered for the event. So stay tuned and take care on our news from webpage, from Facebook page, and from mailing list. And we will have again many new moments, new good moments next month. We will organize different events. Hope that you will join these events, and especially we are starting to plan our next JSTalks in November 2021. We will send you additional information very soon. Thank you again and hope to see you next year.
You're also probably driving a car with several motion components and have a mobile phone with seveal electronics inside of Bosch. What you might not be aware, however, is that Bosch is also a leading provider of IoT solutions. We have been active in the IoT space for more than 20 years, even before the IoT term. I'm sure that many of you know the Bosch brand. At Bosch.io, we have a very strong focus on delivering the core IoT technology. You're also horizontal platform which serves many domains and many mobile phone. Based on the platform, our customers can easily connect what you might call their devices, collect data remotely, perform firmware updates, and remote. We have been active in the IoT space for more than 20 years, even before the IoT term came into existence. We also offer off-the-shelf solutions for specific domains. For example, we make commercial buildings more intelligent with space occupancy tracking, daylight harvesting, based on the monitoring, indoor localization, smart evacuation, just to name. Collect data remotely. In the mobility domain, our customers perform remote firmware updates over millions of passenger cars and commercial vehicles across the globe. We have massive experience in smart home development, and our solutions provide a foundation for tens of smart home platforms offered by our customers, such as Miele, Devolo, Buschjäger, Deutsche Telekom, Amdocs, or Smart Home, and many more. Smart evacuation. In the mobility domain, our customers perform remote firmware updates over millions. We follow a multi-cloud strategy, and we deploy our platform to all the major massive experience in smart home development. We started with Azure a few years ago between increasing customer tens. Basically, our customers started migrating their enterprise IT to Azure and expected to have the IT platform deployed their smart home. So we listen closely and we followed our customers. The migration trend to public clouds has definitely been strong, and we do expect it to continue. And some of our customers which have high security and confidentiality and legal requirements are opting for private cloud setups. And those who prioritize maximum flexibility and independence and expected to have the IT platform deployed. So for the foreseeable future, we will keep seeing a mixture of deployments, and the migration trend to public clouds has definitely been strong, and we do expect it to continue. Confidentiality and legal specifically for the Eastern and Southeastern Europe. The regional market of IT solutions has not been really impressive. Customers have very high expectations regarding usability and function, but B2C companies have so far failed to deliver something really compelling in a consistent manner. The main obstacle, especially for traditional device manufacturers, is that they are still sticking to the sell and forget model. They do not stay in touch with their customer. They do not provide a continuous value-added service which the customer is ready to do. Customers have very high. In a nutshell, they are falling behind their digital business transformation, and they have not created new revenue deliver something. This means that they also cannot cover the operational costs, especially for traditional device manufacturers, is that they are still sticking to the sell and forget model. It is somewhat different with the B2B space, where new IoT use cases open up new revenue streams more easily. In a nutshell, they can also optimize and reduce operational costs for business processes created new revenue streams. We see here a lot of potential in commercial and industrial buildings, as well as IoT use cases. I hope to see you soon on the next event.
I'm a freak, I'm an outcast, I'm a shadow. I stand with the lost souls, looking for a hustle. Got a pulse on the streets, I'm the one who won't look in the eye. Yeah, well, like she was headed for you down that road. And soon it's coming to take everything. I'm a shadow. I stand with the lost souls. When the monster crawls out of the sea, you're gonna need somebody. I'm the one who won't look in the eye. Yeah, well, she was heading for you down that road. I was made in the shadow, and soon it's coming to take everything you know. When the monster crawls out of the sea, you're gonna need somebody like me. When your brother's got blood in the streets, somebody like me. When the line gets a little blurry, gonna need somebody like me. When the line gets a little blurry, you're gonna need somebody like me. Better call somebody like me, 'cause you want somebody like me. When the line gets a little blurry, gonna need somebody like me. When the monster comes out of the sea, you're gonna need somebody like me. When your brother's got blood in the streets, you better call somebody like me. I was made in the shadows, where the light ain't allowed to go. When the light gets a little blurry, we're gonna need somebody like me.
William is a wealth manager. He uses the most advanced financial technology.
Cause you want somebody.
What if I set the parameters to the energy sector? Here, alert set.
William trusts DevExpert Solutions to help him with his trading decisions because they react to market movements faster than a human. He uses the most advanced financial technology. He talks to smart gadgets the same way he talks to his friends.
Alexa, show me Earth Petroleum Inc.
Okay, the chart is open.
And they respond right away.
Alert set.
Even to his gestures, DevExpert Solutions him with his trading decisions because they react to market movements faster than a He talks to smart gadgets the same way he talks to his friends. Ted is an investor. The technology he uses makes him one of the most successful people in his market space. And they respond right away.
Answer the call.
Even to his gestures.
Hi, William.
Hey, Ted, how are you?
The innovative technology helps him visualize his ideas in real time. But most importantly, Dev Expert Systems Ted is an investor ahead of his competitors. The technology he uses makes him one of the most successful people in his market space.
Answer the call. Hi, William.
Hey, Ted, how are you?
The innovative technology helps him visualize his ideas in real time. Importantly, Dev Expert Systems help Ted act ahead of his competitors.
So, what do you think?
I think we need to react fast. Devexa, buy 10,000 shares of Earth Petroleum.
And make profitable decisions. Innovative trading software is about to disrupt the financial industry. Dev Experts will be there.
Hold up.
Stripe Bulgaria was founded in 2008 by the Dutch entrepreneur Koen van Wijk. His vision was to create solutions that exceed customer expectations. Since 2014, Stripe is part of the ICT Group in the Netherlands. ICT Group is a stock-listed company on the Amsterdam Stock Exchange and employs more than 1,000 professionals. Since 2017, I have the privilege and honor to drive Stripes forward in the role of CEO. Together with 200 professionals, we offer solutions to our clients in digital transformation, smart applications, and infrastructure. Our mission is to build smart solutions that create business impact. We are Stripe.
Здравейте! Аз съм Симеон и съм софтуерен инженер в SumUp. Тук е доста яко. Можем да експериментираме с различни технологии, да пишем на различни езици, като Ruby, Erlang, Elixir, каквото намерим за добре. Работим в малки екипи, в супер готин офис и според мен правим най-добрия продукт на пазара. Винаги си даваме отворена обратна връзка и винаги можем да бъдем себе си. Искате ли да сте част от екипа ни? Присъединете се към самата.